Hello race fans and welcome to the 24H Series Esports live here on Racebot TV. It's round 3 of the championship here at the beautiful Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. My name is Peter Mackay and joining me today for this broadcast will be David Haynes in the co-commentator chair. David, a very modern circuit here as well. Your expectations for our drivers out here today?
Well, it's always such an exciting championship with 4 different classes, endurance racing, strategy, all of those things. But I think the key difference to here at COTA compared to where we've been before at Sebring and Spa is it is a more modern circuit. There is more paved runoff, so track limits will become a big issue, both in qualifying and across a 6-hour race.
Yeah, track limit's an excellent point. Of course, more modern circuit designs, as you say, much more runoff, and therefore, if you give racing drivers an inch, well, they sometimes try to take a mile. The TCRs are in the middle of their qualifying session, and we've had a busy time in TCR competition of late in the iRacing platform. Of course, the IMSA series with running a TCR category, and of course the World Touring Car Series, which culminated on Monday evening with Corentin Guinness winning for SimRC. But this man, Ross McFarlane, an absolute expert in this type of machinery, and it'll be Honda versus Hyundai today, and we'll see who's going to come out on top. But some big names in this TCR category, David.
Yeah, absolutely. It's super competitive. The cars are always super close, especially in the early phase of the racing. But what I can't help but notice is there's 10 cars and 9 have a qualifying time, and I think your bottom 2 don't look like they've put entirely representative times in yet either. It's just a 15-minute qualifying session, all the TCR cars out on circuit together, and your track limits, you are going to be butting heads right up against that if you're trying to set your optimal qualifying lap time. I think there's a few cars out there that might be quicker if they hadn't just overstepped the line somewhere out there in this session.
Yeah, and of course with such a long lap here at the Circuit of the Americas, 20 corners, and these TCR machines, the pole lap at the moment 2 minutes and 17 seconds, so if you fluff a lap, especially early on, whether that be for track limits or a mistake, you've got to go all the way around and then start another lap again. So over the line comes Jaume Dalmez Torres, 2:17.854 to beat, and that sets it there. Best time, 2:17.854 there for Zenith Esports. He goes up into second position. Good lap there. Marcel T, winner of the Nürburgring 24-hour in the TCR category, and that Heusinkveld car always looking resplendent in chrome and navy blue.
Yep, absolutely, and he's been personal best through the middle sectors of the lap. The start of the lap was about even with what he's been doing before, so we'll be hoping to bring this one home for an improvement. There's only a couple minutes left to TCR qualifying. You see the timer in the top left, that's for qualifying as a whole. Checkered flag's about 2 minutes away in TCR, and then after a tiny break goes GT4, then 992, then GT3, so 15 minutes for each class as qualifying groups probably means this will be the last lap, the last attempt for those drivers you see. And the TCR cars do seem to keep getting performance and keep finding time on a set of tyres, so they can stay out there, keep lapping and hope to improve. You get to cars like the Porsche 992 and the GT3 class field. They're a little more brutal on their tyres, they're a little peakier in their performance. It's kind of one run and that set is no good, you've got to find another.
Interesting as well, the group qualifying format here as well. You know, there's you've got to make sure you get a nice clean run of things as well. The drivers spreading themselves out pretty nicely as things stand. Now, there's a name I recognise, number 121 Aspar team as well. Now, is that the same Aspar as Jorge Martinez's motorcycle racing team, I wonder? Now, in car 121. SimRC, they're looking strong at the moment, 2:17.679 is your benchmark at the moment. Guinness in the Honda for this title. He won the World Touring Car Series in a Hyundai Veloster. Up towards the final corner he goes. Can he improve on a 2:17.679? Here comes Corentin Guinez, the Frenchman. He flashes the lights. He knows it's good. Is it going to be an improvement? It is. 2:17.469. Wow.
Yeah, sets a really fantastic benchmark. Pure Sims are, I think, I'm not sure where they are actually on the lap right now, but I think that's qualifying done for Corentin Guinez, and he says that's hundredths out of that, but he couldn't find a whole tenth, and he's still 2.4 shy of that pole.
Yeah, good lap time there from Ross McFarlane, getting up onto the front row of the TCR grid. Of course, qualifying not as vitally important. As long as you're on those first couple of rows, definitely helps. But yeah, I'm sure Ross McFarlane will be reasonably pleased about that. I think the trick will be in this category, David, is trying to make sure that Guinez doesn't break away, because if he does let the Frenchman get into a rhythm, SimRC could be into a handy lead early on, because Guinez has got such strong pace.
Watching the full send car cross the line.
8th quickest for Mikel Garcia in the Hyundai Veloster. You see the number 121 Honda Aspar Esports. They're 9th, but I don't think we have any other quick laps, David, unless you can see anyone lighting up the timing screen.
Zenith look like they're still on it,
Pushing.
potentially, as we look at him here. I think they had one more. I think there might have been about 20 seconds left or so when they last crossed the line. MSI, you can see Pure Sims just behind as well. So there might be just one or two more. Again, you say a big lap. Checkered flag only flew a minute and a half ago, so anyone coming around just now definitely crossed last time before the checkered flag was out. So that's a personal best final sector as well, one of the best we've seen, and it does move them up to second.
Yeah, that knocks Pure Sims off the front row of the grid, but here come Impulse Racing. They're a team to look out for as well in the TCR category. Half a second off at the moment, best lap 2:18.081. Do they improve? No, they stay in 5th.
And Pure Sims, I think, just crossed the line behind them as well, or maybe just in front of them. No improvement out of them, so great last flying lap attempts from Zenith Esports to move themselves up onto the front row of the grid. If this was just a TCR race, I don't think qualifying would be that important, but that first time the GT3 cars and the faster 992 Cup cars come through, they really can break up the packs in TCR, and so being inside of the top half of the field, in touch with the TCR leader and not having that link broken is what you're hoping to get out of a qualifying session like this. So good qualifying from SimRC, Zenith, Pure Sims and MSI, I'd say the front two rows of that class.
Well, that's TCR complete then. Your pole sitter will be the SimRC Honda, of Corentin Guinez. Then it's Zenith Esports with their Hyundai, Pure Sims Honda in 3rd for Ross McFarlane, MSI Esports in 4th, Impulse Racing in 5th, Carbon Simsport in 6th, Team Hoising Welt in 7th, Full Send Racing in 8th, and Aspar Esports. They complete the 9-car TCR grid. Just 1.1 seconds covering the entire field there. Quite remarkable. And yeah, I think you make a great point there, David, that when that first phase of faster traffic comes through, you're right, that could shuffle up the pack. So they've got to make sure they've not let Guinez break away in that early stage.
Yeah, precisely. That's what it boils down to. Great view of the track as well. I do love that aerial shot, and what it shows you is that really long back straight that's super important to how you race, how you fuel save, especially in TCR.
Yeah, very important indeed. So far we've had 2 iconic venues on the 24H Series Esports calendar, Spa and Sebring, 2 iconic venues for endurance racing, or any racing for that matter. We're here at the midpoint part of the season, the 6 hours of the Circuit of Americas in Austin, Texas. Then, in about a month's time, we shift on to Monza, another speedrome of a circuit. Lots of long straightaways there. Then on towards the Nürburgring with a 12-hour finale at the Circuit de Catalunya in Barcelona on the 4th of March. So a 6-month season, David, and a lot changes in the iRacing world in that level of time. We see the iRacing season, the iRacing world has 4 seasons of 12 weeks each. Of course, this championship will transcend a couple of those, and it's amazing how the performance between each vehicle can shift between each one of those seasons and the associated updates.
Yeah, and the teams are locked into their choice of car within class if they're in one of the classes where they've got an option from the start of the season, and then a lot can change between when you go, I think this looks like the good car to be in, for example, GT4, as the green flag flies on their qualifying right now and they're leaving pit lane. You might say, I want to be in the Mercedes or I want to be in the Aston Martin, but 6 months later, which is the form car to have could be radically different.
Very good point indeed. Well, this is how the championship stands at the moment. Pure Sims leading the way by just 8 points from MSI. Team Heusingveld are sitting there absolutely level in second position as well. SimRC sit in 4th, 10 points off the lead of Pure Sims. Then it's Impulse Racing, Carbon Sim Sport, Manatee Racing, Zenith, Aspar and Full Send. And for Zenith down there in 8th, David, they've put themselves in a great spot to add some points to that tally.
I'd say that's fair. 8th in the standings, but now starting 2nd on the grid for this upcoming race. A good chance to move some points. And you look at how close some of those are as well. I mean, we're in a tie for 2nd. You've got, a point between Zenith and Aspar just behind them, and then a point between Carbon and Maniti. So a lot to happen, a lot of racing still to happen. And we saw the schedule. You got to remember that the 12 hours of Barcelona at the end is twice as many points as every race leading up until that point. So if you can be within a shot of it, a lot can happen in 12 hours at the season finale.
Yeah, it's a great point. Very good point. So GT4 will be our next qualifying session coming up. This is how they stand at the moment. The Mercedes-AMG Team Urano outfit, they sit in a commanding lead with 2 wins so far this season. They'll have a 17-point advantage over SRC Movano Corse. Then it's Sabel Esports in 3rd with Fiercely Forward 4th, and SCK Racing sitting in 5th. Torque Freak are in 6th, followed by Team Fordzilla, Pure Sims, SimRC and CSRA, but very tight from 5th down to 10th as well, so a lot to be decided over the next few rounds. So, whoa, here are our GT4s all out, and I tell you what, looks like they're in a bit of a hurry, David, to get a move on and get a lap time in. We've got a bit of a traffic jam here. It's like downtown Dubai with all these supercars.
Yep, sure is. There was 9 cars out on track in TCR. It looks like we've got the full 16 on circuit right now in GT4, so it is noticeably busier. Might be noticeably a bit noisier as well. It's turbocharged V8s all round with your 2 cars of choice in this category, being either that Mercedes AMG GT4 or there is 1 or 2 Aston Martins around, and they might be thinking this is their chance for a great result, because a little bit of a balance of performance break going their way. There's an extra 8 kilograms on the Mercedes at this round. So not a car that we've seen take any wins yet this season, not a car that's yet stood on the podium from what I can recall, but the Aston Martin's not been that far away, and this could be their chance.
It could be, yes, it could well be. Of course, 2 cars that have come to the iRacing simulator relatively recently. Both very elegant GT machines, front-engined, rear-wheel drive, of course, and quite close to their road-going siblings. The only difference, if my memory serves me, David, the Aston Martin actually runs the old naturally aspirated 4.7 litre V8, whereas as you rightly say, the Mercedes is the twin turbo 4 litre.
Is that so? I thought the Aston had its modern road car engine in as well.
So did I, but last time I thought I was quite surprised myself when I found it. 450 horsepower, 4.7 litre V8, which is it's quite an old engine actually. It's been around for, goodness me, it must be about a decade that engine's been around for in various Aston Martin Vantages. But yeah, so that'll be interesting. Naturally aspirated versus twin turbo, and so far it's been all Mercedes. But with that, tell you what, with a class as close as this, David, 8 kilograms, it might not sound much, but it can make a difference. Also 2% less fuel for the Mercedes as well. And over 6 hours we can see that play out as well.
Absolutely, I'd say so. We're not at any great altitude here, so a turbocharged versus atmospheric difference shouldn't be too great, but what you do see is a lot of teams looking for a slipstream, and it's a tough game to play because you want to pick up that slipstream on the back straight if you can. It's a long lap before that, and you see Juncos there almost looked like they were getting impeded a little bit. You don't want to get such a great run at the start of the lap that you just end up stuck behind someone or needing to pass them. So this is going to get a bit messy in this first handful of runs.
Now luckily we've got people. We've got a very knowledgeable viewership, David. Thankfully for us, because on 2 counts we've had first thing confirmed that the Aspar car is linked to the Aspar motorcycle team owned by Jorge Martinez. So that's very cool. That's one of the real famous names in motorcycle racing. And also our resident Aston Martin expert Ryan Walker, he says yes, it is a naturally aspirated engine, naturally aspirated engine in the Aston Martin.
Fantastic. Well, we've had the first run of times in, and you can see a couple teams now on the second run not found themselves positioned where they wanted or pulling out of it. Juncos, one of them. Things are getting messy here. The Urano, your championship leader, don't want to stay behind Sim RC, who've now decided to duck out of the way. Then you see Pure Sims and SRC Movano Corsa right there looking to carry on with their laps. Pure Sims are on a good one here. Personal best at the 416 Pure Sims, because there are 2 of them, 416 and 417. And 416, 2 personal best sectors to start, and then a purple middle sector. And it's the 417 we see there, but the 16 just in front could go to the top with this time, and in fact very likely should.
Well, let's see what they can do then as well. The 2 Pure Sims Mercedes come out of the final corner, then up to the line they go, and it's pole. It's pole for the 416 of Matthew Turnbull and Pure Sims Esports. And where does the team car go? The team car sits in 8th at the moment. Curiously, David, I didn't think the GT4 cars would really be so draft dependent, but judging by how the drivers are all lining up in a queue and trying to follow one another, obviously it does.
Well, I wouldn't call them super duper draft dependent, or no, what I would say is so. they're sort of limited in their, relatively limited in their setup options compared to, you know, GT3 cars, etc. They are very, very close, one team to the next, so the tiny margins matter. If everyone is going to be within, you know, 2/10 of each other, then a tenth of slipstream is massive. Could be the difference between qualifying mid-pack or qualifying at the tail, or qualifying mid-pack or sitting it on pole. So I don't think they get, you know, seconds per lap and, you know, 10, 15 kilometers an hour down the straight from the slipstream. I think it just reflects on how tightly knit the pack is and how inseparable they are without just that tenth of a second of slipstream that they can pick up down this long straight.
And it's an interesting dynamic there with these GT4 machines at the front. It's looking very strong for the Mercedes. The first Aston Martin Sim RC 10th place. Only Aston Martin out there that set a time. So yeah, very, very interesting. Complete dominance from the Mercedes. It has been a very popular car since it hit the service a few months ago.
So this car, the 421 CSRA by Tropic, is that who it is? Yep, tracking for pole position in their previous sectors, but in this long final sector, you're seeing maybe almost getting a little bit impeded. That's the way it goes. You know, if you get a great slipstream, you will end up this close to the rear bumper of the car in front. Watch the timing column as we cross the line. And that's up to second, but how close was that from being pole?
Oh, very, very close there. CSRA by Entropic, 6 thousandths of a second. Wow. So the top three covered by just 36 thousandths at the moment. As you say, David, that close the nature with the setup, very, 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 very important, and how close the lap times are as well. This GT4 battle is going to rumble on, and if you make any mistake, surely your day is done. You're not going to be able to come back from it.
I don't quite know, but that just does show how close and how competitive it's looking up the front in this class. Pure Sims from CSRA by Entropic from SRC Movano Corsa. A little look at the weather conditions. I think that's a very lovely day. That's kind of about what it is where I'm at. So if you're colder than that, commiserations. If you're too much sweatier than that, also commiserations.
Yeah, well, it's definitely not that warm here in Scotland. That's for certain.
Did you see that slide in the slow corner there from Maxi Stefanon in the Juncos Racing Esports? Still the only car without a time on the board. And the checkered flag's not that far away for these cars in this session. They only get 15 minutes, including the outlap, which, as we know, is going to take 2.5 minutes around here. So this is pretty important just to put a time to the board, and that car just looks mighty twitchy, even with the ABS and traction control that these cars have got. It looks a handful, and it looks maybe a little too lively.
I would say if it's going to be moving around like that for 6 hours, you're going to destroy the tyre, but yeah, it's going to be difficult to keep it in a straight line. Now, with more updates on should we call it Engine Gate?
Yes.
It is.
Aston.
Go back, you were absolutely right in the first place, David. I should never have doubted you. So it is actually wrong on the iRacing website. Well, that'd be me cancelled for saying that. But
I think,
yes.
I think both of us are about to write up a nice little invoice for Steve Myers.
Yes. But I've checked my reliable source, racingsportscars.com, and I'm looking at the races it's done recently. It's a 4-litre twin turbo, same motors as the Mercedes road car, because the road cars definitely share the same motor. No lap there for Juncos. That they're going to start. Well, they're going to have to start at the back of GT4, I guess, unless they can get this one in the back.
Checkered flag is not out yet for GT4, so I think they've got till 45 left on the clock. So in a ideal world, there's 2 more for Juncos here in this session, but it's definitely not time to put a new set of tyres on if that's what they're aiming to do. So what they've got is what they've got. No time to muck about with trying to position yourself to slipstream off someone. No time to, bolt a new set of tyres on and see if that's the magic fix. It's set a lap within the white lines and do the best you can. Mighty little curb hop. Talking about, the slipstream, we've seen this before. Pure Sims have got 2 cars in this class, and you very commonly see them together like this. Turnbull for the 416 currently up top. It's their teammates in 9th place in the other car that are getting the tow at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised to see them bail out of this, try to set up to be the last cars across the line. That's kind of what I'd aim for if I could choose what part of the track I want and choose who was going to tow me.
Well, I think if you've got a team car in there as well on a similar pace, that's the ideal scenario, because you don't have to worry about relying on a tow from a rival who could easily, pull out the way or block the lap or whatever. Having the team car running in close formation can sometimes work. Whoa, huge moment behind there. Now, who was that? It just took right behind the Pure Sims cars. Massive oversteer there. Was it one of the Penguin cars?
Immediately behind, or?
immediately
Undercut
behind these
is the
two
first
Petersons.
car that's behind it at the moment.
Yeah, had a massive oversteer moment. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, the number 463 Undercut Racing Team. Huge oversteer. Managed to catch it though. Very well done.
I imagine we'll be seeing an optic screenshot of that one then. Here it is. Oh, so late in the corner as well. The GT4 cars really do, move around a lot more than a GT3 on the sim here, the way we see it, and also just in real-world GT4 racing as well.
Yeah, they're not... they're very close to their road-going counterpart. GT3s is getting further and further away from a road-going counterpart. They don't have much aero at all, the GT4 cars. I mean, if you take the Porsche, for example, it's only 100 kilograms lighter than the street car. And that's when you take out like the radio and the leather seats and stuff like that. So it's they are very, very close. They use about 80% parts from the road car, usually the road car gearbox as well, which does make a kind of limiting factor to the performance. But quite heavy cars as well relative to their power. And yeah, that's definitely showing. And it seems that just around that latter part of the lap, David, kind of around 16, 17, 18, it almost seems to be overheating the tyres and the grip's kind of going away.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously work the tyres really hard in that first sector. You've got a big braking zone in towards turn number 1 and then high speed, a lot of changes of direction. Maybe they cool off a little bit down the back straight, but then you do got that fiddly folded in over on itself sort of pseudo-arena section towards the end of the lap here, and then the really, really long corner here where the peak tyre loads are going to be high. So who's tracking well? Juncos are looking good to put a lap to the board, and Pure Sims 417 doing very well for themselves as well. Obviously these drivers are practicing their pit entry, but where's the 416 and the 417 going to put themselves? The 416, no improvement, but 417 jump up into 4th. So a bit of help from their teammate worked. Undercut go up, and Juncos didn't just improve, but still that car not on the pace in qualifying. Their Aston Martin stablemates in SimRC are up in 7th.
Yeah, definitely Mercedes domination, but more just a numbers game than anything. Only 2 Aston Martins setting a time there, SimRC and Juncos. So it looks like it's going to be a Mercedes onslaught out front. So that GT4 class very much going the way of Alfterbach at the moment. Next up, the Porsche Cup cars. No need to talk about disparity in those cars because they're all identical, apart from the way, of course, the teams set them up. The Porsche 992 Cup machine is a seriously impressive car, and those Porsches, they're going to cause a problem, I think, for the GT3 cars, David, because they're very fast down the straight.
You didn't get to watch any of the Porsche Carrera Cup Australia action from the Gold Coast, did you? That's such an interesting place for those cars jumping over curbs on the street circuit. But yeah, super close when all is said and done in this GT4 qualifying session. That is tantalizingly sets up the race, doesn't it?
It does, yeah, it does. 0.06 of a second between Turnbull and Cadlick there in that qualifying session. And not far behind as well, SRC Movano, of course, our championship leaders. They could only manage 5th. Dylan Scribbins in the Urano Esports Mercedes AMG. Roberto Ferrari for Sebelt Esports was 6th, followed by SimRC, Impulse, SEK and Torque Freak Racing getting into the top 10 in their Mercedes. Just one Aston Martin in the top 10 there. 5-Star Motorsport, they were 11th, followed by Fiercely Forward, Team Fordzilla, Hardpoint, Undercut Racing Team and Juncos Racing Esports struggling to get a lap time in, and perhaps that thwarted their pace a little bit on that timed lap. They will start from the back of the GT4 field. Next up, the Porsche Cups. Some fantastic racing here, no doubt, in this class when we get into the race a little bit later on, but qualifying always very, very tightly matched. And look at the championship, so tightly matched at the moment. Acetec Simsports, they sit on the top of the shop at the moment, 2 points ahead of Team 75 Bernard and Urano Esports. Apex Racing Academy are in 4th, with Williams Esports rounding out the top 5. Then it's Seabelt, Manatee, ATRS, Oris Rincon and Team Forzilla rounding out the top 10 in the Porsche 992 Cup category. So here are our classes. The GT3 class, 3 options there for BMW, Lamborghini and Porsche. They will be our fastest class, going for the overall win. The 992 class, all identical Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars, over 500 horsepower, no ABS, and serious top-end speed as well, some serious machinery. GT4s, we've just seen the Aston Martin and the Mercedes AMG, quite a bit closer to your road-going car. Traction control, ABS, not too much aerodynamics, quite a nice simple formula, but great racing. And then the TCR category, the touring cars, Honda Civic Type R and Hyundai Veloster are your choices there. And as we mentioned, the drivers are held to their choice of car throughout the season. So once they've made their bed, they have to lie in it. Out go the Porsche Cup cars in one long train. Let's see who's going to take pole position here in this one make category. And I have to say, these drivers, I would say, David, they're going to have the most fun out there today. This car is just a joy to drive. It's very raw, it's very knife-edged, but oh, when you get under its skin, it's wonderful.
Never change, Peter Mackay, you insatiable Porsche fanboy. But it's going to be good.
I have a Porsche shirt on, actually.
I'm wearing my own merch. I'm wearing my own merch today. Yeah, but you can see the 2 ATRS cars there, identical liveries, the only pair of teammates in this category. They're maybe trying to set up a little bit of that teamwork to make the dream work, if indeed they can, in this session. And they are the only pair of teammates in this class, best as I remember. But that championship points situation, so close. Asetek SimSports Visceral taking the win last time out, took a second in the opening round at Spa, great consistency. Your winners at Spa, Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, on the podium with 3rd last time, and a 2nd and a 3rd for Urano Esports Heineken Media to be equal 2nd in the points tally. So 3 teams separated by 2 points. Be a pretty decent swing in this championship if any of them can grab a win today. Still almost 7 hours away from when the checkered flag falls on that one and anything happens. But it sets up a really close championship fight so far in this class, and they all set up through the final sector, swinging wide in the final corner to get onto their first run of flying laps. What we're going to start to see from 992 and then GT3 to follow is shorter, sharper runs, teams sort of maybe only doing 1 or 2 attack laps and then needing to pit for new tyres.
Oh, there's a little bit of a lock-up there from the SimRC Team Bernard car. That was just, of course, these cars do not have anti-lock braking systems like you'd have in your road car, so if you just have that little bit too aggressive brake pressure, it can lock up the tyre. Also, if you have a big change in elevation, it's much easier to do that. And of course, here at Circuit of the Americas, that steep climb up towards turn 1 certainly is the case there as well. Henry Salmon for Havu in their lovely black and green machine. It's kind of Tequila Patron-esque. Very cool. Coming down towards the tight hairpin here of turn 11. Vital corner. Going to try and get as much. What
we didn't see from that shot was a bit of a heart-in-mouth moment. The car immediately behind came in way too hot into the previous corner, locked up and nearly cleaned him out. So, not sure it quite flustered Henry Salmon, but we were riding on board and we were looking forward, but you'd be forgiven if the driver was looking rearwards.
Well, he's coming from certainly quite a long way back. Oh my word, great spot, David Haynes. Goodness me, that you wouldn't have thought that would have been an issue coming into the braking zone, but Antonis Despotakis just about misses the Havu Porsche in front. Of course, these cars are very typically a 911. The engine is hung out to the rear of the car. It's not a mid-engine car, this one, it's a rear-engine car, hangs out over the rear wheels. But what that means is that when you're coming out of the slow corners, that extra weight over the rear-driven wheels really does give good traction as well. So you have to drive the car the way it wants to be driven. And it's amazing because this car, of course, represents the very top level of sim racing, the Porsche Esports Super Cup. The guys that do specialise in these cars, they are some of the very best.
You're absolutely right, and that connection between these cars and iRacing's richest road racing world championship means we often do see some interesting names here in 24-hour series esports, in this class in particular. So Sam Coutert is out on track right now. He's got a Black Stripe Pro license, a Porsche Esports Tag Heuer, some variation of those in that order, driver. And we often see some others as well. Not at the moment, but in the race we might again.
Oh, Sam Coutert getting it all lit up there as well. The former karting champion has raced in the top level of Porsche Cup competition in the past, and you can see him there taking a really late entry into the corner and then gunning it out of the corner all the way down this huge long straight, which kind of goes uphill and down dale, but absolutely flat out there, right to the very top of top gear, and then braking very hard for the tight turn 12 down the gearbox. Careful not to rush the gears, because you can easily lock the rears in these cars if you rush the gears too much. But Sam Coutert looking very smooth. This looks like a very tidy lap. How's it looking on the timesheets? Not any green sectors though. It does look neat and tidy, but not the pace there just yet for Coutert.
Now that means his delta's not going to be on the side of improvement, and this has been an interesting little qualifying session so far, because we've been into it for a while with these cars, but of the 14 of them, only 8 have set a time. We saw Havu end up aborting their lap, some others aborting their lap, and that might have been track limits there, and I reckon it was for Sam Coutert right at the exit. And SRC Movano looped on their flying lap and immediately came into pit lane, so there have been half of the field throw away their first timed lap and reset, go through pit lane, bang a new set of tyres on, try to give it another go. But it really limits how many runs and how many attempts they get compared to TCR, where the teams basically stayed out on track the whole 15 minutes, just consecutive flying lap. That's not what's happening here. It's a lot closer to Q3 in Formula 1, where you get one run and then the new set of tyres, and then you got one run, and that could well be close to it.
Yeah, it's very tactical, isn't it? And these teams prepare so much for this. They'll have done this lots and lots of times, making sure that they're absolutely ready. It's Jürgen Frank, third at the moment for Team 75 Bernard, of course, the team owned by former Porsche factory driver Timo Bernhard, and the 75 comes from his dad actually. His dad started racing in 1975, so that's where the Team 75 comes from.
Is that in your book?
I actually could do, because Timo Bernhard, of course, raced the RS Spider quite successfully. Very successfully, in fact.
I bet you're incredibly excited for Daytona this coming year.
Very, 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 very excited, yes. It's for lots of reasons, I think. It's going to be fantastic to see a top level of prototype racing. But the thing is that we've had a top level of prototype racing in IMSA for years. Some great competition from Cadillac, Mazda, Acura, with great drivers in it. It's just that it's been kind of limited to the United States. It hasn't really been able, that's the key word, the DPI machinery hasn't been able to race in Europe. But when we see a truly global sports car top class formula, I think it's going to be remarkably exciting, that's for sure. But I do think, David, actually it will filter down, because there's a lot of grid spots and programs that are going to be taken up with top level prototypes by teams that used to run GT cars. I think it opens up a great opportunity for the rest of the motor racing ecosystem to kind of fill that void in GT, because prototypes are really expensive and are almost prohibitively so for 99% of the market.
It's a little bit of a return of the favour there, the Spadakis and Havu. They were a little close and having a little moment in qualifying once again. Now we've got great live race control and stewards in 24-hour Series Esports, and we think about, during the race, on-track clashes and other things, but impeding in qualifying will also go before the stewards and can incur a penalty. And you're kidding me, Henry Sullivan's looped it on the outlap there and then immediately tried to get as far out of the way as he possibly could. Urano then go and throw away their lap in the first sector there as well. These cars, very quick, but very loose and free on a circuit like this, and the track limits are fairly equally but very rigidly enforced.
They are, yes, they are indeed. And interestingly, it just shows how the Michelin slick tyre there, if you come out of the pit lane absolutely cold, especially if we'll see teams in the race coming out of pit lane a full tank of fuel on board, which does change the balance of the car. And then, and with cold slick tyres, it can be possible to get it looped up there, especially on that very tight left-hander coming out of the pits. Of course, when the cars run on very low fuel, it really does change the balance, especially in these Porsches where, of course, you've got the engine right out the back, fuel tanks in the front. So if you've not got the much fuel in the front, it can adjust the balance accordingly.
Do you speak pure sims? Because I'm looking through my translation book and I'm not sure what that weaving meant. But you can see that Matthias Berg is one of those drivers yet to have a qualifying time. The checkered flag is going to drop on them in just a couple of minutes here in this category, and there is still 3 teams without a lap at all. Berg is one of them. Maniti Racing just improved. You see them jump up on the timing column. And ATRS looking for one.
Well, and inevitably, if you don't have that banker lap in, you're going to drive tighter, you're not going to take quite as much risk. And interesting how the Pure Sims car ducking into pit lane. So I don't know what that weaving was all about, to be quite honest, from Tyler Erbias.
Well, he had gone purple through the first sector of the lap, and he might have been just a little too close behind ATRS, who were not trying to improve, they were just trying to set a time at all. So that might have been what that meant is I'm up, but now I'm behind you, and there's no way that I can get past you without both of us losing incredible time. That's just how qualifying works.
Maybe just frustration, I think, there, and it is frustrating. And I think we're going to see this during the race as well. There are significant portions of the circuit, like this part, for example, the early kind of snaking S's. If you're in a GT3 car and you come across a TCR or a GT4, you're going to have to be really either patient in traffic or take enormous risk to try and get through, and traffic could be a really important part. It's interesting, David, how you would think a modern circuit like this with lots of runoff, traffic management wouldn't be a problem, but there are certain parts of the circuit where there really is, quite limited space on line.
I mean, the track can be as wide can be. There's always going to be a racing line that everyone's going to want to be on. And we're looking at Asetek SimSports Visceral. Your championship leaders currently only tracking for 10th on the grid. They are 6 tenths away from pole, but this lap for Anders Dahl is looking pretty good, I think. It was at the start of the lap, and then I think he's just not gotten onto the back straight as tidy as on his previous personal best, but definitely still attacking this lap. There could still be an improvement to be had here. We talk about 6 tenths away from pole in 10th place. You've only got to find 2 tenths as Anders Dahl, and you jump up into 7th place. So a couple tenths can be a lot of positions.
That's Porsche Cup racing, isn't it? That's it just shows you how fine the margins are. Let's see what Anders Dahl can do then. His best is a 206.111. Is he going to better that? He hopes so. Oh, he certainly does. 205.6. Wow. Up into third place. That was a huge final sector there, David.
Yep, exactly. So it finished off very well, and he just put together a good lap on the cumulative sectors all the way to that point. And that's probably the last flying lap he's going to get. Everyone who's on a flying lap right now, it's going to be the last flying lap they get. 14th place, and with a best that is 6 seconds away from pole. This is going to be Jan Terniak's last attempt for SRC Movano Corsa as well. Checkered flag will drop in 10 seconds on 992 qualifying. These are the last-ditch efforts at trying to string all the magic sectors together, move yourself up the grid in a very, very close field.
Well, let's see what Jan Terniak can do then in the 933 car for SRC. Very colourful machine here with the black, yellow and red flashes. 211.0, the best so far. That's certainly not competitive at all. Definitely not an indicative lap. So provided Jan Terniak can
Peter,
get... Yes?
Would it be cocky of me to say I think I could improve on a 211?
Well, you're a racing driver, David, so I wouldn't say so.
I reckon I could do at least a 209. I reckon I'd be 3 seconds off, not 5 seconds off. That's more like it, though.
206?
No,
206.3.
no, don't think so.
No, so 13th place there for the SRC Movano course team, Jürgen Frank.
And I put to you that even though that time only gained them one spot on the grid, it gained them a really big boost to put in a time that was within a second of the pole time, to have actually put a competitive lap rather than just a perfunctory within 107% kind of qualifying lap. I think that's really important for your mindset and your ability to attack it going forward into the 6-hour race, to have actually put in a good qualifying.
Andrea Alberti looks to like he could improve here as well. Set a couple of personal best sectors in the Wave Italy machine, and he's pushing there as well. A little dab of oversteer coming around the penultimate corner. Let's see what it's going to be. His best is a 205.752. That's not far away from pole. What's this going to be? He improves. Does he move up the order? No, stays in 6th place. And look at that, David. A 10th and a half covering the top 6. Wow. And look at the GT3s. They're itching to get going.
Again, we're talking about, just a 15-minute session on cars that, destroy their qualifying tyres after just one run. I mean, the tyres are still good, but you're just always going to be missing that magic 0.2 of a second that only exists in the first 1 millimetre of the rubber of a new tyre. So you can keep racing on those tyres, but you're not going to improve your qualifying time on, and that's why they're all queued up at pit exit, waiting for their green flag, waiting to get as many laps, as many attempts as they could manage.
So, Ken Halliburton for ATRS Esports is your pole sitter then in the 992 category. 205.480. Sam Coitert sits in second for Urano Esports. Then it's Jürgen Frank and Team 75 Bernard. Sabel Esports are fourth, with Acetec Simsports Visceral qualifying fifth. Wave Italy will start from sixth, followed by the Apex Racing Academy number 998 car, followed by the 978 Manatee machine, Pure Sims 916, and Williams Esports with their 995 number machine. Last few: ATRS Esports, Oris Rincon, SRC Movano course, and Havu round out the 14 car grid, with the top 13 covered by just 0.8 of a second. That's quite remarkable. Interestingly there, David, first hot lap, Kane Halliburton got the job done.
Can be like that, can't it? And you look at these times here and you see what I mean about SRC Movano Corsa. They jumped one spot, with their last run in qualifying, but it put them 0.8 from pole. It put them only a 10th away from the next car, only a 10th away from the next car. Suddenly they're in it. Their pace is going to be good enough to go racing.
Well, coming up next is the GT3 qualifying, with the cars queued up at the front of the pit lane waiting to be released into action, and we'll see who's going to be on overall pole position for round 3 of the 24H series. Here are your standings at the moment. MSI Esports sit 6 points ahead of Koana Gaming, with Bila Racing Team Euronics in 3rd. Williams Esports are 4th, with Habu in 5th. Bila Racing Team Euronics second car sits in 6th, with Riley Sim Racing 7th, RSR by Butt Kicker in 8th, Altus Esports in 9th, and BS Competition, the Zebras, they are in 10th place. Just 10 points to their tally at the moment, and they're at the front of the queue, David. They're wanting to get on with this and try and get a good grid spot to get up that leaderboard.
Yeah, leader of the herd. And this is the category where we get the most variation of manufacturers, isn't it? We've got 3 very well-known global sports car racing powerhouses of BMW, of Porsche and of Lamborghini.
Yeah, real powerhouses is definitely the right word, that's for sure. And some team names that fans of the outdoor world of motorsport will recognise. Of course, Team 75 Bernhard have cars running in ADAC, GT Masters, DTN, and of course on the BS competition car you've got a kind of BAR-esque split livery between the traditional Zebra of BS competition and the Turner Motorsports livery on the left hand side there as well. Of course, Turner Motorsport, a very, very successful team in the world of sports car racing with the BMW brand, and their yellow and blue cars very distinctive out there on the circuit. You know, actually, David, that the Will Turner's influence for that yellow and blue colour scheme was actually the Renault Laguna touring car in the British Touring Car Championship in the mid-90s.
I can see it. I can definitely see it. What's going to be interesting here in GT3 is the difference between sort of qualifying pace and race pace for these 2 cars. The Porsche has been very good as a race car and not necessarily qualified as well. Balance of performance for here at Circuit of the Americas could very well accentuate that even further.
Well, we're gonna, while our GT3 cars get up to speed for their first run at qualifying, we're gonna have a quick chat with our GT4 pole sitter, car number 416 from Pure Sims, and he's going to join us for a chat now. David, down to you with our GT4 pole sitter.
Well, how's it going, Ian?
Yeah, very well, and you?
Well, it's going very well for you guys, obviously. You're on pole for the GT4 class. How important is that going to be here?
It's going to be important. I think for the first lap we're going to need to save some fuel. But after that, if we can get a gap with the traffic, it's going to be very important and just get ourselves in our zone.
Your teammate Matthew Turnbull did the job there. You guys are unique in the GT4 class with having 2 entries. How busy was the radio chat between cars in that qualifying session?
Yeah, it was. I think for the first 2 races we were trying another strategy where we weren't like in the back and trying to do our own stuff with our draft, but it seems it didn't work because we didn't hit and the tire was just going off and we didn't get a good lap in. But now we've changed strategies and it seems to work out for both cars. At the end we tried to give draft to our sister car so you could get a good lap in, and we did. So we're in a good position, and if we could just work together for the rest of the race, it's going to be.
Well, congratulations on that pole. Best of luck. A lot of racing still to come for you guys.
Thank you.
So Pure Sims on pole position then for GT4, and I think the fact that they've got a strong ally in the team car up there in that GT4 battle is going to be really important. We're right on board with the BMW M4 GT3 of Ruben Bonga for BMW Team BS plus Turner. And
here come the drums.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Number 96, most traditional Turner Motorsport number as well, up towards the final corner then, and starting this qualifying lap. Take us through, David.
Well, we're on board with the BMW. It's turbocharged, we've got plenty of power, and of course your sight is very dramatic as you've got to go sharply uphill into the braking zone, and then it flattens out at a tabletop for a very tight turn 1. That's pretty textbook stuff though. Fast straight into a big braking zone and tight corner. Here's where it gets interesting. It's like a slalom course. It's like autocross. If you get in a little too hot to one of these apexes, clip the curb a little too much, it'll cost you all the way through this first sector. You're just trying to flow the speed, keep the car online, and hope it reacts well to the quick changes of direction. And then you, of course, got to be careful with the track limits here. On the inside there, on the exit here, not so much a problem. You might want to move your brake bias around as you come down the hill to the far end of the course. And of course, we're opening up the entry as much as we can here. Popping plenty of that curb and trying to straighten out on the exit. The longest straight is of the lap here, and you're just going up through the gears in the BMW, where you don't seem to shift gears quite as often as some other cars do. And I think that one is going to get aborted though from Ruben Bonga. He's not seeing an improvement potentially.
Maybe felt like he was towing the other car around, the Porsche there too. Of course, we have to talk about balance of performance as well. It's always a topic. There's been a balance of performance update this time around. 45 kilograms has been added to the Porsche. It's very much the dominant machine at this moment in time. If you go back to the last iRacing season, 10 or 11 weeks ago, it was definitely not the car to have. And then when the update came through, all of a sudden the Porsche was the car to have. I mean, 45 kilos, that's one of the largest balance of performance adjustments I think I've ever seen in GT3.
Yeah, it's massive, but what's interesting to see is that there's no other adjustments on there. In previous rounds, we'd seen maybe like 1% of the fuel tank capacity trimmed back from the Porsches. They're back at the full fuel tank. They've got no power restriction. It's just weight there in GT3. And as you see in GT4, things are a little more complicated. There's 8 kilograms on the Mercedes-AMG GT4, but also a slight fuel tank restriction there as well, and you see every lever is being pulled in TCR, with the Honda Civic getting weight, but the Hyundai losing a little bit of power and a little bit of the fuel tank capacity. So hopefully that keeps everything all close. No, the Porsche teams aren't happy with the weight, but it's been a very good race car, and it is a 6-hour race that we're heading into. So that is not how you do that. My goodness, Matty Cardoso just had a moment.
Well, that's exactly what you said, David. If you catch that curb too much, those horrible little they're almost like skateboard kickers on the inside of the curbs there, and that completely ruined that lap there for Matti Kaidisoja. Quite a lot of drivers not set a time. We do have one Lamborghini in the field, as we'll mention in a moment. So I think maybe just got a little bit unsighted there, did Matti Kaidisoja, and just lost his rhythm a little bit, and then ready for it, boink, and lap gone there. I mean, it wouldn't be unusual to see an outdoor version of the car break a suspension arm there. That's pretty violent. But yes, we do have one Lamborghini in the field, the GSR X IPR by ACV car, catchy name, of Daniel Sommer. There it is. Still an imposing looking machine, the Big Bull. And of course this week has been the Lamborghini Super Trofeo World Finals as well.
I speak acronyms, so it's German sim racing in combination with oh my gosh, not Impulse, by Automobile Club
International Performance Racing.
Is it?
No.
Okay. Well, that'd be a good name for a team. You had me sold,
Yeah.
dude. You totally. I bought that.
Yeah, I had it. Yeah.
So, I mean, good for them and good for our overlay, because if all of that was spelt out, it would be half a pixel per letter in the graphic there. In fact, as it is, GSR IPR by ACV occupies a chunk. So if German Sim Racing International Performance by Automobile Club Vehicle. It's all the Rennsport esports were the worst offenders for that back in the day. Connery will attest. What a great problem to have too many, Porsche dealerships, Porsche centres sponsoring you.
Well, that would be quite nice, wouldn't it? Yeah. So, I tell you what, I'm going to find it very difficult, David, to say the Biela team in a BMW. I mean, Frank Biela spent virtually his entire career racing for Audi. I mean, well, certainly made his fame for Audi. And to have his team running BMWs, controversial.
What's, rolling in your grave but you're still alive? He'll be spasming in his armchair, or
he'll be spitting his cigarette out. He's a known chain smoker, as Frank Biela. He'll be spitting his cigarette. He'll be like, a BMW? You must be joking.
So it sure looks like this ASR Able Esports is the highest placed Porsche at the minute, and they look to still be improving, yeah. Good improvements on this session. Sun is getting lower, and I think the track has cooled off a bit since we last checked in on it. So it's still gripping up as we go. Yeah, maybe it's cooled off by a whole 1 or 2 degrees in the track surface. And that does jump them up to 5th. With that run, you can see there's still 9 minutes left in the session. These cars get around a little quicker than the other classes, so they might just sneak in one extra run if they're quick. Patrick Selva in the Sabelt Esports car, who was in 5th as the highest Porsche, got bumped down to 6th. Now, is that one going to stick, or is track limits? No, it sticks. 2nd place, good lap.
Oh, front row. Front row there.
Is it too late to add 10 kilos back?
Let's not go there. Stefan Hofbauer comes into pit lane. Maybe throw in another set of tyres and have a go. Another run down. Here's Ruben Bonga, our pole sitter at the moment. Can he improve on his lap time? At the moment, he's not setting any personal best sectors. So it's not going to be this lap to improve. But yeah, we've got a good balance at the front. BMW from Porsche, and then a few more BMWs, then a couple of Porsches. So yeah, it's certainly going to be tough. I do wonder with that extra weight though, David, in terms of tyre wear and fuel consumption, that surely that extra 45 kilos is going to make a big difference.
Well, it's not going to make no difference. Whether it has as much of an effect in those attributes as it does to just out and out qualifying 1 lap pace, I'm not sure.
Well, we will find out, won't we? Normally the Porsche's been very good on fuel consumption and tyre life, but that's Son's 45 kilos of ballast.
So in a phase now where there's a lot of sort of in-laps, out-laps going on, we saw everyone, basically everyone, all 15 GT3 cars leaving the pit lane together, and they were all on their first flying lap together. Some have, abandoned that lap and therefore become off-cycle from everyone, but broadly speaking, most teams are sort of on an out-lap or an in-lap. Williams Esports are off that cycle, and Atsek Opponen is tracking very, very well on this lap, in fact, and it still looks tidy through the final sector. Quick, committed corner where the track limits can be an issue, and then the final corner shouldn't be so much of a problem. Still trying to make sure it's legal, but this could jump them up a long, long way. It'll launch them up to second, just 200ths away from that pole time of BS Turner.
Fantastic lap there from Ati Kauppinen, really dragged it out when it was needed. Fantastic stuff. 27,000, so it's a BMW from 2 Porsches, then another BMW. So we see the 6th place BS competition car in the number 89 machine. It's a BS competition with 2 cars in this field, and this 6th place machine run at the moment by Felix Kernbach doing the qualifying duties. Looking very neat and tidy. How are the sectors looking as well? Personal best in sector 2. And let's see, can he jump up the order at all? At the moment, 0.4 of a second off the best time of the team car of Ruben Bonga. And I would imagine, David, you don't want to be giving away 0.4 of a second to your teammate, even on a lap as long as this. And he's going to get balked. Oh, big time. Oh, I would have gone to the inside there personally.
I would have stayed on the racing line if the other, in qualifying, if the other car's not on a flying lap. It's on them to get out of the way, and that was. I don't think Fernbach's fault.
No, true. No, I think you're right. I think you're right. That is a shame there for Felix Kernbach, so he won't improve. And that was one of the Altus cars, Altus Porsches. Sven Hasse on an absolute ripper of a lap here in his BMW for Biela Team Euronics. Hard on the power and great traction in the BMW there as well. It's a twin turbocharged motor, first gear, plants the throttle and it just grips and goes. So the Biela team have obviously got this machine really nicely put together. Oh, he's lost it. Oh, well. No, and he knows it straight away. Pulls out of it. Thinking, no, that won't do. Oh, that could have been pole, I think, David. That lap was tracking for pole.
It was. Yeah. It really was. And then at the penultimate corner, we know that's a quick corner. The racing line is aggressive with the curbs. But the rear just stepped a little bit at the end of that lap. And if they're quick, they'll get out for one more.
Yeah, they will.
No, they won't. No, they won't.
Okay, no, they won't. Checkered flag out for GT3. That's really frustrating. So that means that a 46 Biela car, Sven Hasse, will start no better than 6th. That just would have been a real signal of intent, but you could tell he was pushing there, David, really putting the car to the limit, and it just broke away from him. Maybe he felt like that was the lap gone. Do you think he could have at least gone to the line and given it a go?
I mean,
just thought no.
On one hand, it's like, well, if that's the end of qualifying, why not just try? But
unless he went over the track limits when he lost it.
Yeah. I don't know. It was such a strong lap that they were tracking for, and then they didn't land it, and I think they've almost been sort of eclipsed by one or two cars towards the end there as well. Now they're in 6th, so they'll be on the 3rd row. Havu did get a lap together late on. Madikata Soya surviving. Apparently his spine stayed in one piece after catching that curb. That's got to be some of the most aggressive curbs around.
Yeah, I think so. Well, Ruben Bonga, your pole sitter then by 27 thousandths of a second from Ati Kauppinen and Williams Esports. Sebel Esports are in 3rd, and Havu make it 3 Porsches in the top 4 despite that balance of performance adjustment. BS Competition sit in 5th, followed by Sven Hasse for Biela Racing Team Euronics in 6th, just missing out on that pole lap. Maxime Briand for Apex Racing Academy is 7th, with Biela Racing Team number 45 in 8th, Williams Esports Chill Blast in 9th, and ASR by Able Esports are your 10th GT3 machine. Then in 11th, it's Riley Sim Racing BMW's Andreas Fink, with Team 75 Bernhard in 12th, GSR by IPR by ACV Lamborghini in 13th. Then it's MSI Esports and Altus Esports rounding out the top 15. The entire field covered by 1 second.
I'm with you. I never know how you're meant to pronounce that X out loud.
I think I always say by, like you were multiplying by something. Is that the idea?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe like cross, like there's some kind of, hybrid breed. I don't know.
Yeah, I think we'll go with cross. Cross is a good one. So we're about to go racing here then for round 3 of the 24H Series Esports. The 6 hours of the Circuit of the Americas here in Austin, Texas. And the 24H Series, an exciting time. In just a few weeks' time, the series will head to Kuwait for the first time in the outdoor world. The Kuwait circuit there, beautiful facility, amazing facility that's not had a professional race there before. So 24H Series breaking new ground in the outdoor world and also here in the sim as well. Let's take a look at the starting grid then for this third round of the 24H Series Esports Series. Ruben Bonga and BMW Team BS Turner are on the front row alongside Williams Esports. Then it's the 22 Porsche for Seabelt Esports alongside Havu. Then it's BS Competition and Bila Racing Team Euronics on row 3. Row 4 is Apex Racing Academy and Bila Racing Team number 45. Then it's Williams Esports, Chill Blast and ASR by Able Esports. Riley Sim Racing and Team 75 Bernhard are your 6th row. Row 7 is Daniel Sommer in the Lamborghini, followed by the MSI Porsche and the Altus Porsche, your 15-car GT3 grid. In the Porsche 992 Cup category, ATRS Esports, Kane Halliburton on pole position with Sam Coiter there for Urano in second. Then it's Team 75 Bernhard and Seabelt on row 2. And row 3 is Acertec Sim Sports and Wave Italy. Row 4 is Apex Racing Academy and Manatee Racing with Pure Sims and Williams or completing row 5. Row 6 is ATRS Esports and Orange Rincon by IRS. And finally, SRC Mivano Course and Havu complete a 14-car 992 grid, 13 covered by just 8/10s, incredible. The pole was decided by just 0.06 of a second in GT4, 2 Mercedes on the front row, Pure Sims and CSRA. Then it's SRC Mivano Course and Pure Sims Esports sister car on row 2. Championship leaders, Mercedes AMG Team Urano are 5th alongside Seabelt Esports. Starting 7th will be SimRC in the leading Aston Martin, followed by Impulse Racing, SCK, Torque Freak, 5 Star and Fiercely Forward. Then starting 13th will be the Fordzilla Mercedes of Rhys Carroll. Then it's Hardpoint by Delta Sport, Undercut Racing and Kunkost Racing Esports. 16 cars, your GT4 grid. And finally, the TCRs, the touring cars. Corentin Guine continues his march at the front of touring car racing on the iRacing platform, qualifying on pole from Zenith Esports, Jaume Daume Torres. Then it's Ross McFarlane and Mark Perez with Martijn Ascher and Erwin Lucas Liskovic rounding out row 3. Row 4 is Marcel T alongside Mikel Garcia and Jonathan Alvarez in 9th. So, we're ready to go, David. 6 hours of racing lies ahead. Your thoughts heading into this one?
Well, it's going to be a good race, isn't it? We just saw the qualifying times. We talked all qualifying about how close it was in every category. Looked pretty good in all of them. It's a strong field. It's some very familiar names and some good-looking cars. And it's 6 hours here at the Circuit of the Americas. So, for me, I'm going to be spending the first almost 15 minutes, I think, just trying to study those GT3s, who looks like they're fuel saving, because the win and the podium has really come down to who's been able to effectively fuel save to get to 60 minutes on a tank of fuel into the race. Because if you can't do that, you're going to have to make an extra pit stop. Pit lane speed limit here at COTA is 80 k's an hour, so that's not too bad. It's faster than Sebring, in fact, but still, it's a long old pit lane, so you don't want to be doing that if you can avoid it. I mean, and then a team, for example, that are very high up in the GT3 points, like COTA, haven't really wowed me in qualifying at all this season, but what they do is just really good strategy, really good tyre calls, fuel saving that you don't even notice, and then they pop up right to the end, and you're like, oh, they've already made their final stop, and they're going to get a podium. So that's what I'll be watching for as the whole field begin to form up behind the pace car. Actually, two other things I'll be looking for. One is the race start zone, and two is the penalty box, because in this championship, if the stewards give you a penalty, it's not added to your time in your pit stall. There's a penalty box on pit lane that you have to park in for the amount of time. You don't have to serve a penalty within, 1 or 2 laps or immediately, but you can serve any penalty at your next pit stop. So they can add 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, a minute, etc., etc.
Yeah, but the stewards will be keeping an eye on things, and they always are kept busy throughout the day, especially in a multi-class racing environment. 4 different classes taking part here in this championship. GT3 at the front of the field, the Porsche Cup cars, your second quickest class. Then it's the GT4s and the touring cars as well. 4 cars that make their lap time up in different ways, and a spread of lap time about 20 seconds from fastest to slowest. So that gives you an idea of how much lapping will be going on that way. Imagine the GT3 cars will be coming through kind of every 6 or 7 laps or so. So the TCRs in particular, they'll always have their eyes on their mirrors to watch what's going on there. So it will be the BS Turner number 96 car that leads us away into 6 hours of racing here at the Circuit of the Americas. The circuit opened just over 10 years ago, in fact, the 21st of October 2012, so it's just past its 10th birthday when Marco Andretti opened the circuit with a run in a Lotus 79. What a way to open this incredible facility. It's now immortalised here on the iRacing service, and let's go racing for 6 hours and see who is going to be top of the shop here in the 24H Series Esports. The GT3 cars lined up neatly in a 2x2 formation, waiting for the number 96 Turner BMW to hit the loud pedal. Green flag in the air. We are racing here in Austin, Texas. And it's a superb getaway for the number 96 BMW Turner machine. Up towards turn 1 they go. They're filtering through. Oh, big move. Big move for the Bila car there as well. Just nipping up the inside. They all get through turn 1 just about cleanly.
Here comes the 992 field. Staggered class starts for all of them, and ATRS have gone super deep in towards turn 1 on those cold tyres like we saw on qualifying. Big handful until those tyres get warm. Big tank of fuel as well. They're tough to drive. A little bit of a hit check here in GT4.
Yeah, a lot of hip checks going on there with the GT4 field coming through turn 1. Pure Sims wheel to wheel, banging wheels with the Impulse car there, I think it was as well. And then already the TCRs into action. Corntaguinez leading away, but that open gap there, could the number 123 Zenith car make the move? No, so Corntaguinez holds on to it as well. Pure Sims dropped back to 4th, but more or less no major calamities through those first few packs as well, as they all shuffle for position early on, as the Pure Sims number 417 car getting swapped a little bit. The 5-star Mercedes in the almost Gulfest colours. Cody Deeth for Williams, Chill Blast and ATRS both coming together there at turn 11.
Yeah, at the point of the apex, at the far end of the circuit, they got quite close early on. This car's looking so loose, so free, so tough to control, with the full tank of fuel, with the cold tyres on the opening lap. Well, so he's trying to take one car, and as so often happens in a big pack like this, he's sent the nose down the inside and then collected the car in front as it all squeezes at the apex. There's also A bit more contact in GT4 between, it escapes me, Impulse and someone else, and they then both had to skip part of that first chicane, cost them out both big time in the opening lap. The Pure Sims 417 it was.
Not an easy start for them, but up at the front it's Team 75. Barry Bernard leading the way, number 975 in the Porsche Cup category. ATRS in second position at the moment at the front of the field in GT3. BMW BS Turner, perfect getaway for them, and already putting some distance between themselves and the Sebelt Porsche, and very promising so far for BMW BS Turner.
Yep. Very tidy little start for them. I wonder if we have actually seen some of the craziness out now, and they'll try to settle in to some rhythm in the opening laps here. Interesting line there from the overall race leader, just leading the rest of the pack across the road, thinking about breaking the toe from a second back.
Yeah, that is mighty impressive there. Felix Kirnbach making moves. He'll be disappointed about his run in qualifying after just looking like he was tracking for pole, and then got held up a little bit, unfortunately. But he's moved up into 5th early on, so good start all round for fans of the Flying Zebras BS competition. 2 Porsches up there in as well, Sebelt and Williams. Ati Kaupinen, who put in a superb lap time as well. And TCR Zenith have got actually ahead of SimRC, so Zenith now lead the way in the Hyundai Veloster.
Interesting, and look at them also immediately lead the field off the racing line, forcing the drivers behind to work if they want to grab the slipstream and if they want that extra speed down the back straight here. TCR cars hitting about 220 k's an hour.
Yeah, they right up to the top of top gear, then hard on the brakes, rattling down the gearbox. Thornton Guinness there in second position in the SimRC car. He was on pole, but do you know what? He could be just in the box seat here, just sussing out his rival there for Zenith. Good mix of Hyundais and Hondas at the front of the field here as well. A little bit of balance of performance adjustments. The Honda actually taking on a little bit of weight. The Hyundai actually reduced in its power and fuel limit. So, of course, the Honda super sharp regularly in the on the handling aspect, but maybe not quite as good on the straight line normally. Giancarlo Schuler bump drafting his Mercedes into the back of the Pure Sims 417 car of Jordan Johnson.
Yeah, this was the Pure Sims GT4 car that had a pretty horrid start, all things considered. Went wheel to wheel at this part of the lap into the chicane here. Both cars didn't spin out, but they had to cut the chicane. Both had a slow down, and that cost them a lot of spots. There's a bit of Porsche to Porsche contact, and the rear engine does what it does for MSI Esports. Christian Lamella, half spin there. Not how you want to start your stint, going wheel to wheel with Altus.
So it's been an eventful day so far for the Altus Porsche, and it's just at this corner actually as well it was, with Felix Kirnbach is side by side, and yeah, pretty over aggressive there. Matteo Ugolotti and Christian Lamella just gets barged aside and has to get back going again.
Yeah, it's a tough break for MSI, but you don't see much penalisable there. You know, Altus still tried to make the corner. MSI tried to squeeze them as best they could to the apex, and it worked out for one party and not the other. So we'll see about that one, and we will keep you abreast of penalties and such as race control decide them, or in some cases don't decide them, or no further action is still a decision. But you get me.
So the gap at the front really opening up now. 1.1 seconds the gap between Team BMW Turner and Seabelt. Kaika Shube taking the honours of starting the car after Ruben Bonga qualified the 96 machine on pole position. Seabelt number 22, that's Patrick Selva driving that machine. Ati Kaupinen qualified the Williams Porsche and is taking on the early driving as well. They're in third place with the first of the Biela cars. In fourth, Sven Hasse with his team with fellow BMW and BMBS competition driver Felix Kernbach there in fifth. They're starting to break away a little bit of a train, but as you said, David, you know, if you don't make that 60-minute run on a tank of fuel, you are really compromised for winning this race. And BMW Turner, they're flying at the front of the field at the moment. Best lap 2:02.8, much quicker than anyone behind.
Yeah, and we also see a big variety to the tyre strategies as well. Some teams might hope that they can triple stint their tyres here in GT3, and some teams aren't even going to try it. So who's doing what? We won't know until later, but there are some teams that might look, hot chips right now, that wear their tyres out and are wearing through their fuel and will fall back. There's others who are biding their time and treating this race like the marathon that it inevitably will be.
Track temperature very friendly at the moment, just 23.9 degrees Celsius. So yeah, not overly warm at all at this stage. So perfect conditions for the tyres. We are only about 11 o'clock in sim time, so we will head into the hotter part of the afternoon. The track temperature will rise. Will it get excessively warm? Well, we'll see. The field now just starting to spread a little bit more at the front. Meanwhile, in the Porsche Cups, well, it never spreads there. Always tight racing. And Team 75 by Bernhard lead the way with Jürgen Frank taking the early honours there. And Kane Halliburton, the pole sitter, just sat right in there, snug behind the Team 75 car.
Everyone wants red and black on their race cars. Apparently, we know that's the mandated endurance paint scheme apparently from WEC. But the top two are starting to snake away, and this is another one of those classes where the fuel strategy is not in question, but the tyre strategy might be for these 992s. I've often seen them open up races, changing tyres every stop, but then if it cools off later into the afternoon or the evening of the race, start to try double stinting. Well, it started coolish on circuit, so I wonder if some teams are going to try to double stint their tyres immediately into this race. There is a chance that it keeps heating up for the next 2 or 3 hours, reaches a temperature peak and starts to cool off after that. You can see with the direct sunlight we've got right now, the circuit just inching up a little bit, but officially the forecast is partly cloudy, so when that part of the cloud comes back across, track temperature can be a little unpredictable and rather variable. Mother Nature throws that up for us.
I wonder if we might see at the other, thinking of the other end, towards the end of the race, David, where we might see some teams throw the dice and try to double stint the last stint when we get to sort of 5 o'clock in the evening, and the track temperature starts to come back as Sam Coiter takes a big look up the inside at turn 1. Classic turn 1 move there for the Circuit of the Americas. Big, wide open space, and you can see, you can always see a gap, but you've got to get the job done, and Coiter did so there. So he moves up into third place ahead of Vince Peters. Two drivers here who've got a super amount of experience in this style of car, and they've got attention there from the Seabelt backed machine. Mateusz Lucic driving that car, now right on the back of Vince Peters, but the leading two, they've gone. This is something you very rarely see in Porsche Cup competition. The gap at the front there is quite significant actually from Third place Sam Coiter all the way up towards Halliburton and the leading Team 75 Bernhard car of Jürgen Frank.
Excitement for the GT3s because they've caught the TCR field for the first time, and this is where the race really kicks off and lights up for a second time, because the TCR cars all still really closely packed together by that slipstream. The GT3 cars all together as well, and there's not two racing lines, so at some point there's going to be some level of conflict.
Oh yeah, this is where it can get quite spicy indeed. Big difference in disparity in speed here. The thing is though, several of these drivers are racing in the IMSA Global Esports Championship, which uses this mix of cars, the GT3 and TCR. That's a huge move there from one of the Biela cars, just actually giving the TCR a kind of hard choice there. Either move off the racing line and out of my way, or I'm going to nerf you. That is really aggressive stuff in traffic there.
Yeah, it is, but sometimes it proves worth it. Maybe more so for the TCRs and the GT3, because suddenly you've got a bunch of GT3 cars in between Zenith and SimRC. It's a 1.2 second lead, 1.7 seconds. See immediately it's working for Zenith Esports as a TCR car to be putting a lot of time between themselves and the competitors they were trying to break away from that they couldn't without GT3 assistance. It's 3 wide. Is it bump drafting down the back straight? It is. Relay getting the push from Apex Academy.
Wow. Yeah, Riley. Oh, spin for the Williams. Porsche reverses, and I'll have to do all that work again to get through the TCR field. It's the number 5 car. Dear me, Dino Lombardi making a mistake there, and 55 cars. Let's get a look here. You can really see how busy it's getting down there. So yeah, the Riley BMW getting a push from the Apex car. Oh, gets touched by the Apex car, so it was given a bit of a help there, David.
It's so busy on that part of the racetrack, and from that angle it's hard to make any call from it, but this could tell us something. So it made a bit of sense there. You had nowhere else to go as the Apex Racing Academy car, so you push the car in front.
Who would want to be a race steward? Not me. Definitely not me. Yeah, it was strange there. The Williams Porsche sort of just appeared around the outside, and yeah, interesting one. I'll be fascinated to see what the stewards think of that one as our sole Lamborghini plows on. A car with great balance. I mean, V10 engine in the middle of the car, but it's a very well balanced package. Just hasn't quite got the pace with the way the balance of the performance is looking at the moment. Certainly now a venerable car on the iRacing platform. I remember when it was launched, it was hugely popular. But it's kind of an old stager now, David. The world of iRacing is a fast moving world. Yeah.
You'll close your eyes, and when you open them, we'll all be racing BMW M Hybrid V8 Lumbiha Hypercar Mwatsits, which I'm keen for.
Looking forward to the Mwatsits as well. Oh dear. Well, yeah, it's. I wonder what will be next. There's everyone always excited to see. Of course, we had confirmation that the BMW LMDH prototype will come to iRacing next year. That's hugely excited. The first announcement of one of our new kind of global prototypes, the LMDH rule set.
How about a slightly sadder announcement? We've already had 2 penalties come down from the stewards during this. Now, one of them I felt I saw coming. There is 20 seconds for the Altus GT3. That's for the impeding in qualifying that we saw. Altus were not on a hot lap. The car behind them was on a hot lap, was on the racing line, flashed their headlights, and the Altus car did definitely seem to be in their way at that point. And so that's 20 seconds for impeding in the qualifying. And then the other incident that we saw right at the start of this race, yeah, it was that contact between the Porsche 992s that was just a little lazy at the far end of the circuit. Here's a replay of turn 1 amongst our GT3s. Our only Lamborghini drops back one spot.
That was a super move there from the Porsche. Getting past the 24 Lamborghini of Daniel Sommer. That was number 14 MSI Porsche. Getting the move done there with Christian Lamela. Just timed it perfectly, enough of a room. And to be very fair, Daniel Sommer gave the racing room as well. Great to see that. Back at the front in GT4, it's number 416 Pure Sims Mercedes leading from the CSRA by Tropic, who immediately, that car is making me hungry because it's got McDonald's sponsorship on the hood there, if I'm not mistaken.
There are 2 cars in the Australian GT Championship that are just full liveried KFC, and that gets me. That gets me every time, and it doesn't hurt that one of them is driven by one of the nicest blokes you could come across, Paul Stokel. So very, very easy to cheer for. There, Paul Stokel used to drive in the sort of early 2000s one of the Lamborghini Diablo SV GTRs or whatever the hell they were, all black Lamborghini Diablo as a race car. You cannot go wrong. Things are definitely interesting here though in GT4. So we spoke to the pole sitter, who is still the race leader in that Pure Sims 416. So Matthew Turnbull, I think, did the work. Ian Gagnon Renault was quite happy with it. And there's one imposter in this group, and that's the Sim RC Aston Martin. So they're doing a good opening stint. This could all get blown open in not too long when the GT3 cars come in here.
Yeah,
there's a bit of discontent from some of the TCR teams about exactly what went down, but it's like that every race, and it's such a pace difference, and they're both really close fields that it almost feels inevitable.
Yeah, it is, and neither party wants to give away any lap time because it's just so tight at the front. Good to see the Sim RC Aston Martin fighting away there as well in the leading group of Mercedes in GT4. But yeah, Matthew Turnbull looking very strong in that Pure Sims machine. Of course, the GT4 is quite handy. You can change tyres while the fuel's going in, not so with the GT3s. It's Andrea Alberti just a little bit. Gave up a few spots there as well, perhaps maybe a little mistake possibly, but drops back a few places. Let's see what happened here.
Ooh, is it going to involve that TCR car just up in front? Are they going to outbrake themselves? Oh, well, that was kind of a little self-penalising, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, very certainly held the brake as long as possible to try and avoid any problems with the TCR machine.
Don't adjust your TV set. This isn't an F1 replay.
Oh, it was very. Oh, who's who? Well, I guess the BMW has got to be. It's got to be
Havu as Lance Stroll in this one with the late move in defence, but that's about it. I wouldn't.
We're starting that fire, aren't we? We're just throwing a match into the YouTube chat and throw some petrol in there as well. Yeah, great move there from the Bila Uronic BMW on Havu. So yeah, I guess that makes the Bila car Verstappen, I suppose. 14 wins in a season, David. We thought we'd ever see that.
Yeah. So this is one of the really tough places on the circuit for traffic, isn't it? The GT3 cars, sure, they've got a lot of grip to maybe try to go offline and round up a bunch of cars, but the reality is, from turn 2 all the way through to here, there's no easy way to get past. It's just corner, and look at this. It's sort of GT3s to the left. Oh, GT4's to the right, but there's more contact, and Altus 43 are around and in the fence. It's been a tough qualifying, a tough race so far, and it's getting more tough for them.
It's been a disastrous day really for Altus Porsche and that car 43. Now, who did they get hit by, or So they're past one of the Pearson's Mercedes GT4 car. They're all on their own at the moment. Did they hit one of these dastardly curves? No.
It's at the top of the hill here as they try to join the left-hand train of GT3s.
Oh, this hits the side of the Impulse car. It's not been their finest day, has it?
What I'm expecting to see is... Yeah. There's not really a GT4 width to the right-hand side of Matteo Ugolotti there. It was tough to work out exactly where the GT4 was going to be because it also had a little bit of a wobble. It was offline and not the typical racing speed. So then Altus have barreled in there quicker than they expected to on the GT4, but not with the caution that was necessary to, leave space for the GT4.
Yeah, a day to write off, a day to forget for Altus, I would say. As now the Porsche Cup cars making their way through the TCRs. They'll make Porsche Cup really. You'll try to get as many places as you possibly can on the long straightaways, because that's where they are really fast. The Wave Italy car now stuffing it up the inside of the Pearson's Honda as flashes the lights in disgust. It wouldn't be multi-class racing otherwise. And the thing is, of course, we're only 25 minutes into this 6-hour race, as unsurprisingly Altus in the pits for repair. They did hit the barrier. But yeah, 25 minutes into this race, David, this traffic is only going to mix up and meld more as the GT3s and the Porsche Cups, GT4s, they all sort of blend together, and then it becomes one massive melee. 55 cars.
And 16 protests on the sheet so far,
Wow.
4 of which have resulted in penalties, two of which have been no further action, and the rest of which we are still waiting on. And the stewards are probably going to be busy for a little while with those ones, to be sure.
16. Well, do you think we can get into triple figures? I think we might. 16 in 25 minutes is quite impressive.
That's one I've not kept statistics on across the seasons of 24-hour Series Esports. But it wouldn't be impossible. In fact, I reckon if we have a word with Casper de Court, he might know. Again, super close there between Havu and the TCR. Action on in the 992 class here.
Oh, the Williams Porsche just drives it in too hard there. Of course, trying to fight back from that early incident. You can see the damage on the front right of that Williams Porsche Cup machine, running a 995 Cody Deeth, trying to just make up some sort of time, and yeah, just getting a little bit impatient, possibly, understandably, after a difficult start to the day. Andrea Alberti there in the Wave Italy car just ahead, and behind the Havu car is the Havu machine driven by, it's dropped off my TV screen.
Henry Salmon.
Henry Salmon, thank you, David.
Yeah, same fella who qualified that car, but of course there isn't a requirement for the qualifying driver to be the starting driver, so you can't always be certain, but typically it does make sense for most teams for their qualifying driver to be their starting driver.
So front of the field then, BS plus Turner lead the way by 1.8 seconds in the GT3 category, setting a really nice pace there. Kai Kashube, the driver of the 96 from Bila Racing Team Euronics. It's now a BMW, actually it's a BMW 123 now, so there's been a lot going on in GT3. BS Turner, Bila, BS Competition, then Sabel Esports and Williams are the first two of your Porsches. In fact, the two kind of leading Porsches by a reasonable margin. I wonder if the Porsches, with that 45 kilos, David, I wonder if they're using a little bit more fuel than expected than the BMWs are, and they're maybe struggling to hit that lap time and hit their fuel number as well.
Wait and see, but obviously it's an interesting dynamic between those two cars. Very different in engine configuration, weight distribution, etc. And we're hoping by the end of 6 hours, any of them could be in contention for the win. There's a lot between now and then with the tyre strategy, with the fuel strategy, with dynamic track that's heated up just a tiny bit further, and of course their interactions with the traffic as well.
So battle here going on. Javi Ross trying to hold off the Manatee Porsche. This is for 7th in the Porsche Cup category. The Manatee car at the moment being driven by the Manatee car being driven by Antonis Despotaskis, number 978. That is quite a mouthful, that name. Antonis Despotaskis. Despotakis. You want to have a go at it, David?
Yes, Antonis Despotakis.
There you go. You got it first time. You're very cultured.
I had a little bit more forewarning than you, I reckon. Look how wild that Urus car in front looked, though. It just wanted to step out on him. It needed a good bit of correction to save. I wonder if this isn't the kind of circuit where you move the brake balance around a bit in a car like this, because you do have some really high-speed straight-line stops into hairpins, like at turn 1 and like at the other hairpin at the far end of the circuit here, but then also a lot of really curved braking zones where you'd want the brake bias rearwards through the S's, and famously, what is it, turn sort of 15, 16, a bit later on in the arena section in the final sector.
Impression here of what the draft situation is like. Let's also listen in the braking zone as well and see if Antonis Despotakis, not a massive lift and coast there. So the Porsche Cup cars are not quite as concerned about fuel usage. But didn't there seem to be a huge pull from the slipstream there, David? Not as much as we used to with these cars.
No, typically not that much out of this new generation car. But what they do have is just a little bit better fuel economy than a GT3, so they're sort of much more comfortably making it to that 60 minutes, but not going much longer than that. This isn't even for position, this Altus GT3 car, having served their penalties, and they are actually not just a whole lap down to the other cars in their class, but also to these 992s. So they've got to be oh so careful how they work their way through here, not just because they're a lap down to these cars, but also because of the characteristics of GT3s versus the 992s, down the pit straight, down the long back straight, the Porsche Cup cars can be quicker. It's a section like this where it's tough to pass, where suddenly the GT3 cars are in their element performance-wise.
Yeah, it's where the aerodynamic properties of the car really come into play for the GT3 compared to the Cup machine. Braking as well is a huge one. I mean, the braking, of course, the GT3 cars have ABS and just slam the brakes on, and also that added downforce helps under braking too. And that's where the difference in braking between the GT3 and the Porsche Cup is quite pronounced as well. Well, 32 minutes into this race, we'll get an impression in about 25 minutes ish or so of who's got it right in terms of the fuel number with our GT3. So your class leaders at the moment: BMW Team BS Turner, your leader. In the 992s, it's Team 75 Bernhard GT4, Mercedes AMG Team Urano have moved up to the top of the shop. So Pure Sims dropping back a little bit in GT4. So it's all move in GT4. And then in TCR, it's Zenith Esports who lead from SimRC by half a second. But yeah, that's the story there in GT4. David, surprisingly, seeing Pure Sims dropping off the scent a little bit.
I'm going to look at them more recent laps to see if it backs up what I thought I saw. But I think 3 or 4 laps ago, they got out of shape early on in the lap and cut the S's in the first sector, which of course, famously, my cousin, the default iRacing spotter, says, they say you cut the course, you have to slow down and give up the time gained. And that could have been what happened for Turnbull here on lap 14, his lap 14. I'm not sure if that is what I saw, but it could be.
I've always wondered if that was you, David. I've heard it a lot.
Yeah. I bet you have.
I've heard a lot. It's Need for Speed, it is not. Oh, as you can see, the Sabel 992 car almost looking like a GT3 machine trying to cut through there at real pace. Oh, a bit deep though into turn 11, a real pinch point, very tight, and then onto the long drag all the way down towards turn 12. Quite nice to see as well that they're not named corners that aren't actually there.
You can tell it was a European who designed this American racetrack. For better or for worse, let me tell you that. Sort of self-preservation, I think, was the order of the day as well from the GT4 that was kind of mixed in with them there. I think it's a hard point by Delta Sport, potentially, who saw that, I might lose 1 or 2 tenths here, but I'll live to fight another day if I just don't get in the way of this 992 battle. 995 is looking ugly on the front right, and also they've still got a penalty or 2 coming their way at their next pit stop. How it works here at Circuit of the Americas is there's all of the pit stalls, and then there's sort of the practice start area before the exit of the pit lane. That practice start area is the penalty box, so when it comes time, we'll see teams take their pit service, go to the penalty box, sit in the penalty box for however long their penalty was, and then leave. So what that effectively does is, if they got a 10-second penalty, it's just going to add 10 seconds to their next pit stop, and that gives the race control and the stewards very fine-grained control. They don't have to only give drive-through penalties or something. If they want to give just a small 5-second penalty, that's at their disclosure. Alternatively, if there's a repeat offence or an egregious offence, I have seen penalties up to, I think, about 120 seconds in this championship is one that's possible for the stewards to give out.
That is like a month of detention equivalent.
Well, we didn't much talk about them, but one of the Maniti cars had a 60-second penalty for incorrect registration. And I think they didn't even bother qualifying. So
good to see them out there, though. That's the most important thing. Mariusz Janka, number 48. And you never know, but with having 55 cars on circuit and a lot of real pinch points for traffic, you never know what the attrition rate can be in front. And if Manatee, if they run a clean race, just clicking off those laps at a good pace, then they could pick up a result. What's their best lap time at the moment? Their best lap time at the moment, a 2:10.139. In fact, 2:20.139. A 2:10.139 would be incredible, but yeah, they're not quite on the pace though. It seems, David, which is a shame.
Yeah, I doubt their commitment to Sparkle Motion a little bit at this point, but it must be said, points go down to 15th place in every category. there are 10 TCRs. So if you finish last but finish, that is a much better result than a DNF.
Very true. So yeah, they just got to keep plodding on and see what happens, see what comes to them. That's what endurance racing is all about. It's just about that lack of mistakes, no matter what level you're running at. But this is what it looks like at the front of GT3. BMW, a leading train. Kai Koshube looking so strong at the front there. Koshube, of course, huge experience at the wheel of this machine specifically. The M4 GT3 has been around for quite a while now, and it's probably coming up for 2 years actually on the iRacing servers, longer than it's been competing in the outdoor world, in fact. And yeah, it's Kai Koshube has been with the BS competition team for quite a long time, and yeah, knows this car really, really well and all of its ins and outs. And behind, well, of course, the Biela team, they ran the Audis and then the Lamborghinis for a while. Now on to the BMW. Sven Hasse keeping pace very nicely there as well. This pace would indicate to me, David, that the BMWs don't seem to have a great deal of concern about the fuel economy.
Yeah, it's the difference in tyre life that's going to be interesting to me. Or any of those BMWs thinking about triple stinting, because I bet you some of the Porsche teams are, and Sven Haas has been absolutely a star so far in this race. Starting out of 6th, now running in 2nd, closing in on the leader. Really big mover in that GT3 field so far.
Yeah,
parked
very.
in the final sector. Who's parked out in the grass in the final sector?
They stopped off for an ice cream. That's a strange one there. So around kind of turn 16, 17, 18. Not often do you find much grass to park on here.
The Impulse GT4, I think it is. Yep, we're about to see. So this is maybe 10-15 seconds early, unless it started a lot earlier than I think.
Raymond Sheffers is going to have another group of Porsche Cup cars coming through here as well. This looks ominous. Just holding his line nicely, being predictable. Holding his line, bang.
And we saw one of these Merc GT4s pulling a sick drift through that exact corner in qualifying without any help. So I think you could touch them with a feather right there and get that result.
Yeah, it seems so. And that's really unlucky there for Raymond Sheffers. And absolutely nothing he could have done. He was maintaining his line and just got clipped by the Porsche Cup car. So a little bit of impatience going on here in these early stages. 5 hours and 20 minutes to go. And yeah, you would expect maybe a little bit more you hope for, a little bit more kind of allowance in traffic, but it just shows you how tight it is at the front. There's a battle going on for second position here then as well, as the Biela Racing Euronics car having to defend very, very aggressively there. Snips across the nose of Felix Kernbach in the BS competition BMW number 89. So that's game on there as well, and of course that has released. There it goes, there's Kai Koshube. He's pulled 1.5 seconds out of them straight away.
Yeah, it's been a tough lap for Sven Haase. He was right with the race lead. Now you see him holding up Felix Kernbach and in battle with him as well. So maybe the traffic just wrong footing him, not falling right for him, and had to recover. And it's brought that Sabelt car right into this as well. Suddenly the Porsche in 4th place is right with them.
Yeah, big question mark is, the Porsche, is it having to be a bit more soft pedaling to get that fuel number to hit that critical hour mark? Of course, these GT3 cars do approximately an hour, but you have to usually be a little bit lighter on the gas to get to that hour. The problem is if you don't get to that hour, you're going to have to take an extra stop later in the race. And at this level, well, it's going to really thwart your chances of winning the race. And there's just not the lap time in, say, a new set of tyres or anything like that to make up the difference of an extra stop. So these are very much endurance tyres where they have a long life but not so much explosive lap time. Oh, Pure Sims Porsche off. Oh, Beth in front of her. Oh, Pilot, our leader, our overall leader, pulls in front of the overall leader. There's the Pure Sims Porsche. What was going on there? Oh.
Well, we'll find out in due course, but it means a new race leader because, yeah, a couple seconds lost for Keiko Shube, and Haase, Kernbach and Selva all go through. Now Sven Haase leads the way, and there's been a big moment at the far end hairpin.
I think Pure Sims Porsche will be copping a big penalty for that. Let's see what happened then. Let's see why the Pure Sims Porsche went off in the first place. Oh, loses it on the brakes, hits the gas, spins it around. Okay, so holds onto the brakes, standing still, and then this is, just pulls straight in front of your overall race leader, Kai Kashubi, who's then blocked and can't move. And that Sven Haase says, oh, Merry Christmas, Happy Birthday to me. Off into the race lead he goes. This is how it looked for Kai Kashubi. So he's saying, okay, yeah, there he is. Okay, I've got room here. Bang! That's shocking. That's appalling.
I mean, it's tough to know how much space is in front of your nose, how much space is behind you, which way.
There's a gap in the track.
Yeah. If
look at your relative, you've got a relative readout. There's no excuse for it, I don't think. And if you have to wait there a bit longer, then it's tough. That's how it works. You know, there's a lot of cars coming through there, and it's going to hit one of them. So yeah, that's really poor at this level, I would say.
Is a taco a sandwich?
Oh, good question.
It was then.
Oh, ouch! That's a niche reference, but I like it. Of course, the favourite snack of the Turner team is taco, and there is damage, unsurprisingly, to the front right of that BMW. Now, they've got good pace, but how do they fight back from this, David?
I don't know. They'll be very miffed with that, no doubt, I'm sure. And you can see the Chill Blast car, the Porsche GT3, right with them, right in touch now. So Kalpinen in that car was also your race winner last time out as well in Sebring.
So we're getting word that in the virtual paddock, Pure Sims team apologising, understandably so, because it's not necessarily ruined the 96 cars race, but it's made winning a heck of a lot more difficult. Now the question will be, do they keep on ploughing in, or will they be forced to come to pit lane? Pure Sims cars in pit lane, Daniel Ferguson having to take on repair. Now, does the 96 car carry on, or do they? No, it does carry on. So they're going to try and at least stay on the kind of race-winning strategy at least. Let's see how this lap time goes, or the next couple of lap time goes. There's going to be a lot of traffic to deal with for Kai Kashubi, but he'll be hot under the collar right now.
Yeah, you notice that the contact on the BMW here was kind of square on with its nose, and then it did get hit from behind, but very square on. But it might have hit the rear suspension, the sort of side-on T-bone with Pure Sims there, and it's always hits to the corners, to the wheels, to the suspension that's going to cause you more grief than bent body panels front and rear, so that could be accounting for the difference.
There's rear damage as well, because of course it created a little bit of a log jam, and there is rear damage to that number 96 BMW. So it'll be interesting in the next stop whether how long they're sitting there getting repairs, if they do. Of course, you do get the way that it works is you put the fuel in, and then tyres. Now, I would expect all the teams to at least try double stinting their tyres at this stage of the race. However, if you do put the tyres on, it's about a 30 seconds wait. So it's quite significant, but when the tyres are going on, you can at least slowly do some repairs to the car. So it'll be interesting to see how they cope with this and how they handle it, but it's put them really on the back foot from such a comfortable position.
Yeah, absolutely. But they still sit fourth. They still sit only 2.5 seconds away from the lead, so they are not losing any great amount of time at the moment. In fact, your top three get balked a little bit out of the final corner, and suddenly they're within 2 seconds of the lead as well. So Beeler and others have caught quite a lot of traffic. It looks like TCR and GT4 all at once, and you'll be forgiven for thinking of the 55 cars on circuit. About 30 of them seem to be in this sector.
Yeah, really busy here. This is where they're all culminating together. GT4s, Porsche Cup cars, GT3s, all in there as well. A couple of TCRs for good measure. So a big, thick group of traffic to get through here. There's your race leader, Mila, racing with the BS Competition's sister car up there into second. So it's not all is not lost for BS Competition. And it seems lap time wise, looking at the last lap, the former race leader, Kai Gashibi, was looking really good in terms of pace compared to the other leading cars. So whatever damage there is on that car, it doesn't seem to be holding him back too much. However, on the straight, I think he's losing a bit on the straight, you know, David, because that Porsche just pulled away from him there.
Yeah,
I don't think he's got that grunt on the straight anymore.
One place he's losing out, that could be it. Man, it is tough in this traffic. They were 3 wide going into the hairpin at the far end of the circuit. Now there is an awful lot going on right here.
It's almost like Nürburgring 24 traffic.
Yeah, except just like real life, these BMWs aren't using their indicators.
It's on the same stock as the headlight flasher. They've got no problem using that.
Again, almost another 3 wide sandwich there. This is Sven Haase leading the way, and it doesn't look like it's necessarily easy to be a leader, because he's got to Moses his way and part through all of this traffic. Yet more 3 wide as they go, and that's the other Beeler, isn't it, Lucas Stadt?
Yeah, I think now, I don't know, being the leader makes as much of a difference now, because they're all kind of so spread out. And the thing is, the slower class cars are always looking in the mirror now as well, because there might be a Porsche Cup car appears out of nowhere as well. Well, we thought that traffic might have been an issue. Certainly it has transpired that way. TCR, Zenith Esports, they lead the way by a second from SimRC. MSI Esports in third. Urano Esports lead the way by 2 seconds in GT4. Team Bernhard have a 6-second advantage from ATRS Esports in Porsche Cup. So Team 75 Bernhard looking very good. Oh, Wave Italy off 9:44. Andrea Alberti. Oh dear. What happened there?
We're gonna find out. It's at the left-hander at the top of the hill here. Just sandwiched between GT4s. How lucky to not get hit there, by the way.
Yeah, that could have been huge. That could have been absolutely huge with so many cars coming through. They all did well to avoid Andrea Alberti. Just got tangled up, racing incident there. I mean, you would think, oh, the Circuit of America is a really wide, modern circuit. Traffic won't be a problem, but just the nature, the profile of the corners is really proving an issue here for 4 different classes. Again, 4 different speeds of car is quite difficult. I mean, we see it in IMSA. You have up until the end of the season, you had DPI, LMP2, LMP3, GTD, and 2 various driver classes as well. So it certainly is a challenge of endurance racing. It's Andrew Cannon coming in now. That's very early. So taking on repairs here, David.
It would certainly look like a little early and a long stop as it stands at the moment for them. This is the GT3 Havu, Matti Katasoya. Oh, he's gone.
So the 2 Havu cars together there, the Team 75 Bernhard Porsche right behind them. They're getting very, very dicey, very, very close and spicy. Oh, that's... yeah.
Man.
Not great. Shouldn't be hitting somebody that hard in the braking zone. Let's have another look at this. Up the inside then, gets a little bit of a jink to the side and then whack. What's he doing? 75 and 79 there, Team Bernhard and 79 Havu. What do you make of that, David?
Well, okay. Who was it that we had before with the, moving to block when the car behind pulls out? Because I think it was Katasoya on the back straight. So this time, okay. See, this move isn't on.
What's going on there?
But Katasoya, it's like, if you're going to cover the inside, you got to move to cover the inside. You can't stay middle of the road and then drive in your mirrors either. So for me, both of them have been a little out of... See, that cut left is too late. And then this just allowing your car to drift back over to the right in the braking zone as well. Neither of them have covered themselves in glory with that one.
No, I think that's a good way to summarise it. Both of them have ended the race there. The Bernhard car carries on, but with significant front damage. That's going to take a long, long repair. But carries on, doesn't take the pit. Obviously desperately trying to at least stay on the winning strategy for a couple. We've only got to maybe make 3 more laps. Well, that was going to be a long 3 laps. So our former leader are fighting back. They got held up in an incident not their own making. Their previous lead has been taken away, but they fought back up to second place, and all of a sudden, through that phase of traffic there, David, all of a sudden Biela Team Euronics have a 6-second lead. All up just like that.
We saw that just really dense clump where the planets had aligned in their orbit for GT4, 992, TCR to all be in one place at one time, and then that proved difficult to get through for some. Obviously, for Biela, they might have actually come across some of that before the planetary alignment, if you will. But then it sort of clumped and became difficult for the next group of GT3 cars. So that could be part of it, as well as Sven Haase had been driving absolutely out of his skin in this opening stint, and there'd been little bits of drama for everyone else, including this BS Plus Turner car.
Yeah, it's certainly drive of the day so far from Sven Haase, as the Porsche, the Seabelt Porsche, not wanting to let Kai Kushibe get out of the sight. Patrick Selva right there, trying to hang on to the coattails of Kushibe's BMW pace-setting car up until now. Back in the GT4s, well, Urano Esports lead the way. The pole sitter Pure Sims, they're about 3.8 seconds back, and they've got a big queue behind them here. Yeah, 4th place SimRC Aston Martin, then SRC Nivano, of course, there they go, and then the sister Pure Sims Mercedes there at the back. So a real train here from 3rd, 4th and 5th in GT4.
Absolutely. So that's SimRC 476, highest running Aston. I can tell you there is a protest about their contact with DRS Wave Italy, but I don't think the stewards will be getting to it soon because there is about another 10 that I think they need to get through first. It has been very taxing on the stewards this opening hour of the racing so far.
Has one gone in to the Pure Sims Porsche, the Cup car and from BS competition?
There's too many for me to scan.
There's too. Oh dear, that's never a good sign. I guess if it's someone who's not in your category, I guess is there much need? I mean, I don't know. It's oh bang, Sim RC budging the way through on one of the TCRs there.
Carbon Sim Sport, I think it is.
Yeah, it was good spot. Carbon Sim Sport with the because the Impulse car not too far behind. So yeah, Pure Sim's car gets through. Just moves him out a little bit. Yes, it is the Carbon Sim Sport car, right alongside. Plenty of room, and then just runs it in a little bit deep. Biff.
To answer your question, yes, there is a unsafe rejoin protest between the number 96 and the 916. It is also about 5 or 6 tickets away from being called up to be served at the counter.
I see. Well, now this is interesting. Car number 45, Bila Racing Team Euronics BMW, a minute and 40 seconds before the top of the hour. That doesn't bode well for the sister car, because that damage on the front of it will not make fuel consumption any better, that's for sure. So, can the former race leading number 96 car of Kai Kashubi make it to the top of the hours? Or do the Porsches, do they have something up sleeve in terms of fuel economy? But back out onto track comes the 45. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's the kind of first of our kind of leading cars to make a pit stop.
First without damage, it definitely would appear, and COTA is proving maybe a little more economical than I would have thought, because it looks good so far for all of our leading cars in this group. The reality of, inverted commas, making the hour isn't entering the pit lane after an hour, it's exiting the pit lane after the top of the hour. So they are well and truly good now. By the time they get around to pit entry and pit lane, it'll be 10 seconds to the hour. They'll take their service and they'll be leaving comfortably on the right side of that line. So I think that pit entry on the left hand side here about to get a little busy. Okay, it was about to get really busy.
Yeah, so the number 96 BS competition by Turner machine comes on to pit road, as does the race leading number 46 Bila Euronics car. The Porsches one of the Porsches carries on. The Seabelt car is in, but the NSI Porsche carries on. Interesting stuff there. So the Porsche is looking pretty economical, as is the 89 car. The 89 BS competition machine looking very, very good on fuel economy. That's going to give them a tiny buffer just to push on a little bit more later in the race.
Yep. Alternatively,
David, news on penalties for a few of our leading cars.
Yeah, so don't think any of these are ones we didn't already know about, but it is going to demonstrate where that penalty box is. It's kind of next to the pace car. So they are super tight, leaving pit lane there as well. Was it 2 tyres on the Sven Haase car? Is that what they did?
Oh, good question.
No.
Yeah.
I don't think it was. I think that was plus them serving their penalty.
Now, because they're so far down the pit lane, are they allowed to serve their penalty in their pit box? I didn't see them go to the penalty box to serve that extra 10 seconds.
I feel like they might be one of 2 cars or so that actually do have their pit box inside the penalty box. No, they shouldn't. But the time checks out.
So maybe we can, I don't know if we can replay it or not, but they certainly, 20 seconds longer than the shortest stop. So they could well have put a couple of tyres on there. Interesting. So are the BMWs with that turbocharged motor, are they getting a little bit more tyre wear potentially? But in comes number 55 Williams Porsche, and so they're all making the top of the hour, well past the top of the hour now. So won't need to worry as much about fuel economy. So have the Porsches got more up their sleeve than we maybe ultimately realise? And I think that Team 75 Bernard car is going to be in for a while getting that damage repaired.
I mean, you look at it and you don't see a way that they're going to race around like that for another 5 hours. It wouldn't sit right, would it? So, leading the way now. There's been a bit of a change through that first run of the pit stops.
Yeah, Riley.
Whoa, hello.
Riley BMW, they took just 30 seconds. So I think they did fuel only. I think a lot of the other cars have done some form of tyres, whether that be just right side or just rears or just fronts or whatever. But what it does mean is Andreas Fink leading the way. And yeah, he's had 30 seconds. There's the penalty box. Yeah, Dino Lombardi serving his penalty. Curious.
Yeah, because I thought it was from the end of that concrete wall. So there's and then the drain across there. So between the drain and the end of the pit lane speed limit. So that concrete area there where Lombardi is to the pit exit, I thought was the designated penalty box. So there's 1 or 2 cars that look like they might have short fueled a tiny bit here. Andreas Fink and Relay Sim Racing could be one of them. I thought they've gone long on this still so far, but Apex Racing Academy you saw came out shoulder to shoulder with BS plus Turner, and I think that's because of Apex Racing Academy just short fueling 3 or 4 seconds. We've seen great economy from both of our sort of leading marks in GT3 here, so it might be a case of Apex Racing Academy looking to just short fuel a tiny bit early, take the slightly short fuel early, and try to have track position for the next part of the race, if they can. So relay. No. Interesting little variation of strategies. That's what always seems to happen in these 6-hour races. First pit stop comes along, and teams do different things, but you know that they've all got to get to the end of the 6-hour race, and it changes.
I think it's all to do with tyres, because I think the fuel takes about 30 seconds ish, and yeah, I think there's drivers who are putting tyres on, whether it be 1 or 2. Nobody's putting on all 4, but I do think there's 2 tyres going on some of these cars. But Riley, as you say, David, they've got their track position, 3.8 seconds. The lead now between the 55 of the Williams Esports Porsche Ate Kaupen, and we know how fast he has been so far in this race. His best lap time is 2/10 quicker than Andreas Fink in the Riley BMW. So, curious. Our GT4s are in just after about an hour and 6 minutes of action, and of course they take tyres regardless. It goes in while the fuel is going in, so nice and easy there for them. So strategy all very much easy to calculate. Ooh, I think we're going to be keeping our eye on our calculators throughout the day, as the Apex Racing Academy car providing a little bit of a difficulty here for the BS competition car. Kai Kashube still on board, yes he is. trying to get past the Apex Academy car of Maxime Briand.
Yeah, and so it's worked to get a little bit of track position for this Apex Racing Academy team, but the other side of that is it's maybe frustrating some of these other drivers a touch, because they now don't have that track position, maybe feeling themselves a little held up and feeling like they're not able to match the pace of maybe MSI Esports or Williams Esports BenQ, those Porsches who are ahead.
Yeah, interesting. Very interesting here how this is shuffling out. At the front of the Porsche Cup category, Team 75 Bernard by SERIES, they lead by 13 seconds from Sabel Esports. So a really dominant stint early on from our leading Porsche Cup car as the GT3s carve through traffic. But yeah, leading Jürgen Frank really quick at the front in Porsche Cup. As
Busy stop if you're SRC Movano Corsa, isn't it? You see the GT4 and their 992 car in the lane together, and a driver change at GT4. So they've got longer stops and they change tyres at every stop, and I think that gives them more flexibility with their driver lineup in GT4 than you'd typically see out of GT3 or 992, where the tyres can sometimes be double stinted. Yeah, there's that penalty box again.
Yeah, so that's where you're serving your penalties. So I think the spot with Sven Hasse taking more time and quite significant more, 10 seconds more than any of the leading cars, I think that was a tyre thing. I mean, the BMW does have a bit of a reputation for eating its tyres. Again, that turbocharged power delivery can be a little bit on the more aggressive side and just works the tyre that little bit more. You can see the GT3s coming through here past the Torque Freak Mercedes GT4 with, I always think it looked like an Iron Brew can, that car with the origin blue. Very much a positive thing.
So you that's your favourite drink. You don't mind a bit of Mackie D's?
Definitely
what do you call it?
Scottish.
Bit of Mackies?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
you've got
definitely makes me Scottish.
Got some great options. I'm trying to, speak in the language of the listener, not my own. Speaking of BMWs eating their tyres, it reminds me of a review I read, and there's always a certain level of humour to just a really well-written product review, and the BMW i3, I think, is on some really weird dimension of tyre, where it's a really big rim, but the tyres are really narrow, and so no one but Bridgestone make a tyre in that dimension. And the tyre they make somehow only lasts 20,000 kilometres or so, which is pitiful for what's meant to be an economy car. So there is just a barrage of one-star reviews on this tyre from BMW i3 owners.
Yes, I do find that some, when you read some car reviews, you think, what car are they actually driving there? Because it doesn't seem to correlate occasionally. Wouldn't mind to go in one of these cars. I'm not sure I could give any kind of meaningful assessment of the ability, just sheer awe of what one of these things must be capable of doing. Especially around a circuit like this, you've got big, long, heavy G-loads. I tell you what, the Formula 1 guys, they must really have to get their neck muscles on point for this circuit. It must really put them through the ringer.
I found the tyre in question.
Go on.
Oh, it's just review after review of people saying, like, this is the only tyre I can possibly buy for my BMW i3 and I need to replace it every 15,000 kilometres. I hate this tyre, I hate Bridgestone. Which is a little unfair, but it is, when you don't have, options, that's a little frustrating as a consumer when you find yourself sort of locked in to an ecosystem with limited supply, you're going to get gouged.
Yeah, it's market forces, isn't it? If they're the only show in town, yeah, that's very frustrating. Very frustrating. Well, you don't have that problem with the Hankook tyre, of course, the official tyre of the 24H series. Amazing that they make the same tyre they have a dry tyre and a wet tyre for 24H series competition, and it's exactly the same tyre, just made in different sizes, but the tyre construction and build, compound, etc. it's all the same for GT3 all the way down to TCR, etc. An amazing piece of tyre design.
I've done, I think, most of my racing on Hankook tyres, if I'm honest with you. But not the GT3 spec, the road-going RS4, which is very, very versatile and very durable, and in fact on a race car seems to almost go as far as these other tyres do on road cars. It's heating up a little bit amongst these Porsche guys here. The MSI machine definitely got all over Williams' chill blast machine. A decision has to be made with the traffic in the final sector.
Tell you what else is heating up is the track. 28.3 degrees is your track temperature now. So it's really starting to climb as we go past midday in sim. And that's going to have an effect as well. If tyre life is a problem for any of these crews, then, well, that rising track temperature is not going to help matters. As we ride on board with Christian Lamella for MSI Esports Porsche, the Williams Esports Porsche ahead, about 5 seconds back from the Riley BMW. Of course, it appears to be trying to double stint the tyres, and so we'll see how the lap times compare over the next few laps.
Action out on track, and it's all action for our stewards. They're slowly working their way through the backlog of protested incidents from the first hour of the race. Hopefully they're not here too long after the checkered flag drops. But what stands out to me is, well, I'll get to it a bit later maybe, Peter.
Yeah, Lamella up the inside, that's a beautiful move there for the MSI Porsche driver. Gets the move done. Very, very nice on the brakes. Goes past the Williams BMW of Atte Kauppinen. So we're getting word that the number 46, David, did not serve its penalty in the box. So it must have been either damage repair or, more likely, tyres.
Yeah, I think they might have gone for your right sides or just one front right or something. That's added to their time in their own pit box, but no time in the penalty box because they have not served it yet. They get 90 minutes to serve it from when it's issued. So if it got issued not that long before their first pit stop, they're within their rights to say, okay, push it on to the second pit stop, because we can do that. GT3 is the car that enters pit lane most often of all of the classes in this race, on average once an hour. So that could be a little sort of tactical thing from them, but in the intervening time since, they've been given another 5 seconds for a dive bomb on a TCR, so making the pass from too far back before the braking zone. Their first 5-second penalty was for overtaking outside of track limits. So it's these little things about negotiating your way through the traffic that have hurt them. Two Beelers together though.
Yeah, two Biela BMWs then, so more penalties hanging over Sven Hasse. They know how quick they are, but yeah, that could cost them. At the front of TCR, Zenith are leading the way from Sim RC by just half a second. They're they're quite a decent amount in front of their rivals. Big gap back now for them. Just looking at it, 4 seconds back to Mark Perez in the MSI car. So it's Hyundai Veloster from Honda TCR. As Guinness just a little bit deep there in the Honda. It can't be long before the TCRs take their first trip down pit road. Now I would think they'll be putting on new front tyres, unlikely to bother with the rears though.
Well, the thing is, the amount of fuel drop that they have to take in this style of the endurance racing, they can get free rear tyres as well, but it does come down to a balance preference thing, and also the performance on, the out lap or the first couple of laps. If you think the overall performance you get from rear tyres isn't worth the warm-up phase, then we definitely have seen teams only do front tyres even when they could have changed their rear tyres. Little outbreaking moment from the only remaining Havu in this race. The 992 trying to work its way around these TCRs. Massive speed difference in a straight line though. The Havu 992, how fast are you going? 260 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, I'd say that's shoving on, that's for sure.
So about 40 kilometers an hour more than the TCR has. So that's plenty of overspeed to well and truly get clear before the braking zone at the end of the longest straight.
It's a long stints for these TCR machines. They've already done 34 laps. So yeah, it's a long old way for these TCR machines. So that we'd expect we'll see a flurry of driver changes across the TCR field early on, and let's see how that kind of changes the orders. Ooh, the little squeeze through there by the Wave Italy Porsche Cup car. That's just held up the Zenith TCR a little bit, dropping back into the clutches of Guinness in the SIM-RC Honda there. Yep, on the headlight flasher, displaying his disdain with that move.
Very concisely gets the opinion across. It must be said, but it doesn't achieve much constructive. But it helps you vent.
Yes, I would say so. You always say if you show your anger.
So having been through pit lane since the damage was received, does the front right of this Williams Esports 995 look just a little tidier than it did before? It doesn't? You're right.
No,
because there are some angles where it really shows up.
It still looks like it's got a Mansory body kit on it, which is not a good thing. Just running in very hot and deep there. Gets
Zenith,
the job done.
do the thing. Oh, I was waiting to see more Zenith headlight flashing.
Maybe. The Zenith Hyundai definitely had to kind of adjust the line there to allow the Chill Blast Williams Porsche to come back. But they're having to take such big risks on the brakes. And yeah, there's the damage. It's not going to be helping Cody Death, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's not right.
So
doesn't necessarily mean it's horrible, but it just means it's not great.
No, it's not. It's certainly not at its optimum for sure. But the front of the field, Riley Sim Racing, after their shorter stop, we think for a double stint of tyres, they dropped about 0.4 of a second to MSI Porsche last time by. Again, it's gonna come back and forth with traffic. We can kind of see how it goes across the whole stint, but Riley holding 5-second advantage at the moment. You would think, though, David, that they're going to need certainly a longer stop for their second one to put 4 new tyres on, where some of the others might be able to play around with it a little bit more.
Yep, and have you got your bingo sheet? They've got a penalty It's just 5 seconds though for causing contact. Turn 11 with 2 other cars in GT3. So 5 seconds for that leading number 83.
Well, that would drop them pretty much. Well, it's not just the 5 seconds, is it? It's the stop in the box and then get back going again. There's probably another second and a half in the actual serving of the penalty, plus whatever the penalty is.
Yeah, maybe even a little more than that, because we're dealing with an 80km/h pit lane speed limit too.
And Riley didn't comment. They're not as if they're right up there at the very front of pit lane. I think they were qualified sort of back end of the top 10, if I remember right. So,
if this is to be believed.
Yeah, so they definitely are. You know, they'll actually back up to 80k's and then back down again. So, yeah, that could potentially lose them the lead to MSI Esports. And this strategy battle is going to shuffle back and forth throughout the day. It does seem, though, from early indications, that the BMWs are struggling with tyres and having to take tyres early on. And that, I'll tell you what, as that track temperature continues to climb, it's sort of starting to sort of sit at about 28 at the moment, but if it gets any hotter, it will be a real nightmare for these BMWs.
Yeah, it's looking all right for Porsches now. MSI, who we look at now, and Williams Esports BenQ just behind them, both have benefited pretty well, I think, from going long in that first stint. They definitely looked like there was an overcut to be had, honestly, because the other cars pitted a lap earlier, and then when these cars came out, they were well and truly clear of where we thought the race lead was with the Biela cars and BS Turner. How's the split in lap speed, though, between Apex Racing Academy and Turner and Biela on the lap just completed?
So about halfway through the stints for our top GT3 runners, and that gap is coming down more now. MSI Esports now about 3.5 seconds the difference, and might actually be able to tuck in behind this kind of gaggle of Porsche Cup cars coming up there in front. Of course, it was difficult to catch on the straight for the GT3 machines, but TCR, Zenith Esports leading the way by just half a second. GT4, Sebel Esports leading the way by 3 seconds from CSRA by Entropic. So Pure Sims, pole sitting car, not quite up in that leading battle at the moment. In Porsche Cup, well, it's Team 75 Bernhard who are cruising away at the front, 14 seconds up on Sebel Esports. Remarkable stuff there, as Williams and Apex Racing Academy, they're tussling away, losing time. So interestingly, David, the Williams Esports Porsche of Ati Kauppinen not quite got the pace in the second half of the stint and kind of dropping back a little.
The relative pace in this stint compared to the previous is why I don't put too much stock in what happens in the first 30 minutes of the race. You know, suddenly you're like, well, okay, these teams that looked lightning and almost unstoppable right out of the gate don't always last. So we're seeing a sort of different form in this stint, and then come the top of the hour, could be a new form book again.
It really could be, yeah. And all about that track temperature as well, how it goes. It's sort of hovering around 28 at the moment, degrees Celsius, but if it decides to climb anymore, I think it is going to come down to tyres here, on top of the way that you get through traffic. And I think avoiding any penalties is going to be really difficult, actually, especially for the fact the top classes, Porsche Cup and GT3, because they're the ones that are having to do all of the overtaking, so inevitably are usually more to blame for any kind of incidents that happen. So trying to get through the whole race without kind of tripping over a slower class car and getting yourself a penalty, that could be the kind of deciding factor on who comes out on top here.
Yeah, and that's what makes the traffic such a difficult balancing act, because you can't be losing half a second waiting for every car that you've got to pass, because you've got to pass dozens and dozens and dozens, and it adds up to, you know, half a minute before you know. But if you are sloppy, and so do the penalties add up to quite a punishing amount of time as well.
Yeah, I really do think it's going to make a difference.
Are you seeing the kind of pace out of this Biela 46 that you'd hope to see, given that extra time in the pit lane that they spent putting on a new tyre or two? Because they're around cars that I don't think did likewise. I think the 3 cars immediately behind them all took fuel only, and they've now spent 10 laps not getting away, not seeming to have any advantage over their teammates, over BS Turner, or indeed over Sabelt's Porsche.
Yeah, I am surprised. I'm really surprised. And of course, they've got a penalty hanging over them. So Biela looking so strong. They looked so strong early on, and it's just starting to fade away. I do wonder if it's just how the cards fall with the traffic. You know, it's a little bit of a switchback there from one of the Biela cars, the 46 of Hasse, and it's not been ideal progress either for the number 96 BS Turner car.
No, but we're inclined to forgive them a little bit based on how they were affected when they were leading the race and the aero tweaks that they appear to still be carrying. The car is a little cleaner than before their pit stop, but not by much. You can still see sort of the front right tyre exposed, and the rear is still punched in. Difficult moment on traction there for the 46. Now they're not past the 992. They've got to go off the racing line to try to go around them, and they're struggling for traction, therefore struggling to get past the traffic how they would have liked, and it costs them time, and it costs them time. It compounds against them in a section of traffic and track like that.
Yeah, it definitely is good, really holding up. Some of these GT3 cars are going to have to contend with that all day. Riley Sim Racing, their overall leaders, have consolidated their lead back up a bit again. They're back up to nearly 5 seconds at the moment. And yeah, so it's looking really, really good for Riley Sim Racing. I have to say, starting 11th, they've kind of stealthed their way through here. You thought, okay, they're up there with a little kind of quirk of strategy, but they actually are running the pace on merit.
I'll be interested to see when they pit though, because if they're drastically short on fuel at the moment, that's gonna flatter them that they'd be running around a little bit lighter than everyone else. But yeah, no, the last couple laps not bad at all. And if we put so much stock in track position, they've got all of it at the moment, while others, you know, struggle battling against cars in their own class and struggling on how to get through the traffic as well. I mean, pick Sabelt here, right? They're not quite close enough to the cars in front that they're battling with to follow them through on the traffic every time, but they're also not far enough away that they catch the traffic in a different way to maybe be advantaged by it. And now might end up with a car between themselves and the Biela 45, and that's not what they want.
No, not at all. The lap times last time by for these BMWs, 205 flat. All the other cars in front are in the 203s, so this traffic really, really hurting these 3 BMWs, the 2 Biela cars, and the BS competition cars. Now, the TCRs, they're cracking on, and we should. They're still, where are they now? And they're still into 40th laps of a stint,
Really
over an hour and a half. They've got to be in now, surely.
So Relay Sim Racing pit from the lead, so it was a very short stint and presumably a very short fuel at their last stop. So that's even earlier than I was expecting. Dominic Push is going to get in as well. Now, this is an incident I saw. You got your Williams Esports BenQ car, winner last time out. They're working their way through the traffic here, and I saw the aftermath, but this is the first time I'm seeing what led up to it. No, I don't think you can say Williams did much wrong there.
Just a little bit of ghost contact, it seems. It can't happen here. We've got drivers racing all over the world. Oh dear. Racing all over the world and all racing in real time, and the slight the internet's an incredible thing, but occasionally you just get that little bit of disparity between drivers who may be at different ends of the world, and it can just make a tiny difference like that. Very, very unfortunate there. So
talking about those different bits of the world, I mean, Juncos are obviously from that bit of the world that is South America, and I do believe so was the driver in the car at the time, and that has definitely not made it easier for all involved.
No, I think it's a difficult one. Of course, they then got to relay back to the server, so it works more or less, but just a bit of bad luck there. So Riley BMW, strange strategy going on there as well. What have they got up there? What have they got up their sleeve, I wonder? What are they playing at? We'll have to keep an eye on that Riley BMW throughout the rest of the day. You're watching round 3 of the 24H Series Esports from the Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. Your leader in GT3, MSI Esports 992 Cup is Team 75 Bernard. Seabelt Esports in 3rd, and then Zenith Esports are your leader in TCR. Do let us know where you're watching from, who you're watching with, and most importantly, what race snacks have you got? Very important for endurance motorsport. David, what have you got on the snack table? You're always on it with the snacks for our endurance races.
Well, I was having a roasted fruit and nut bar earlier, and that was divine. That sort of, the kind of thing that lifts not just your body but your mind and spirit as well. Like seaweed flavoured rice crackers are in the future, and I'm most of the way through my big pot of tea as well at the moment, so that's going to have to get refreshed at some point.
Yes, I've been on the peppermint tea. I think I'm going to switch to the hard stuff. I think I'm going to go to the coffee in a minute. I've got Tyrrell's Salt and Vinegar Crisp, absolute market leader, I would say. Terry's Chocolate Orange Mini Segments, and a packet of Jaffa Cakes. So healthy. Not as healthy as the fruit and nut bar, I have to say. Is it a chocolate fruit and nut bar at least?
I think it had just like a little bit,
A chocolate coating, a chocolate bed.
Yeah.
Oh, right, Ryan, big up my main man Ryan Walker, the other half of Double Scotch. He's had pie and bovril. Oh.
I had a pie on yesterday with chips.
So TCR's in. Oh, Mikel Garcia. Can't park there, sir.
How on earth has that happened?
No, right, left hand down. Left hand down. What on earth has happened there? I actually don't know how he's got it in that position. Is it something to do with the way they've been entering pit lane? Let's have a look.
He's overshot, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Oh dear. There you are, ladies and gentlemen, the turning circle of the Hyundai Veloster. Tell you what, not bad. He's fitted in that. He's parallel parked in that space. Okay. Wow. I've not seen that before.
New to me. Notice most of the other cars there are already down off the jacks, so the tyres get done pretty quickly and the fuel takes a while, but I would suggest there's a chance they even got a penalty for that and they're still being held.
For reversing on pit lane.
Something. Yeah, not great.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's not ideal when if you were coming into pit lane there and there's a Hyundai trying to parallel park into the pit stop. MSI Esports are in from second position. SimRC Honda carrying on, so they go. This is interesting. They go a lot longer. Of course, they're only going to need 3 stops across the whole race. So keeping out the pits for TCR more important than any class. It's keep those pit stops to a minimum. And Corentin Guinness, I wonder, has he been soft pedaling potentially, David?
I think so. This has been sort of the hallmark of their strategy, is to try to go long, cut time out of the final fuel stop, but also the tyre warm-up is famously pretty brutal in TCR cars, so the overcut is a much stronger strategy than the undercut. So by going 1 lap longer and being light on fuel and quick while everyone else is tiptoeing around in their out lap, you can often make some decent gains. I also just had a check. There are 60 pit stalls here at the Circuit of the Americas, and there are 55 cars, so no shared pit stalls, so the TCRs are going to be right at the entry of pit lane there, and that's caught some out.
Dear. Well, SimRC, this is a mega stint for the opening stint of the day for the TCR. They're well into the 40-second bracket. We're going to dip away here on RaceSpot TV for just a moment. Well, why don't we ride on board with car number 176 while the SimRC Honda goes into the pit lane, and will take us through how a pit stop works here in the 24H Series. Back in a moment. welcome back to round 3 of the 24H Series Esports live here from the Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. My name's Peter Mackay, taking you through all the action here on Racebot TV alongside David Haynes. So, 4 hours and 13 minutes to go. How do we stand? Well, MSI Esports lead the way in their Porsche, being run down by the number 98 of Maxime Brion, who's flying at the moment in his BMW M4 GT3. In the Porsche Cup category, well, we've at the moment, our class leader in that class is the Team 75 by Bernhard Sim RC machine, leading by 23.5 seconds as things stand. In GT4, well, it's an all Mercedes top 4 at the moment, with the championship, in fact, excuse me, the SRC Mivano, and my apologies again, the Sabel Esports GT4 car leads the way at the moment. And in TCR, it's Sim RC's Corentin Guinness who leads the way there as well. So, David, your thoughts on the race so far?
We've got wide open strategy in GT3 once again. It doesn't seem like it's coming down to that fuel economy like it had in the first 2 rounds. For whatever reason, not so many concerns on that, but the tyre strategy is wide open, and there's a chance for some upset there. Watching the TCRs here, which have been a bit interesting. Zenith have been one of the stronger cars of the first hour and a half, but they have just been unlapped by Manizzi or something.
Yeah, the Manizzi car, down a lap from the class leader. Damien Owen Harris had a difficult day at the office on Thursday night in the World Touring Car Series, and difficult day as well. A kind of, should we say, admin error, David, would that be fair? That gave them a significant penalty to start with.
Yeah, pretty fundamental, pretty self-inflicted problem.
Yes, I think that would be fair to say. Penalties. David, talk to me. What have we got on the sheet at the moment?
Oh, so much. Not all of it of any great significance. What do we got? Williams in 992 have got another 5 seconds for overtaking outside of track limits. The 944 in that class have got 5 seconds for a dive bomb in the class. There's no massive penalties, just a couple 5 seconds penalties. Ooh, nearly Sabalt versus Sabalt attack there.
Oof. They're strapped together on circuit.
And this is a really interesting demonstration because the 992, an absolute rocket in a straight line, has pulled back past its GT3 brethren. But on the brakes, what? It's outbraking BS competition?
Wow.
Well...
Oh. Steady.
It nearly opened the door for its GT3 teammate to make a position, and I'm like, don't feel right about that.
Yeah, I do think there's definitely a bit of cooperation going on here for sure with the Sabelt cars. Of course, they're both black and yellow Porsches. One's a 992, one's a 991, but of course one's a GT3 spec. There it goes. Oh, no, yes it does. They are hard to tell apart, actually. No jokes. You can see why people make jokes about the laziness of Porsche designers. That was one of Jeremy Clarkson's favourites, how the design language sort of evolves gently over time. Whereas when you look at the BMW, for example, that's you just wouldn't recognise that compared to the previous M4.
If you travelled back in time with that BMW M4, people wouldn't take you seriously. They'd believe it was like a practical joke or something. Like the first person to return back to England with a platypus, and everyone was like, okay, what animals did you sew together to create a funny joke? Because I don't believe you.
I think the M in M4 stands for marmot. It's kind of got marmot teeth. Marmot or beaver? Either or. They're quite similar looking animals. I actually, though, it's slightly on. I think the car as a racing car fits because, you know, racing cars tend to have, obviously with the laws of aerodynamics, they have wings and, you know, intakes and all sorts of things anywhere, which kind of don't make a very clean shape anyway. So it kind of gets away with it as part of a racing car. But actually, do you know what, David? I saw the road-going M3 a little while ago in a lovely kind of dark green colour, and actually it looked a really nice car. It looked lovely. And it's sort of like
a racing car always has, you know, exaggerated features. The road car has one feature that is quite exaggerated, so it does. Yeah, it's all in how you paint it. A little bit as well for the race car, and I guess as you've just said for the road car as well. They do have some good paint options.
They do, yeah. They are, of course, they're all named after racetracks as well on the M cars. I'm glad. Well, I don't know if you can get like the kind of baby sick one that was you used to get. I think it was E46 M3 that was. It was hideous. It was like kind of bright. It was sick colour basically. It was horrible. And also, of course, where the registration plate in the UK, we have a registration plate on the front of the car, so that can make a difference as well of what it looks like. Anyway, 4 hours and 7 minutes to go. We shouldn't be long, David, before we start to get our GT3 runners coming into pit lane, and then I think we'll get a better picture of the order after the second stops and see who's where in terms of strategy.
Yeah, because we had almost everyone take fuel only in GT3 the first time around, with the exception of that sort of maybe one or two tyre change from the 46. We'll get to this next round of stops, and it will be interesting to see, are there any Porsche teams that really fancy themselves a triple stint? And that seems like something a Porsche 911 could do that the BMWs aren't.
I think a treble around here would be a big ask, but if it can be done, well, that was the secret to Guanda Simsport winning this year's Spa 24 Hour, was their ability to use way less fuel than others, but also the tyre usage as well. They were trebling tyres when everybody else could only double them, and that was the big difference. The car didn't have the one lap pace, but they won it on pure strategy. So let's see if that's the key today. I do still think, David, it's all going to come down to who makes the least mistakes in traffic and who avoids getting themselves in the penalty box. I think that penalty box is going to be worn out by the end of the day.
Hey, did you see what I saw, and that's why you've queued that up? Because perfect timing, a penalty has just come through for the number 46 Spieler Racing Team Euronics. It's another 15 seconds. So they've got 5 plus another 15, which they say never do maths live on air, but I think that's 25 that they're going to have to serve next time around.
Well, and it's game-changing amount of time.
Another dive bomb, and because it's the second penalty they've been given for dive bombing, it starts to ramp up a little exponentially.
Yeah, you wonder as well, it's maybe a good time to get Sven Haase out of the car. I mean, he's driven, his pace has been incredible, both in qualifying and in the early stint of the race, but you got to think that maybe concentration might be starting to blip now. You know, he had the qualifying session to do, probably a bit of warm-up in practice, 2 hours in. Probably a good time to get Biela have a good deep roster of drivers, so it's not as if they're going to be trading any pace away. I think it could be a good time for a driver change. I think we'll see these cars in a couple of laps' time.
Yeah, we've had just a few little pit stops already, short of that top of the hour. Oh, flashing the headlights to your own teammate. Alright, that's a pretty clear form of communication. So ASR Able Esports actually clipped the wall on the way in, and they're in pit lane at the moment. I don't think they did much damage, but they did have a little issue on pit entry. We saw the Maxime Brion Apex Racing Academy car come in, also short of that top of the hour, but we knew that was going to happen on account of they were committed to a 6-stop but aggressive strategy.
So they're going absolutely flat out the whole race, but taking that extra splash and dash. That's interesting. That's very interesting, especially in the BMW as well, with its associated tyre issues. However, that said, if you can't make the tyre last, might as well just go for it. The one thing you can be sure is the teams will have simulated it, they'll have worked it out, and they'll have made their call on what they think will work best. There won't be much that's a surprise to them. Great one from Tim Perry in our RaceSpot TV chat, David. He says they should put the number plate to the side like Alpha 156. That's an excellent call.
I think... Was that a swapperoonie of the Bueller
Yes, it
cars?
was a swapperoonie, yeah.
I believe that's the technical term, but this doesn't seem to be helping the two of them. This doesn't look like it's a formation flight.
He didn't have much trust in his teammate dive bombing him back there, did he?
46 is still ahead. Now 46 pulls onto the racing line. 45 does as well. Sven Haase, Lucas Yestedt. A combined 18,600 I rating, if you don't mind.
Wow, that's quite remarkable, isn't it? And, well, our GT4 leaders just come in from... Oh dear. Oh dear.
He'll be spasming in his armchair after that one. The two Bueller teammates have collided. Oh
dear. Yeah, I think Frank Bueller would not be impressed with that one. So let's see what happens. Get a look at it then as well. So Sven Haase was appeared to be just a little bit flustered, and let's see, does he light it up on the rear, or is it the 45 car kind of coming in? Yeah. Oh dear. That's very, very strange, and that's, well, not strange, just clumsy. Lucas Yestedt will be, he will not be popular right now in that Bueller Aeronix team room.
He's been flashing his headlights at his teammate earlier, hoping to get cleanly past. He thinks he sees a car whip down the inside, and he rolls in a little hot, and the two teammates collide. Both of them lose time.
Oops.
I'm not sure either are going to protest each other. I'm not sure that makes any sense. But, yeah. And then 46 has come into pit lane, and they will have to serve their penalties at this one. This is right on cue, by the way, because they are just to that top of the hour, 2 hours into the race, 4 to go. So if you're trying to make it 6 even stints in a 5-stop strategy, now is A-OK. But we have seen some of these Porsches run it even a little bit longer, including MSI Esports, who's still leading Williams Esports BenQ, who we look at here. Made great gains from overcutting last time around, so they might aim to do that again.
Car 96, BS Turner, BMW, Kai Kashube coming in and swapping to pole sitter Ruben Bonga, going up on the jacks as well, taking tyres, and pit stop time, just circling around round about a minute, which is tyres and fuel. Just over a minute in the box, so just exactly what we would expect for that. So they're on course for the 5-stop, but there seems to be a good mix actually, David, of 5 and 6 stoppers. It looks like Apex Racing Academy and former race leader Riley Sim Racing, they're going for the 6-stop but sprint rather than the 5-stop marathon.
I mean, we've seen it more noticeably in previous races, but it's again this sort of GT3 fuel strategy question. They do 58 minutes, and some of the teams really wish they'd do 60. So do they strive for that at the expense of pace and track position? Or do they just push on flat out? And clearly that's a gamble but aggressive call from Relay and from Apex Racing Academy, that they've very early thrown in the towel on fuel saving and said, no, we're gonna go for aggressive track position. We're gonna go for, half fueling at one of the stops to try to be light and quick.
So we'll see who's got that conundrum right in just under 4 hours time. We've hit 1/3 distance here in round 3 of the 24H Series Esports from the Circuit of the Americas. Porsche Cup, well, the gap just continues to grow. I mean, Team 75 Bernhard are cruising right now, 27 seconds to the good for Jürgen Frank, who's just in the slot right now. And I guess when you built up this kind of lead early on, David, he doesn't need to take, or that car doesn't need to take the risks in traffic that the others do. They've got time in hand to play with.
Sometimes, when you're just that good, it makes everything look easy. It has a sort of a compounding effect where you get to pick and choose your fights and your battles and how much risk to take, and then it makes you look even smarter, even quicker, even pacier.
So GT3 cars all starting to kind of take their stops now as well. MSI we should see, and Seabelt are in as well. MSI, they took, they're leading at the moment on their 30th lap of the stint. So we should see them in any moment now, but they're looking very good for that 5-stop strategy. As are Seabelt Porsche, Emanuele Petri in. I was about to say Emanuele Pirro there.
Oh well,
that'd
be an easy little slip of the tongue to make, and I don't think many people would be unflattered by the comparison.
Oh yeah, I certainly wouldn't be. Funny enough, David, I've never been mistaken for Alan McNish when I'm driving, but I have been mistaken for Alan McNish behind the microphone many times.
Now that's not quite as much the compliment, but it's not bad.
I'll take it. He's a very, very knowledgeable man with a lot of experience, so the fact that anyone would think that I even sound like him, let alone know what
of racing too as well, as a test driver and then a race driver in Formula One, and then obviously his fantastic achievements in world sports car racing, and then also in Formula E. So all of those drastic, many similarities, but also some drastic differences as disciplines of racing.
Yeah, I think I'm not surprised he did well as a team manager with Formula E. I mean, I have no information to back up, but I wouldn't be surprised if Audi select him for their to be the team principal of their F1 team. I could really see that. I could see that happening, given the Audi Formula E team that he managed was very successful. I loved their strategy at was it London, where they were behind a pace car and they sent I think it was Julian Degrassi down pit lane. And it would have worked if it weren't for those pesky kids. No, it would have worked if he hadn't sped in pit lane. But if he'd done it, he would have come out in the lead.
So look how long Williams Esports BenQ have been able to extend the fuel again in this stint. It's 6 minutes past the top of the hour. Here comes the BS competition car as well to make their second stop. Josh Anderson, my countryman, the man in the race with the second largest ping after the Juncos racing driver. Quick stop from MSI. Of course, they were in the lane first as well as the leaders. So it's actually going to be a very comfortable 5 stops for these set of teams. They're even going to have to start thinking about how short they have to fuel at the final time through, and if they, what that ends up doing for them on tyres. I can tell you that after that stint, it was tyres for MSI Esports, for Williams Esports BenQ, so they've doubled the first time out, so I expect we'll see them double again and then double home, so 3 sets of tyres for the race in GT3. And of course, with tyre changes often comes driver changes.
Interesting one, the BS competition, number 89, have taken less tyres. Either that or they've short fueled. And they're going to go for a 6-stop strategy because, and then really getting thrown into traffic as the 89 car here. But yeah, they were in the pit box for 20 seconds less than everybody else who's taken on a full tank of fuel and 4 new tyres. So they've done one of 2 things, David. They've either filled up the fuel and taken only 2 tyres, which I doubt would be the case for the BMW, or they've short filled and taken 4 tyres.
I think that's fuel only. Fuel and 1 tyre for the 89 there. I don't... Let me look if Anderson started this race, but I think they might have taken 4 tyres at the... 4 tyres at the first stop on that car. Hang on. What's the 89
they took 2 tyres on the first stop, but maybe that's they're playing some strategical games, unless they feel like they've I don't know. That's very difficult.
So Kvernbach started that car, drove the first hour, and then Anderson's been in the second hour and has now stayed in. So they have gone a little off driver strategy compared to everyone else in GT3. How they've gone off tyre strategy, we wait and see.
I think the pace will be definitely interesting to watch here for them, because that shorter stop has not really gained them any track benefit. They're not up there in the hunt for the podium yet. They are with their team car though, which might be helpful for kind of marching through the field. Always good to have a dancing partner if you can, for especially a
Did that work for Biela though?
It did not, but that was for other reasons. Good point. Yes,
you're not going to be inviting Haase or Gestadt to dance with you.
Maybe if it was like a mosh pit, possibly.
Okay.
Yeah. But I think Ruben Bonga, who of course set the qualifying pole, is a good front runner here for George Henderson. We'll keep an eye on these 2 Zebra cars, see how they go. But it's MSI Esports Porsche from Williams Esports Porsche at the moment. Then it's a string of BMWs from Apex Racing Academy, Biela Euronics number 45, and Riley Sim Racing number 83. Remember, you can keep an eye on that 83 Riley Sim Racing car, but for their strategy to work, they kind of need to be up the front all day. If they drop behind, then they are stuffed.
About 10 laps away from pit stops in 992 for most of the leading cars. So they're all pretty close for your lead here. I mean, 2 seconds is going to cover your top, not your top 4, but from sort of second, third, fourth, fifth here. Team 75 burnout by SimRC are looking very strong in this class, but it is a flurry of activity here. Apex Racing Academy a second, Sabelt third, then championship leaders Visceral Esports in behind, Anders Dahl and Jonas Vollmeyer is driving the Urano 992 behind that as well. What an incredibly successful endurance racing driver in iRacing he's been over the years.
Certainly has been. SimRC looking very nice at the moment at the front of TCR. Of course, TCR's only one stop for those cars. SimRC taking on taking on 46 seconds of pit stop and therefore of fuel. Ross McFarlane in the Pure Sims Esports Honda took on 54 seconds, interestingly. The Zenith car 47.9, but the Zenith cars dropped back a lot, curiously. Huge amount of time, actually. 30 seconds back. So what happened to Zenith while we were off air? Or while we were having pouring ourselves a cup of coffee?
Well, last lap was 2 seconds off the pace for Ricardo Rico as well.
So what happened there? Because they haven't lost the time in the pit stop. How weird. How odd, because their pit stop time, they were right there with the Sim RC Honda. Did they have to serve a penalty? I don't think so, because then they would have been in the pit lane for a lot longer. How odd. That's a strange one. That is a strange one then for Zenith Esports, as the number 421 McDonald's Mercedes comes down into pit lane for service in GT4. That class at the moment being led by Mevano Corsa GT4, Tommaso Carla at the front of the field at the moment. The 421 car, Martin Sirotek for CSRA, is taking pit service. So it seems, David, you've been having a look at the Zenith car. We think it's simply in a matter of being on track for about 12 laps now. It's more a matter of pace than anything else.
Let's look at that live three-way battle before I delve into the nerdery of the pit stop times. But we were just saying, Jonas Vollmeyer, I was praising his ability in these endurance races. He has bitten off 2 McDonald's burgers in one bite just there.
If they're the 99p ones, then they're quite easy to take two in a go.
Yeah, so Urano Esports Heineken Media up into 3rd. Sabelts seem to be the losers out of that one as they drop back into 5th. But yeah, I mean, I can't see anything for Zenith. Other than, they were doing 2 17s in their first stint. And then they've had their driver change and they're doing 2 19s. But by all accounts, Ricardo Rico should be a very competent driver, over 7,000 I rating. And I just re-watched their pit stop. They definitely went up on the jacks to put new tyres on. So it wasn't a case of he somehow missed them or had a misstep in the pit stop. So if we hear anything else from Zenith Esports, there could be something going on there. Otherwise, it seems like the thing we don't see so much in this style of endurance racing, where there is maybe just a more noticeable difference in speed from driver A to driver B.
Well, certainly according to Guinness, he stayed on board in the leading Sim RC car. So I do wonder then, yeah, I mean, if they've been on track since the pit stops for 15, 16 laps or so, and yeah, 30 seconds the gap, 2 seconds per lap, there it goes. So yeah, it just shows you if you back off for any, or if you can't match the pace at any point in the race, it's you will be punished. This is a super battle for 3rd in the Porsche Cup category. Urana Esports leading the way from Acitec Sim Sports, Sabel Esports in there as well. Very exciting. It's Jonas Wallmeyer leading from Anders Dahl and Guillaume Egloff. And of course, Anders Dahl had to pull out a real clutch lap to get that Acitec machine up the grid order, but he did so.
Battle as they have to negotiate a little bit of traffic of the Pure Sims GT4, and look at Acitec Sim Sports Visceral thinking, I can't get past this car here, but what I am going to do is park it so that Sabelt don't try to seize that hesitation, that moment, that opportunity. So that's clever defensive driving. In that, you had an even stronger reaction to it than I did, so you'll be probably happy to know that the Pure Sims 992 did get penalised for an unsafe rejoin with the kerfuffle that ensued between themselves and the GT3 leader.
Penalty.
Yeah, it was a big one.
What was it, David?
It was 30 seconds as a first penalty for an unsafe rejoin.
Okay, so 30 seconds penalty for... Yeah, I think that's about right, I would say. It certainly compromised the 96's race remarkably. It has to be said. The Apex Racing Academy car pushes on in second, but has now got the attention of the Williams Esports Porsche, driven at the moment by Moreno Sirica. And Sirica last time by a lap time of 204.8 was a 204 flat for Racine Fizui in the Apex Racing Academy car, so fast lap last time by, but yeah, the Porsche looking ominous there in the background.
It's been so good on its fuel and on its tyres, that Williams Esports BenQ car. Little wobble there from Urano though, as they got in hot into the braking zone. Gotta choose your battles. Choose how brave you want to be in a situation like this, because Guillaume Egloff got a good drive off the corner, but knew the window was going to close, and he didn't want to be the one to cause an incident this time.
Yeah, you can see Guillaume Egloff here can just play this one smart, let the guys in front of him just kind of figure it out, just make sure that he's keeping this podium battle in touch. You can maybe just save a little bit of fuel as well, just rolling the throttle a little bit more through the corners and reduce the risk, let the cars in front take the risk.
At this point he's seen the pace that Vollmeyer has got in that car and might well be thinking, I'll go with that if I can, because the sub-up car was the car in third, it's now the car in fifth, and this is going to be a pressure moment again. They just let the traffic bring it all back to them.
Yeah, Guillaume Egloff trying to get a bit of a run here, as well as the SimRC Aston gives room, and of course that wasn't part of the deal. The overall race leader, MSI Esports Porsche comes through, and that just shuffles the pack once again. As they come through to the braking zone, this is going to be important into turn 11. We know how good the GT3s are on the brake, hard on the brakes they go. And in fact, it wasn't the SimRC Aston, it was the Junkos Aston that's getting freight trained by these Porsches. But now this is a tough one for the MSI race leading Porsche. Has got to try and get in the slipstream of these Porsche Cup cars. As you can see, he's not really gaining anything, in fact losing time on those slippery 992 machines. But then here comes the difference. Look at that difference on the braking.
It's funny, isn't it? There's 6 hours of racing, but there is hundreds of hours of action, because as we watch this, other drivers are having similar battles, similar struggles with the traffic. It doesn't look like it's been massively beneficial to MSI's pace to be doing what they're doing, having to work their way through all this.
Yeah, MSI just getting through as leader in GT4 just come in. Mercedes AMG Team Urano, the championship leader, comes in to take service, and SimRC Aston goes into the lead temporarily. So GT4 battle raging on, and yeah, Urano, they'll be hoping to score another victory and put themselves in a handy championship lead. As you mentioned earlier, David, with that 12-hour race at Catalunya in round 6, double points, of course double length, double points, that you want to make sure you've got a buffer in there in case anything does go wrong in that last race.
I was looking back at some of the best sectors, by the way, as you've seen the trouble that the GT3 leaders had trying to work his way through the very rapid in a straight line, but not so quick in the corners, 992 cars. And the best third sector, which is from the braking zone at that hairpin down this straight to the next braking zone, for the overall leader is 24 seconds. The best sector for the 992 leader, 23.6. So the 992 cars, which are 4 seconds a lap slower, are 4/10 quicker through sector 3 of 4 around here. And then they lose the rest of the time, mainly in the final sector, a little bit in the first sector, but are quicker across the 24 seconds of that sector. It's insane.
Yeah, you wonder with the traffic just how it can just cause such problems. As Joop de Light is now on board for Urano Esports Mercedes GT4 machine, in the fight for the GT4 class victory. Apex Racing Academy is shuffling through traffic as well. Just pulled these, just as MSI got caught up in that little phase of traffic, pulled just a second or so back to the leading Porsche. And Apex Racing Academy now just putting a little bit of time into the Williams Porsche, who makes a late move there on the Seabelt Porsche Cup car and gets through. But this has been a great start to the race for the 98 for Apex Racing Academy, started by Maxime Briand, now Racine Fizoy doing a super job.
Moment of hesitation with the traffic though, and he knows they're in a good position. He knows he's got to be so careful because the punishment does fit the crime if you go and nerf off one of the other cars from a different class.
Yeah, and it can't. You will really struggle to come back from that. I think we've seen several teams who have served penalties. It's really taken them out of the running. I mean, we know the 46 car, the Bila Euronics team. Now, have they served their penalty? Bila Euronics, number 46.
Great question. Yes, all of them.
They have. Okay, so they're 47 seconds back of the lead. That's going to take a lot of work over it, and we're getting towards half race distance now. That's a lot of work to recover.
But you know what? Since they served the 25 seconds of penalties, they've been given another, as the stewards worked their way through all of the protests. There was such a flurry of protests at the start of the race that the most recently completed review is from 54 minutes into the race. So there is a little, maybe hour and a half backlog in some of these that are still just coming through for people who were very naughty in the first hour of the race. And it's another 25 to the 46 as their third penalty within the dive bomb category.
Well, that's going to hurt. That's for sure. Driver changes going on here in the pits in the Porsche Cup category. Julien Meglov getting out, Mateusz Luchik getting in the Sabelt car. Anders Dahl getting back into the Acetec car.
It looks like he's staying, I think.
I thought he was going for a change there, but well, that's a bit of that's certainly a mammoth stint there for Anders Dahl. He's had lots of driving today in that 996 car.
Vince Peters opened the race for that team, so this looks like staying in for the second stint for Anders Dahl.
I see. So that's, of course, it was Dahl who qualified, wasn't it? That's where I'm getting myself mixed up. MSI plugging on at the front in their Porsche, and Apex Racing Academy are getting closer. they're getting much closer. 3.5 seconds now is the gap there. As the MSI car is coming up against a little bit of traffic, and there's Apex Racing Academy Porsche Cup machine, and just holding their line. And our leader in Porsche Cup is now into the pits. Team 75, Bernard by Sim RC. They've been utterly dominant all day today, and into the pits they come. Jürgen Frank, job done. A double stint, 2.5 hours of racing plus the qualifying. And who will he hand over to? And Jürgen Frank has certainly done his job in that car.
I'd say so. As dominant a lead as anyone has in any class. Only thing close is their teammates with their TCR lead at the moment. Close for GT3 and closing, and it's close for GT4 and closing as well.
Certainly is, yeah. There's two Mercedes Mevano Corse and Pure Sims here. They're just very slight. They're on their towards the end of their stint now, so they might well drop back into. Once they make their stops. Oh.
Little touch and go moment there. And the man we spoke to after qualifying, who wasn't the qualifying driver, is the driver now driving the 416, Ian Gagnon-Renard. But he's had a little touch and go moment, trying to stay with the race lead. I'm going to have a look at it from a different angle. So that's Carbon Sim Sport, I believe. Oh, okay. It's actually the SRC car, Lorenzo Manfredotti. That's just a tiny little tweak there.
Yeah, Carbon Sim Sport car kind of been bashed around a little bit today. Oh yeah, that's the Mevano car just getting way too deep, and nothing the Carbon car could do to avoid it. Life in the TCR getting pogoed about.
Sometimes it's alright, sometimes it's not, but they do live a little bit of a punching bag kind of life, unfortunately.
They do have the lowest insurance premiums though. Do they? Road cars, they would.
We saw their turning circle demonstrated, and it was tough, but I still think probably the easiest to get into a car park, you know, to pick up your shopping.
Definitely. Going to be easier than one of those big Mercedes anyway, that's for sure. Whoa! There's the Williams Esports and Wave Italy getting a little bit of a shuffle around with one of the other Porsche Cup machines.
Yeah, the Williams Esports car on its outlet there, so appearing from the pit lane in front of these two competitors, and we know, you get fed out of the pit lane, you go uphill, and then there's a big squeeze towards the apex there, and they avoided too much of carnage or stress or damage. But then look, the cold tyres, how tough they are on this car, how much they've gapped the Williams Kamil Grabowski on this lap. He's like, what? We can't even see him there no more.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's always the case in endurance racing. The tyres are designed to run long periods of time, but therefore they do take a little bit more time to bring up to temperature, bring the heat into them. And therefore, when they're not at their operating temperature, they aren't working. It's simple as that, folks. And it's the Fordzilla GT4 machine getting in about there, trying to maintain its own lap time whilst being passed by the faster Porsche Cup car traffic. 3.5 hours to go here, and Habu sitting in second in the Porsche Cup category. However, they are due a stop. They're right at the end of their stint, so actually your effective second place car in the Porsche Cup category is Apex Racing Academy. They're about 27 seconds back from the leader. So I have to say, I did not expect such dominance in the Porsche Cup category, but Team 75 Bernard, they've been just superb.
Yeah, put up one of those, wet floor warning signs, because they are wiping the floor with everyone at the moment. But a lot can happen, and a lot out of your hands, out of your own direct control can happen.
Well, interestingly, Jürgen Frank is carried on. So he's going for another stint here. So he's done the qualifying and the first, what will be 3 stints of the race. So who is waiting in the wings there in the Team 75 Bernard garage to take over from Jürgen Frank?
They got 2 options, which are Bram van Putten or Marvin Strel. And I think during the week on Twitter, I saw a graphic that suggested Marvin Strel, but I can't remember. All I remember is photoshopping a picture of a weight rack with 45 kilograms on the roof of this car, the GT3 machine.
I see. Well, it doesn't seem to be holding them back too much, because MSI Esports leading the race overall in the Porsche 911 GT3R. However, Apex Racing Academy are closing them in. Racim Fizroy doing a stellar job in that Apex Racing Academy BMW. And yeah, it really is game on at the front of GT3. Lucas de Vries in the Team 75 Bernard GT3R. That car, it's looking progressively better stop by stop, but it's still not at best.
That's what I was just thinking, because you remember when that thing didn't have a front bumper or bonnet on it, and now it's got a crinkled and bent bonnet on it. And I always think, if it's lost it and they've had to put one back on, why is it a crinkled one on? Oh, did a new one not fit?
Yeah, good point. Yeah, you would think they've got a pretty good operating
Surely
budget.
It's more effort to get out a hammer, damage a bonnet, and then fit it, than to just put a fresh one on.
Quite possibly. Maybe,
Again, that's going in our email to Mr. Myers.
Could be. I wonder how many emails he gets with suggestions in a week.
I reckon Dale Jr., has a couple cheeky midweek drinks, and at 2 a.m. decides he'll type up one to his buddy Steve Myers with whatever suggestions at the top of his mind.
That would be quite interesting. Do you think does Dale Jr. do you think he frequents the road racing world much, or do you think he sticks to oval?
Didn't he do the 24 in a Corvette with his dad one time?
He did, absolutely he did. Yes, he did. C5. It was sadly very shortly before his dad passed away.
The car caught on fire, didn't it?
Oh, pass. I don't recall. I do remember his dad catching. I do remember a story about his when Jordan Taylor, current Corvette factory driver, came on to the Dale Jr. Download, very popular podcast, and they were talking about when Dale Jr. was talking about when he did the 24 Hours of Daytona in the Corvette with his dad, and he was there with one of his friends, and they were having a cigarette, and of course it was, when you're an athlete you probably shouldn't be smoking cigarettes, but he his dad, Dale Senior, caught him with the Corvette drivers, they often have like a little kind of like air, like a little kind of gap in the helmet where the drink tube can go in. Well, he'd like taken that out and put a lit cigarette in there, so he was like walking around with his helmet on with the cigarette hanging out, and his dad caught him, and his dad was not very happy.
No idea.
Oh, good question from Tim Perry coming in from on our RaceBot TV live chat. What are commentators' favourite liveries, or do we have to be impartial? Well, if we choose out width of this race, we can choose who we like, can't we?
Yeah, I think so.
You go first.
Thanks. The OG Sim RC, black and yellow, which I think is only on their... No, sorry, it's on their GT4 and their TCR car, just not on their Porsches in the top 2 divisions. So Sim RC split across all 4 categories. That is 4 pies to have fingers in. But their GT4 and their TCR, just a classic, strong look, nice colours.
That's a good choice. So that's a yes. So you have gone in this race. I think. Do you know what I quite like? Is the I do like this one. The Team 75 Bernard. It's very cool. The blue and red is very nice. Also sponsored by a very generous man called Paul, as you can see.
Yeah.
Although he hasn't given enough budget to pay for a new front bumper, obviously. What a
See
bit
that
in
moment,
terms-
very leery, very oversteered
Huge.
from Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC, and it loses them the position off track. But I think they were halfway through that corner, and the camber, the load got to it, and they had to correct, open up the course, and test them on that. I wonder if the balance is even worse because of that.
Yeah, it can't be handling perfectly. I had a big thump to the wall. It will be getting better each pit stop that they take, but yeah, not an easy day at the office. I tell you what, one livery that is a big favourite of mine this year, David, is the blue, white and black Porsche 911 GT3R that was built by eMotion Engineering for Pikes Peak, driven by Rhys Millen. And it was designed by a guy called Wade Devers. Very, very cool livery. And that would be my pick at the moment. Look it up, right? eMotion Engineering 911 GT3R, Rhys Millen. And watch the onboard. It's just unfathomable, this car. Well over 1,000 horsepower.
Nice. Yeah, of course, at that altitude, everything is cool, so...
Very true. Very true. Very true. So 3 hours and 20 minutes to go here in the third round of the 24H Series Esports Championship. And MSI Esports lead the way, but now only by 1.2 seconds. So the gap is coming down at the front in GT3. GT4 equally close. SRC Movano lead from Pure Sims at the moment. And looking at they're in the middle of their stint, so that is on merit for those two outfits. So Movano leading from Pure Sims at the moment, but that GT3 battle is it's really going to come to a point very soon, I think, David. 20 minutes until the kind of pit window comes back open again, and yeah, Apex getting closer and closer all the time.
Yeah, they are. They've got great car speed, absolutely undeniable. That, but the strategy is what I'm not sure about, because they're absolutely committed to a 6 stop at this point. So it all looks great now, and great car speed, but there will come a time towards the tail of this race where they do have to pay that debt.
Yeah, you can't escape it. You can't escape it. MSI. Yeah, I wonder if MSI maybe just keeping that in mind. They've got not a mark on the car at the moment. Apex Racing Academy, they've got a little bit of battle rash, but nothing too much to be concerned about yet. And yeah, great stuff from Apex Racing Academy. Whatever the strategy, their pace has been superb. Past the TCR car they go, and right on the case now. That must be a really quick lap here from Racine Fizoy. Yes, 7/10 of a second he took out of the MSI Esports car of Danny Elgarbay last time by. So David, you got some news on a disqualification for one of our cars. Tell us about it.
Yeah, well, I was hesitant to get to this until we had the facts, but it's rare that you see, a car completely black flagged, removed from the race. It appears, but it's for some apparently very severe active retaliation. That'd be one of the ATRS 992s, the number 913, having apparently quite a strong disagreement with the GT4 car.
Okay,
If you're of a sensitive disposition, look away now.
Okay, so there's been one contact here then with the 913 is clattered into the back of the Torque Freak Mercedes GT4. Caleb John Lavender driving the ATRS Porsche, and one hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, 4 hits. Oh dear, that's poor. That's really, really poor there. So, yeah, this will give us maybe a bit impression of what kind of happened.
Did you? I didn't see anything that suggested the GT4 shouldn't have tried to take the corner there.
No, they're just driving along doing their own thing, and yeah, it just. Let's have another look at it as well and see if we can get a better impression. Caleb John Lavender
doesn't tell us anything.
Yeah, there's the move. He's turning the wheel to the right, and it's a left-hand corner. Yeah, that's pretty cut and shut. That's appalling. And race control, take action. DQ, out the race. Simple, very simple. And
that graphic is.
It's incorrect. It's not Anton, not Anton Lacharit. Caleb John Lavender. This will just give us an impression from Caleb's point of view. He's coming in way too fast into that corner. It was always going to close in front of him, and don't know what the hell he thinks he's doing here. And it's when the wheel is turning to the right as you're entering a left-hand corner. Pretty cut and shut, really. And yeah, the organisers have done the right thing to put him out the race. And luckily, the Torque Freak car has been able to continue. Who are probably a little bit confused what the fuss is all about.
Smoke in the air, and it's your championship leader, Anders Dahl, and Tech Sim Sports Viscera winners last time out in this category at Spa, and they've gone for a loop in the final sector here. Big traffic. They're trying to pass the TCR. They know there's a GT3 down the inside. That's the race leaders. The TCR goes off the circuit. So does the GT4. And then...
Oh, get the Apex Academy GT3 car there clatters into the back. So let's get a look at this again. So, MSI, your race leader, they're up ahead. They escape. So there they go. They're gone. They're going, oh, maybe see you later. Porsche Cup car is about to go in. The Aztec car about to get hit by the TCR. Bang, bang. Oh, so Racine Fezui, he did have a little bit of battle rash on the car already. That's going to add some more. And that just lets MSI off the hook a little bit, David.
Yeah, it sure does. There'll be a couple of people not entirely happy with that. Anders Dahl, one of them, who it looks like thought he had the right to claim the next corner, given that the TCR had run off the road. But TCR then decided it was holding the apex, and I thought the first time we've seen cars try to go too wide through there and it just be a little clumsy and the car on the outside, you know, think they're giving lots of space to the inside but still somehow manage to touch the car on the inside. For both parties, it's not easy to judge at all.
So the Riley BMW making moves here through a bit of traffic, trying to get by the Sim RC Aston Martin. The Team 75 Bernard Porsche in there too. This is towards the back end of the top 10 in GT3. Yep, 8th and 9th. Riley in 8th. Team Bernard in 9th. And, oh, the Bernard car just gets caught through those S's. If you get caught in those S's in a GT3 car, you lose so much time because it's all about aerodynamic grip through those corners, and the GT3 simply just has way more of it. Look at the gap there, pulled out, massive amount.
It gets out to 1.6 seconds, doesn't it?
Yep, just like that, just in the blink of an eye. Big credit to Racine Fizoi, because he's not letting that incident get him down at all. He's back on the power again and chasing down the MSI Porsche. Nothing he could have really done about that. All the incident happened in front of him. There was nowhere to go, but he's put his head down. And yeah, sometimes a driver with a bit between their teeth can really drag out that extra 1% of pace. And yet again, look at this, MSI caught right behind the Apex Academy Porsche Cup car. And I'm sure he doesn't let his teammate go. Okay, will do this time, I'm sure. Yeah, and Rathim Fezui is now right on the back for the overall lead. Good to see the Torque Freak GT4 carrying on after that bizarre piece of aggression from John Caleb Lavender. And yeah, still going. But this is your battle for the overall lead after 2 hours and 50 minutes of racing.
That Merc GT4, it seems to be built very strong.
Yeah,
that's a good ad. Now, both these teams though have pitted twice. MSI Esports are going to need 3 more to get to the checkered flag. Apex Racing Academy are going to need 4 more stops to get to the checkered flag. So MSI are clever. They'll, I'm sure, have done exactly the same numbers that I've arrived at, and probably even better, because they're not going to be worrying about what's happening in 992, what's happening in GT4, what's happening in TCR like we are. Their focus is going to be solely on the people they're racing in GT3. So they'll know what the strategy is, what game is afoot, that they don't need to battle too hard with Apex Racing Academy. If MSI back in their own strategy is the right one, then they'll believe they still have the upper hand in the long run and to the end of the race for the win here.
so it's going to rage on then between MSI and Apex Racing Academy. The gap at the front of the 992 class, well, continues to rage on. It's now up to half a minute before we've even reached half race distance. Quite remarkable. In GT4, well, SRC Movano of course lead by just half a second from Pure Sim, so it's very, very tight there in GT4. Meanwhile, Sim RC lead by 20 seconds in TCR. That gap's come down a little bit, I think. The Pure Sim's Honda of Ross McFarlane just closing a little bit of gap into Thornton Guinness. Lucas Gabler in the growling Aston Martin Vantage. 5th position, trying to get 4th place here from the CSRA by Entropic Machine as the Abu Porsche TT3R swoops around the outside.
Do you want to hear some slightly fluffier penalty news?
Go on.
Had our first time penalty for 50 track limit abuses.
Wow, already?
Yeah, not even
Wow.
at the halfway point of the race. 50 of them. And it belongs to the 933 of SRC Movano Corsa Porsche Cup. And don't want to put all the blame on the driver who's in the car right now, but it's Andrea Barillaro driving at the minute. Who else has been in that car? I'm going to have a look.
So that then means then that it's so they get a drive-through penalty for that. It's a stop and go
it's 25
penalty.
seconds, just like all the other penalties in the penalty box. So, yeah, not good. But
No, not good. So you got to drive through pit lane, take a 25-second stop. That's very damaging. So we wonder then
with your next pit stop.
Yeah.
Just like every other 25-second penalty.
Right, yes, correct, of course. So 25 seconds in the pit box. Whew, that's in the penalty box, excuse me. That's quite significant. So I wonder then, they can't be the only one. I mean, because you get 25 off tracks, is you get a warning, and then another 25 is when the penalty comes in. They can't be the only one, especially with 3 hours down, 3 hours still to go.
Yeah, they weren't even the first team to get the warning for 25. That was the number 178 TCR car, which is correct. 178.
Yeah, 178. I don't see a 178.
That's the Manidi car that's incorrectly numbered.
Which they were penalised for. So that's 48. They're out of the race, it seems. They've parked up. So we have quite a few retirements. We've got Altus Esports Porsche GT3R out of the race. ATRS Esports number 913 of Caleb John Lavender, they're disqualified. Shame. Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab, their Mercedes, they've been taken out the race, or they have retired. One of the two. Maniti TCR, we knew that, and Daniel Ferguson, the Pure Sims Porsche. That car, of course, was the car that had the penalty for track limits?
Sorry, which who? What?
The 916 Pure Sims Esports.
No, that was the car that had the penalty for the unsafe rejoin.
Okay. Well, it's showing us out now. Torque Freak are showing us back in the race again. Sort of a glitch on the timing screen as well, but they've had to stop for significant repairs, it seems. So that hit from Caleb John Lavender appears to have spoiled their race.
Just on the outlap now with Antti Salminen, aren't they? Am I going to be made to eat a little bit of crow about this, about Apex Racing Academy? Are they gonna work back to the top of the hour?
Well,
and do this race on only 5 stops?
Well, their pit stop was pretty much the same time, give or take a couple of seconds, as the leading MSI car. They are, although they did pit 5 laps earlier than MSI, but MSI are looking very good in terms of that to the hour. So they go around for another lap. So Racine Fazoi goes another 2 minutes around, then takes a pit stop. Then, I think they might actually be back in the window. It's been a superb drive from Racine, really putting quite a lot of pressure now on the leading MSI Porsche of Danny Elgerbay. And is this going to come down to tyres, and how many tyres are required to fit of course, any tyres that are fitted have to be done separately to the fuel. So any tyres you fit takes more time. And is it going to be that the BMW eats its tyres more than the Porsche does? Or have Apex Racing Academy got a setup on the car that negates that? We shall see. That's the questions that will be answered in the next 3 hours as we approach half race distance.
One of the teams are unfortunately missing COTA Gaming. They had some crazy setup at Sebring where they were doing exactly the same lap times on their third stint as they were on their first. So they had really, I think, optimised in that direction, kind of to the detriment of their one lap pace. So it's possible.
So interestingly, there into the braking zone, Rathim Fizui dipping the clutch, trying to coast into the braking zone, trying to reduce the amount of throttle input and therefore save fuel. So Rathim Fizui maybe just trying to play himself into the same strategy as the MSI car, because clearly this Apex Racing BMW has got serious pace, certainly in Rathim Fizui's hands, but does it have the lasting fuel mileage to make it work? There's the pit stop, but do you know what, David? 3 hours, 2 minutes, 25 to go. He's certainly getting closer to that window.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it?
Yeah, he's getting
The
there.
only thing I can say to that is that obviously they've still got to fill 5 more laps of fuel, maybe 6, than MSI, than Williams Esports BenQ, who were in third first phase of the pit stop. So having gone much longer early on, the short fill for these Porsche teams is coming later. We know that Apex Racing Academy have already eaten that cookie from the jar.
Well, we'll see how it shuffles out as we approach half race distance. One race that's proving very much one-sided at the moment is the Porsche Cup category. 31 seconds the gap now between Team 75 Bernard and Apex Racing Academy. Rathim Frizoi takes his service and gets back out. Not a surprise at all that the Apex Racing Academy team have left him in the car. He's driving brilliantly and looks like just a fuel only stop there.
Yep, I would agree with that. Fuel only. So how does their pace go on this second stint with those tyres is also the question. GT4 providing the action that it's known for here. Very few Astons in this category, but I happen to like it.
I do. I think the Aston's a nice car to drive as well. It's got good. Seems to have good straight line speed. Nice and predictable car as well, I would say. Haven't driven the Merc yet, have you, David?
No. In fact, I think when I go to join these race sessions as a spectator, the only car on the grid in this race that I own is the 992 Porsche Cup car. So at some point, if they move on from that, I'll have to buy something just to be able to spectate.
I've tried the Mercedes is the only GT4 car I haven't tried yet. I must, when it's next test drive, I must have a go and see what it's like. Unsurprisingly, as you imagine, I like the Cayman GT4. Actually, it's a lovely balance, but you do get pulverised on the straight by these dragsters. Only to make it up on the brakes. It's good fun. It makes for great racing, actually. I really enjoy the GT4 racing. Such variety as well. Of course, got the McLarens in there as well. So we'll have to wait a couple of laps, maybe another 10 minutes or so, before we kind of get an impression on where Apex Racing Academy fit into this battle here in GT3.
strained European relations in this GT4 battle. The Czechs of CSRA by Entropic coming under pressure from the Germans of SimRC, and the looks all Italian lineup of SERIES Esports applying the burner from the back.
Well, of course, Aston Martin and AMG, they only get closer in so many ways. Of course, they share Aston use Mercedes engines in their road cars. They use a lot of Mercedes switchgear and sat navs and all the kind of, what's the word, infotainment and that kind of thing. So yeah, there is a lot of Mercedes AMG DNA that goes into these Astons these days.
I mean, if there was one complaint about, older generation Aston Martins, it was that their gearboxes, infotainment and switches were too reliable.
The Aston Martin ones were. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Changing those particular bits up for Mercedes-Benz developed units and keeping the things people actually enjoy about owning an Aston Martin, like looking at it, sounds smart to me. Because, gosh, it's been a while since they came out with an ugly car.
You'll always have an excuse to wear a tuxedo. It's like, I'm just going out to the supermarket, I'll just put my tuxedo on and pretend I'm James Bond. It wouldn't be for me, I have to say. Wouldn't be for me. I do like the Mercedes. It's a cool car. The AMG GT. It looks really cool, especially in Black Series form.
It's crazy because, in pictures and, here, you're like, okay, right? But then I was, I saw one go past on the road and I just, watched it go past. And I was like, it's just, on the road, just got so much presence and well proportioned. It just never seems to come across in pictures of it stand alone. But when it's on the road next to a Honda Civic and whatever the hell is selling as a crossover these days, suddenly it does, in that context, on a random street on your commute, you're like, wow.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it looks spectacular on the street. It's.
I was never crazy for it until I saw one on the streets, in motion, in that environment, and it looked amazing.
Sounds good too.
Oh, there go the Italians for pit lane, because I was going to put to you that Czechs followed by German followed by Italian is also the order in which I would drink their beer.
Czechs followed by yeah, I'd go with that. Yeah. Have we got any Belgians? They would be at the front for me. I'm a big Belgian beer fan, actually.
Yep, that'd be a popular and well shared opinion, I think.
Any particular favourites? See what you've been enjoying recently.
Oh gosh, if I say the Germans will come for me, but I've been drinking Oettinger.
I'm a big fan of St. Barnabas, especially the St. Barnabas 12 with the blue label and the very happy looking monk on the front of it. That's a winner. I really like that. Also Quack, although I do feel a little bit like a jelly baby after a bottle of that. My lovely wife actually brought me back a 75 CL bottle of Quack the other day, and I finished it over the course of the evening, and I did feel a bit like a jelly baby. Yes.
We've got to deliver some kind of positive message on this platform, I'm sure.
Yes. Yes, take your time. Enjoy, but take your time. So, MSI Esports leading the way by 6.2 seconds. However, they are about to come in for a stop, as are the 55 Williams Esports Porsche. These Porsches have been really frugal today compared to the BMWs.
I think fuel economy wise, they've both been pretty similar because BS Competition in third are on the same laps, same fuel extension as everyone else. It's just a matter of the tyres, I think, where the Porsches look like it saved them a little better. And we did see two BMW teams choose to go off strategy and off cycle early. It's flash your headlights in the final sector day. SimRC and our TCR friends.
That was the Aspar Honda TCR that's got a huge amount of damage on the front right, so there's been a problem there.
For sale, Honda Civic, one careful owner, only driven on Sundays.
Yes, never driven in the rain. That's another one. I never ever believe that in an advert. It's like never driven in the wet. It's like that's an absolute lie. This is the United Kingdom. And also,
if that were true, there'd be no miles on the odometer.
None, exactly. Also, I don't know if this is a thing in Australia, David, but certainly in the UK, every single business that happens to retail cars, whether they be new, used or otherwise, has to refer to every single car, no matter what it is, whether it's a Ferrari or a Dacia. It's every single one referred to as stunning. Everything is stunning. Oh, this is a stunning example. It's like it's the most overused word in all retail. Stunning.
See, if a Dacia Sandero is stunning, then I suspect something's gone wrong with the heated seats, and that's what's zapping you.
Yeah, it's incredibly. It annoys me. I mean, a bright pink Lamborghini is stunning.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, wow, that is quite eye-catching. But a hearing aid brown Dacia or hearing aid brown Volvo, for that matter, is not. Anyway, Simone Passoni in the pits, and our leader in Danny El Garbay brings the MSI Porsche in for a pit stop, as does the Williams Esports BenQ team. Moreno Sirica bringing in that car, ready for action again. 2 hours 51 minutes to go. And where are we looking TCR wise? What has happened to SimRC? Have they taken an early stop? Yes, they're in the pit lane. So our TCRs are coming in for their second round of pit stops.
Past the halfway point, so then they'll have one more after this. They're sort of comfortably doing a little more than 90 minutes, which is a nice way to divide a 6-hour race in 4. But it's a pretty well a 3-stop race for all.
So Nathan Ames on board the SimRC Honda now. Quentin Guinness has done his job, put the car on pole, led away throughout the first half of the race, and it's now over to Nathan Ames to see what he can do. Pure Sims, they've kind of spread it out a little bit more, as Ross McFarlane in that car at the moment, number 116, running the race number of team owner Ash Sutton. That's the car he runs on his British touring car. Apart from when he's won the championship, then he puts a 1 on it, but if he hasn't won the championship for the year before, it's 116.
You'll see all of them ending in 16, so 916, 416, 417 and 116.
We'll give them a free kick on the 17.
Yeah.
Aha. So Stain Ledger now hops on board to take over from Ross McFarlane. Pure Sims, just like SimRC, in fact, they're kind of, I would say they're the two leading TCR teams on the iRacing platform at this stage, and they had an amazing battle in the World Touring Car Series, which we broadcast here on Racebot TV. The Drivers' Championship going the way of SimRC, but the Teams' Championship that went right down to the wire, that actually went the way of Pure Sims. So It was very tightly contested, and that's going to play out over the course of the next 2 hours and 49 minutes to see who takes the silverware here today.
So I think that means we've had the most recent pit stops from everyone in GT3. You've still got a couple of cars on their outlap, like the 89 BS competition. Felix Fernbach has taken that one back, and the Team 75 Bernhard car out on the lane, on track again, and hopefully a little tidier than last time we saw it. But I'm not sure they make any guarantees of that. And it's going to be spicy for that race lead again. I think MSI Esports, have they gone just a tiny bit short on their fuel at this stop, or am I seeing the number wrong? Because once again, they're back within a second of Apex Racing Academy.
I wonder. MSI. Let's have a look. Yeah, absolutely identical times in the pit stall for MSI and Apex Racing Academy, so they kind of go back into battle as they were again with I think MSI Esports now are just simply covering off Apex Racing Academy and knowing that they can short fill on that last stop by 5 laps worth, which is quite a lot here at Circuit of the Americas. So Apex Racing Academy, they've got to do a kind of balancing act here, I guess, David. They've got to keep pace with MSI, but actually save 5 laps of fuel over the next 2 hours and 46 minutes or so.
Yeah, and of course it takes 40 seconds to put 30 laps of fuel in the car, so you can kind of use that number, that each extra lap that you're going to have to fuel up is going to cost you 1.2 seconds or so in the pit stall. So it's kind of a 7 or 8 second remaining fueling time delta between MSI Esports and Apex Racing Academy. So even if they're a second apart on track, I would still pencil into my strategy that MSI are kind of 6 or 7 seconds ahead, adjusting for that strategy.
Question coming in from Som Zebra in our RaceBot TV chat, asking about the BMW M4 GT4. It's not that it's slow. It's not actually an option at the start of the season. The teams are given an option of 2 cars: the Mercedes AMG GT4 or the Aston Martin AMR GT4. So that was your choice. So front engine V8 or nothing in GT4, and it certainly makes the balance of performance a little bit easier for the organisers as well. But you can kind of choose your brand. Which do you prefer? Are you a Toto Wolff fan or are you a Lawrence Stroll fan? You make your own mind up for that one. So no option for the BMW GT4. However, in GT3, the BMW M4 GT3 very much an option and very much in the hunt for this race win. So hope that answers your question, Som Zebra. And any other questions, please do fire them in to the RaceBot TV chat. Always good to hear from you.
Or at Mackay Podcast on Twitter.
Or at Mackay. Or yes, indeed, I do. Yeah, I need some Twitter followers. Not enough, so I get a blue tick. I mean, I'm Scottish. I wouldn't want to pay the $8 or whatever it is a month that Musk's charging. Oh, big move there for MSI car, getting past, ironically, the Apex Racing Academy Porsche Cup car, but. Yes, I do need some love on Twitter, so that would be nice too.
She's got 628 followers, so 400 and something more than me, Chief.
Oh, I've by no means. I think I'm followed by about 200, and then following about 4,000. It's busy Twitter feed as well. Another question coming in from S on Zebra. Yes, Gearhead 25. We are reading the comments, but we can't do question time the whole way through. Can you choose all the GT3 cars? Well, there is certainly a very big choice of GT3 cars on the iRacing platform, and the answer is no. You can't choose them all. In this lineup, you have the choice of the Porsche, the Lamborghini, or the BMW M4. The reason for that is, now correct me if I'm wrong here, David, I think there is a limit of how many cars the iRacing simulator can handle. I think it's 8, and we're on that limit as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, I mean, I
total.
remember back in the day when the limit of different car models that could race against each other was kind of 3 or 4. Actually, I think it was 5 when I joined, and as the years have gone by, they just slowly increased it out, 6, 7. We are at 8 now, I think. But when you can only choose 8 models of car and you've got 4 classes here, it stands to reason that we can't have every model of GT4 and every model of TCR and every model of GT3. And even if we did, it would make it so much more of a headache for the series balance of performance, which is already a bit of a sticking point for some of the teams and a bit of a headache for the series administration. It doesn't need to be a more difficult, more controversial task.
Apparently it's a 10 car limit. The point is valid though. It's you'd have to run a very, very, very expensive computer to be able to run 10 cars all at once.
We know which SERIES Esports car this is because it's the one remaining one, but they've gone in very deep at the hairpin in what was a very closely fought battle in this class. So I think it's cost them 3 spots, just one lockup.
I think we need to start a campaign, hashtag Connery for a blue tick, so he's got more followers than both of us, David. Does that make him an influencer?
I don't know, maybe he's just got better tweets than us.
Probably, that's guaranteed. Yeah, that's guaranteed. That is certainly guaranteed. 2 hours and 40 minutes to go. So an IMSA sprint race to go, as some of the GT4 runners putting in their pit stops as well. Hard to figure out the GT4 strategy. So Urano Esports are back in the lead by 20 seconds. However, I do think they are due. Let's see, where are they due? Yes, they are due a stop. So again, it comes back to SRC, Movano Course, and Pure Sims. They are the kind of net leader, if you like. As Yoke Delight is leading on track at the moment, but is due a pit stop. Track temperatures stayed remarkably stable as we're middle of the afternoon now in Sim here in Austin, Texas. It's been hovering around 28, 29 for the majority of the race, so that's going to be good news for the teams. If it stays anywhere under 30, that's quite good for the tyres. Anything over that, it starts to get a little bit more tricky.
New batch of penalties just came through. So now the backlog at race control only stands at about an hour 20 minutes. Catching up. My goodness, it's been what a toll on them in what's a generally pretty thankless task. 64 protests on the sheet, and they've worked their way up to number 45 at this time, but there is 5 seconds for the car 96, which is BS Turner, currently running in 4th place. So that's not a ridiculous penalty, is it? It's just an extra 5 seconds to the next pit stop. They can definitely work their way through that, but it does teach them to try to avoid what they did, which was contact with one of the 992s.
I think it could come down to penalties. Any other of note that that could have an effect, David?
Well, Impulse in 12th place in class have 15 seconds. So there's a lot of these ones that are, probably pretty frustrating or for the teams involved. But if it's not the podium in class and it's not a 60-second penalty, it's like, we probably wouldn't notice if 12th in GT4 had a 10-second longer stop on accident instead of just a penalty. So I like that, because in a different style of race control, the smallest penalty race control could give would be a drive-through, which is a pretty big penalty, and depending on the circuit, sometimes it's an even bigger penalty. So then they wouldn't pull the trigger on anything except massively egregious, reckless, or intentional conduct. Whereas here, with the 5, 10, 15 second post-pit stop, penalty box penalties that they can add, they're a very, very fine, granular tool where they can say, you overstepped the mark a little bit here through traffic, maybe forcing a TCR off, but there wasn't contact or something. The kind of thing that you would never give out a drive-through penalty for, but the kind of thing you can softly discourage to try to keep the racing fair and to try to keep the racing clean for everyone in all of the classes. Because obviously it's great to have 4 classes, but it also creates some tension and frustration in some racing situations. That if race control stay on top of it, normally everyone's pretty well behaved and considerate.
Yeah, I think it's a good way to do it, actually. I really, really do. Keeps everything kind of running smoothly. And yeah, definitely a deterrent to do anything silly in traffic. About 2 hours and 35 minutes to go or so in this race. And
if I just close that point, you've got to have something in between, tut-tutting and keeping the whole class back at lunch. Like, you got to have something in between there to keep the troublemakers in line.
Yes, definitely true. I think it's a good way to police it, for sure. Yeah, Apex Racing Academy doing a super job here of keeping in touch with MSI Esports. Why don't we ride on board with them? Car number 98 of Rathim Fazui, the man of the hour, it has to be said. He's maintaining a good pace. He's going to be our taxi driver for the next couple of laps. And myself, Peter Mackay, and David Haynes will be back in just a moment. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back to round 3 of the 24H Series Esports, live from the Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. It's myself, Peter Mackay, and David Haynes here in the RaceSpot TV commentary booth, taking you through the next 2.5 hours to the checkered flag. At the top of the shop, it's MSI Esports, who lead the way by just around 4 seconds from the car on your screen right now, the white, green and black Apex Racing Academy BMW. They've just dropped a little bit of time the last couple of laps, but they're right there in the hunt for this lead. And in third, BMW Team BS Turner there, just in the fight for the podium at the moment. Williams Esports Bank in their Porsche are fourth, with Bila Racing Team Euronics rounding out the top 5. In the Porsche Cup category, well, it's been absolute domination from the Team 75 Bernard car. 26 seconds the gap at the front of the field to Apex Racing Academy squad. And Jürgen Frank is the driver who's been doing the business at the front of the field. Put the car on the class pole and pulled away. In fact, no, he didn't start in the class pole. In fact, I do tell a lie. He started up near the front, but has just charged off at the front and put together some incredible lap times and very consistent and looking very, very good at the moment. Urano Esports, they are sitting in third at the moment in their number 911. The 996 of Acetec Sim Sports, they sit in fourth, with Sabel Esports in fifth at the moment. In the GT4 category, well, it's very, very tight there as things stand. All Mercedes up the front of the field. But now, as it is at the moment, yes, the Sim RC Aston Martin is leading at the moment, but is due a pit stop. So really your net leader there is the SRC Movano Corse Mercedes, leading from the Urano Esports Mercedes, which I think might also need a pit stop as well. Pure Sims Esports right there in the fight in fourth, Sabel Esports in fifth. So very much in a state of shuffle at the moment in GT4. TCR, well, TCR going the way of Sim RC at the moment. They're looking really strong. Nathan Ames taking over the driving from Corentin Guinness, with the number 116 Pure Sims Honda now being driven by Stain Ledgers. Ross McFarlane doing the last couple of stints there as well. So that is your picture. And with 2 hours 27 minutes to go, David, how are we looking strategy wise? What are you expecting to happen over these next couple of hours to the finish?
Well, I think my key point is about this GT3 lead battle, where on a brand new set of tyres, the BMW looks like the car you want to have. But right here, on the second stint of the tyres, I'd say the Porsche is the car you want to have, because every time there's a new set of tyres on that Apex Racing Academy car, it's flying. It's one of the quicker cars that there are, and Bila have also been pretty strong on new tyres, and so have BS. But right now, you know, what was underneath a second between the overall leaders is out to 6 now, as the BMW just starts to struggle on some life-expired tyres, and for whatever reason, the wear and the balance of the Porsche just maintains the pace a little better, a little longer.
Yeah, it does certainly seem that way from what we've seen so far, but it can change at any moment. We've seen a lot of penalties being handed out over the course of the race, mainly for incidents in traffic, and usually, from what I've seen anyway, David, it's more cars in different classes coming together rather than those in the same class.
Yes, but not exclusively. Penalties for GT3 versus GT3 attacks. There are 5 seconds for the 148 TCR for contact with one of the other TCRs. But when you think about some of the big race-changing penalties, you've got to think of the Bila 46, which has now had almost like 50 seconds of penalties, predominantly for contact with and dive bombs on GT4s and TCR cars. So Yeah, when you think of the ones that are having a big effect on who could win the class, who could win overall, that's one of the ones you can't go past. The other penalty that we're going to start talking a lot more about in this back half of the race is those track limits, because 2 more have come through, and those are very quickly through the steward's box, because they're a pretty matter-of-fact slam dunk, no interpretation, no second opinion needed. It's well, you've got 50 incident points, off tracks, not necessarily incident points. It is exclusively 50 off tracks. So those have come through on the, I think we already mentioned the 933, which was the
Porsche Cup. It's Movano course, Porsche Cup.
That's right, yes. Movano course and Porsche Cup, we did mention that one. But then on the 466, which is Team Fordzilla GT4, and 79, which is the Havu GT3 Porsche. So with still more than 2 hours of racing to go, I don't think that's the last track limits penalty we're gonna see.
We're kind of replay here of Mark Perez in the MSI Esports Hyundai number 114 through the hairpin. We think might have had some sort of issue coming through into the flip-flop section through here through 13, 14 and turn 15 in that little Hyundai Veloster. Manoeuvrable little touring car, short wheelbase of course, in that machine. Appears to be running along smoothly, but we do know if you just catch one of these curbs the wrong way, they've got sometimes almost like a little kicker on the inside of the corner, right at the apex point in most cases, and if you clip it, it can really unsettle the car. So Mark Perez, I think maybe just run wide somewhere and it's triggered the warning system, but yeah, looks okay, no such problem for the little MSI Hyundai.
Write them up an invoice for that coverage then.
Yeah, I think so. Now,
but that's great, isn't it, right? Because every time we go to a replay, it's like, oh, something horrible or
here comes a plane crash. Yeah,
happened. It's like, you know what we never get? It's just a replay of someone having a good final sector. You know, just keeping it within the track limits and not getting hit by a GT3. You know, plane takes off and lands safely, never makes a news headline.
But no less impressive. Yes, I agree. CMRC finally take their pit stop in GT4. That puts the Mercedes of Movano course back into the lead. Now, as we've seen a kind of pattern forming in the second stint on tyres for our GT3 runners. Their second stint, and just going into the second half of that second stint, that's where the difference between the BMW drivers and the Porsche drivers seems to be splitting, because look at the gap now between MSI Esports and Apex Racing Academy. Of course, MSI and the Porsche, Apex Racing Academy and the BMW. That gap, it was hovering around the kind of second and a half. It's now 8 seconds, David. So as we've seen Racine Fuzou has had an amazing stint at the double stint at the wheel, but this second half of the second stint you really start to see how that car's eating its tyres.
Yeah, and I think back a couple hours now to the opening 30 minutes of this race, and the 46 Biela BMW and the 2 BMWs of BS Competition and BS Turner. The 3 of them stormed out front, started storming away from everyone, and that in a nutshell is where the peak of the performance seems to be, relatively speaking, for the BMW M4 GT3, is that on the higher fuel loads and newer tyres, definitely got pace that the Porsches don't quite have. But then here, middle of the fuel run, tyres are an hour and a half old. They've done 45 laps, and that's where the Porsche is then in its own. So it's a great little seesaw back and forth. And I don't doubt, in about 20 minutes when we see the next pit stops again from GT3, Apex Racing Academy will probably come out of the lane 10, 12 seconds behind MSI or something, and probably have a really good run, because they got two great drivers in the form of Maxime Perriand and Racine Fizui. They've got a car that's obviously super quick in that state. The BMW is just a bit meaner to the tyres. So hopefully it all balances out in the end. Right now it should be MSI time, and Apex time might be 5 minutes past the top of the hour. That's their happy hour.
Yeah, interesting to see if Apex have managed to close in that gap in terms of the fuel strategy on NSI Esports, if they'll be able to take on less fuel at the end of the race on that last stop. Of course, penultimate stops coming up at the moment for those on a 5-stop strategy. Those on a 6-stop, well, that was of course different, but I think I really don't see how a 6-stop is going to work. It's just too long in the pit lane, and there's just not enough of a benefit on those tyres. It's an interesting one because we see in certain series around the world where you can fit tyres during the fuel stop, and others where you can't, and it opens up interesting dynamics. And of course the tyre, it's not a sprint tyre, it's an endurance tyre, so it doesn't have that just explosive difference in lap time. But it's an interesting one, because the thing is, if you've got an explosive difference in lap time, you say where all of a sudden you gain a second and a half with a tyre, it almost doesn't, it then negates any racing, because you've got so much of a difference from each tyre to another that you're not really getting racing. It's just sort of who's kind of fastest over two separate time trials. It's not really proper wheel-to-wheel racing. We see it, F1 have tried to do it with, in the whole Pirelli tyre era, you see the kind of lap times diving about all over the place. But yeah, interesting one.
Maniti, Sabelt, Asetek, these are a bunch of the 992 cars that we'd seen battling each other at one point. There was a four-way scrap going on in this part of this field. I think the Sabelt about 2.5 seconds back there, they were closer. ATRS, I think, had another spin, but it looks like Havu are in there. So there's a great fight for a good chunk of points, and it's always good, not just when you've got a close battle at the lead of a category, but when you can look somewhere, in the middle of it, and these guys aren't, wasting 6 hours of their Sunday. They're having a ripping time and a great race, and really committed to this all the way, lights to flag.
Yeah, you bet they are. Yeah, Manatee. Yeah, it's about 2.5 seconds back to the Sabelt car there, just further on.
If you drove for 6 hours on a Sunday, how far from home could you get?
So I'm in Edinburgh. I could go, well, probably if it's distance-wise, get the furthest away, you'd head south, because there's a better motorway going south. Probably get to about Birmingham, somewhere like that. Edinburgh to Birmingham. Yeah, it's probably about 6 hours. How about you?
I could drive for 6 hours and I'd still be in Queensland. That's not entirely true. If I went dead south, I could probably get about halfway to Sydney.
From where? From
Brisbane.
From Brisbane. Okay. Yeah, 6 hours. I think you're probably definitely the winner of how far can you drive from home in 6 hours is someone who lives in sort of the western part of Germany and heads east. That's because I think from Hamburg, kind of Berlin, it's autobahn a lot of the way. And if you did it in the middle of the night, that's a good competition. Who could you? Actually, we're not that we're advocating this, of course, but yeah, that would be quite cool. I think. What car would you use for that? I think I'd go for a 911 Turbo S. I think that would be the perfect car for the job.
Oh, dude, I've got to send you some pictures because I went past this place in Richmond, Virginia, in the US, and it's called European Motors Richmond or something. But by the look of every single car in this used car yard on display, it's like a hoarder who had to register it as a business, because I've never seen more 924s, 928s, 944s, Mercedes SELs in a dire state, and it's a dire state there for Williams Esports BenQ as they lose a spot.
Yeah, that drops above the podium at this stage. So just a bit of a moment there for the 55 car of Moreno Serica. BS Turner in the pit box with Ruben Bonga, who's completed
Now they want
his.
it back.
Great move there from Serica, straight around the outside there of Stefan Hofbauer. He won't like that. The car 96 is in pit lane. Ruben Bonga came in for service, a full service, interestingly. That's not on time.
Well, they just completed a 30-lap stint. The thing is that their stint before that was only 19. Yeah.
Here we go again. Here comes Hofbauer up the inside, hard on the brakes. Serica's not going to let him have it, is he? Runs it out wide. They're costing each other time here, but it's great entertainment for us.
Tell you who this benefits massively is that Apex Racing Academy car, because realistically they were in a battle for second against these guys. You know, Williams Esports BenQ and now also this Bila 45 were sort of far enough back that if the tyres fell off hard for Apex Racing Academy and that final fuel stop was, 8 or 10 seconds longer, they were going to be, right in it for that sort of second place. Now, the pace is not as great on the second stint of the tyres for Williams Esports BenQ as maybe that hope. They have been caught by Bila Racing Team Euronics, and there is an interesting battle, sort of second, third, fourth, I'd say, between these two and Apex Racing Academy. It's all in play there.
Definitely, and if Bila Euronics 45 and 55 Williams Esports, if they start tripping over each other, well, it's only going to help, as you say. Apex Racing Academy totally buy that one. The gap at the front is increased more, up to 11.5 seconds. So this last portion of the double stint for Apex Racing Academy is really not gone their way. It seems like it really is playing into the hands of MSI in this stage. I mean, it could be Apex Racing Academy trying to play themselves in to the same strategy as MSI Esports. How will they do that? Well, they need to save fuel, basically, because they were stopping 5 laps earlier than MSI were, and of course that then has an invoice to pay at the last pit stop because they got to put more fuel in. So let's see. And David, some more news on penalties, even for some drivers who are parked up in the car park.
Yeah, a few of the transgressions of the Altus Esports 43 Porsche 911 GT3 have, eventually come across the steward's desk and been acted on, even though the car appears to be retired at this point. And I'll keep up with anything else that's happening there, but we haven't had any more penalties yet for the 50 off tracks. There is so many places around this circuit where it's easy to pick up one or two. It's not insane to think you might in a bad lap in traffic or pick up 3 off tracks or something, because you can get an exit of the final corner, you can get an exit of the first corner, you can get it down here very easily in the penultimate corner. The car wants to wash out wide and pass the white line, and almost anywhere there's this AstroTurf on the exit of the corner. You get out a little bit wide, the car will want to keep going wide, and then you're out of bounds.
So 2 hours and 9 minutes to go here then in this third round of the 24/8 Series Esports. And Apex Racing Academy still shedding away time to MSI Esports. It's now 12.5 seconds, so it's just ebbing away a little bit there. Seems that the front right tyre, particularly a bit of an issue here around the Circuit of the Americas. Of course, it's a anti-clockwise circuit, and therefore the front right will get a real pounding through that as well. Of course, they've raced MotoGP here since 2013, and Marc Marquez absolutely dominated this circuit, and he's a huge fan of left-hand circuits due to his training technique, the dirt track, American flat track style of training. They're always turning left there, so that's one of the theories why he's so good on these types of circuits. As a change for 5th position, Oris Rincon goes by to on Acetec Sim Sports Visceral.
And most people aren't too keen on the IRS in this country.
No.
So I hope it stands for something a little more pleasant on the Oris car. And they've made a pretty tidy move down the inside of turn 1 in that battle they were part of. So, our Italians and our Czechs. I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm pretty sure CSRA is like Czech Sim Racing Association or something.
Yes, I'll go with that one. Now, you were saying you'd rather have the Czech beer over Italian beer. I would go with that. Nothing against Italian beer, it's just the Czech beer is excellent. However, I'd rather have Italian food.
I don't know much about the cuisine of Czechia. That corner always scares me because people take different lines, different braking points in there, and my goodness, they actually got a little close there, but I think they knew what they were doing. We did see that potentially be the cause of the accident between the two Biela teammates. If you think back to that. But yes, Italian cuisine, absolutely fantastic. I didn't do a great service to Italian cuisine with my dinner tonight, which involved spiral pasta and sausages, but it was still tasty.
Main thing. She's put a lot of damage on the side of that CSRA machine by Entropic on their Mercedes. I don't think there's many of the lower class cars that have survived the whole race without at least a bit of a rub from some of the faster cars coming through. It was being downright aggressive in some areas. Just a big slide there for the CSRA Merc, and he's about to get pipped here by the Havu GT3R Porsche. There it goes, gets the job done through. 6 minutes before the top of the hour, when we'll start to get a feel for where we are in terms of strategy for the run to the finish. I don't think it will be long before we see Apex Racing Academy's BMW coming in to pit lane. They've done 26 laps on this stint, maybe a couple more, and you know what, David, they might have at least played themselves comfortably into that 5-stop strategy when we thought they might have been forced to do a 6.
Yeah, indeed. But the only downside at this point is that they took that short stop early, and they might come up against Williams Esports BenQ and even a little bit of Biela Racing Team 45 having shorter final stops there. That they've just got to make sure they cover off. Got a bit of time in hand to the teams that currently run 3rd and 4th, that are looking like the win might just elude them. MSI Esports GT3 might be looking a little too strong at the moment. We do expect then those final round that upcoming round of GT3 stops to potentially be the final tyre change on most of those teams, and probably also the final driver change. Sort of sets us up for the last segment of the race to run to the end.
So this battle still rages on between Maniti and Ori's Rincon then. Into turn 1 they go. Oh, it's a bit of a late look there from Maniti, and just has to back out of it at the last moment there, trying to make its way safely through traffic. And of course, yeah, any penalties now, of course, will be really... And the thing is as well, if you cop a penalty and you've done your last stop, you've got to come in and serve it though. So
added post-race. It gets added post-race.
Okay, fair enough.
Any penalty that you get assessed in the final 90 minutes of the race, if you don't serve during the race, gets added post-race, which is actually quite nice, because we've had this situation before wherein, as you mentioned, if you do serve it at a pit stop, you've got to accelerate out of your pit box up towards the pit lane speed limit and then slow down again, stop in the penalty box. Then you've got to make sure you serve over, not under the time. You don't want to Alpha Tauri your 5-second penalty. So realistically, you know, oh my goodness.
Oh wow.
That's not it. Big damage for Maniti, who end up in the wall. What exactly went on between those two 992s? And they've almost gone and involved CSRA by Entropic as an innocent bystander, 3 wide at the end of the straight here.
Well, let's get a look at it then. So Maniti leading the way in the green and black car. The IRS car goes up the inside, hard on the brakes, bang. Hits him in the braking zone, and then yeah, the CSRA car sees them both clattering through. Clumsy one, really. And if you're Maniti, you're going to feel pretty aggrieved at that, surely.
Yeah, if you're Maniti, you're going to say, well, hang on, he knew we were 3 wide, and he's not giving me enough space. And if you're Oris Rincon IRS, you're going to say, Maniti knew this was going to be 3 wide because they had the best visibility of the upcoming traffic. I couldn't see them as well because I was right in behind the car I was trying to pass, and he was a little late to pull out maybe. So I don't think that dent is going to get better on the left-hand side for Martin Siratek.
A bit of fuel saving for Martin, but you'll see it ready. Oink. Oh dear.
Enter stage left, exit stage right.
Yeah, I think, I mean, for Maniti, they're braking in a perfectly straight line, it seemed there. Wheel seemed straight, and the IRS car just kind of carved across. That's certainly how I read it, but Kevin Tavares, I don't think he'll feel pretty aggrieved at that. I mean, certainly the Maniti car came off a lot worse. A lot of damage. It is a difficult one because it's obviously you treat it as a straight because you're absolutely flat out in 6th gear and then you break down into 1st gear, but it isn't straight at all. The road does curve and move and go uphill and down dale, so it does make things a little bit more. You do get checkups. Then we saw. I mean, look at where we have Formula 1 here. It can happen here too.
That's new damage on the rear wing for Sabelt Esports, and I'd wager you it's costing them some straight line speed, because look at how quickly BS Competition swallowed them up and are leaving them behind.
Yeah, of course, that the rear of the car, that's exactly where the engine is, hanging out over the rear wheels, so I wonder if they've maybe got a little bit of damage there. Or potentially just the aerodynamics, as you say. Great spot there, David. The rear of that rear wing, the right rear of the rear wing is deformed. So Williams Esports into the pit lane at the Kauppinen, taking on fuel. Now with 2 hours to go, I would imagine we'll see them go up on the jacks, put on 4 tyres, and that will be then ready for the run to the flag. Just a little splash of fuel required, and there it goes, yeah, up on the jacks.
And just behind them, their teammates, Williams Esports Chill Blast, are also going for the same strategy. Dino Lombardi coming in a little early on this one, and I wonder if the strategy is just get on those fresh tyres as early as we can. GT3 cars can definitely perform a bit of an undercut. we saw GT4 and TCR not so much, but in GT3, definitely if you're struggling on those old tyres, get on the new ones would be the way to go.
I think so. I think that's definitely a good idea. I mean, the MSI, their pace has been fantastic at the front of the field. This last part could be a pivotal part of the race. You know, they've really, Daniel Garbai's opened up a really good gap. He's opened up 1.1 seconds just on the last lap alone from Racim Fuzui, who's, I think, yes, his tyres won't be right, but I do think Racim's had to do a lot of fuel saving over the second part of his stint in the car, and that's definitely cost him time. But it has played him into the window in terms of strategy. So maybe with some fresh tyres on the car, we could see that Apex Racing Academy BMW come back into the fray, because as you alluded to earlier, David, it does seem that on the fresh tyres in the first stint, the BMWs have got the pace.
I'm seeing Apex Racing Academy as having gone on with 31st lap of this stint, which is a little unprecedented. Wow. So maybe that's where this sort of drop of, 7, 8, 10 seconds away from MSI has also partially come from. Here's that difference in lines and braking points in towards the final sector. As the Bela Racing Team 46, much penalised, comes under pressure from the BS Turner, occasionally damaged.
Yeah, they were looking so good at the start of the race, but that incident with the Pure Sims Porsche Cup car really held them back, actually, I think, over the course of the day. Into pit lane comes the Bela Euronics car. Now, is it 45 or 46 coming in? 46 coming in. Gregory Tansen. So this will be the penultimate stop for this car. Into the pit box they come. And no driver changes yet. Oh yes, there is. There's a driver change. Sven Hasse back on board.
Definitely a fiery, passionate, maybe aggressive driver. It's really quick through that opening stint, but then we kind of came to learn that it's because he's bullying on some of the traffic harder than others were, and that came back to bite a little bit. So we'll see if we're going to get a just as quick but potentially reformed Sven Hasse in the final stint to bring it home and maybe right some wrongs and continue scoring some good points for the 46.
So Apex Racing Academy into pit lane then in their BMW number 98, and service going on. Racim Fuzui, a superb double stint in all things concerned, brought that car really into contention for the win. It looks like Racim is going to stay on board. Don't see a driver change happening as yet. So he's done 2 hours in the car. Obviously feels happy to go for another go. And does that mean that we'll see him go right to the finish then? Or because otherwise the driver changed. Yeah, that'd be a 4-hour stint. That would be a big ask. So tyres going on there as we expected. I think all the cars will be taking in GT3 will be taking new tyres to get them to the end of the race. But yeah, that does mean surely, David, then if you're just taking fuel on board on the last stop and you do a driver change, you're going to lose time.
Now, I believe at this point, you're going to see Racim stay in until the end, and he's going to, just close out with the four stints. He's been known to do that kind of thing. Doesn't mind the Ironman stints and the grind. But what they've got to be careful of is Maxime Briant drove one opening stint, then they stopped a little short fueled it a little bit, and then Racim got in before the 2-hour mark. Now the drive time rules, I do believe, is 70%. So no one driver can do more than 70% of the team's laps. Now, obviously, if one driver drives 2 hours and the other drives 4 hours, then the driver who drives the most is going to do about 66% of the time, about 66% of the laps. The fact that that Briant did the short stop, the short stint, and then has handed over to Racim. They've got to be careful about that drive time rule. They're definitely one of the teams who could be in place to get caught short on the drive time, which doesn't happen that regularly because for the reasons we just mentioned. I mean, you look at the driver strategy of Biela 46, for example. Sven Haase drives 2 hours, hands to his teammate who drives 2 hours. Sven goes to drive the remaining 2. You know, even though one driver does the most, they do almost 2/3. They've got to do more than 70% for it to get in trouble, which doesn't happen all that often with the way the GT3 stint windows fall. But if you really minimise one driver's time and have the other driver really stretch it out, you could end up in trouble on that one. Oh, that's trouble. That's a drift and a half.
That's a nerf and a half there from the number 75 car. Who's driving that at the moment? Lucas De Vries just drilled the CSRA Mercedes. That was really clumsy, and that will definitely cop a penalty. Just, yeah, no perception at all there. Really silly. And that car has been in the wars. It's had a lot of incident. Yeah, not the best. Not the best, it must be said. But yeah, I think drive-wise, it does seem... They have, yeah. I do think, though, David, I do think that the drive time, Apex have definitely... I get the feeling that they've planned perfectly to have Maxime Briand do a limited, basically the minimum number of laps that they've predicted, and then put Racim Fizui in for the rest. So they've basically tried to maximise his time and minimise Maxime Briand's, interestingly. So car 75, the Team Bernhard car, really in the wars there, taking the FSRA Mercedes, just cleaning it out. CSRA, excuse me, number 421. Just on that last lap there, David, it really was a bit clumsy.
Yeah, I was going to say, no wonder there's a dent on the left door of that car. It's like the third time someone's, you know... It's almost comical the way they just slide out of frame, but it's not funny for that team who just keep finding themselves, you know, getting bullied around.
Yeah, a bit of a punching bag, it seems. Just look at this. They're just going around, running from big and bang. Like, what is happening there?
Held the slide, just chef's kiss, but it's just not what they want.
You're just waiting for it here. Just going along about your business, bang. You almost don't know what's worse there. Is it... You almost think that was so bad that you think, was it deliberate? I'm sure it's not, but it's just so clumsy otherwise. Well, we're still waiting on MSI Esports coming through to take their penultimate stop. And yeah, they are playing themselves in quite nicely for a little bit of a shorter fill over. And I wonder actually, David, whether they'll take the short fill now and keep themselves clear of Apex Racing Academy, because we know how quick they've been on new tyres. I wonder if they want to make sure they've still got a gap to play with.
Yeah, I mean, they're in the position now to react to what they've seen from Apex Racing Academy, which was, of course, complete service, you know, a full tank of fuel and 4 tyres. So MSI can, you know... Apex Racing Academy just roll over for BMW Team BS Turner there. Not what I quite expected to see. But yeah, obviously MSI Esports GT3 in the position to react. They'll know they could take, you know, equal fuel drops from now until the end and say, all right, well, I'll have 95% of a tank of fuel now and 95% of a tank of fuel at the next stop, and, never have to put the full weight on these tyres and hopefully save them a bit like that.
Could be, yeah, could be. We'll see what they do. Danny Elgarby coming around now now. Is he going to come into pit lane, or is he going to go around? He is going to come to pit lane. So in comes our race leader then, Danny Elgarby for MSI Esports. Will be 4 new tyres here, and fuel. How much is the question? It's around about a minute for a full tank of fuel and 4 tyres. And let's see how they compare to Apex Racing Academy, who appear to be the closest rival on strategy at the moment, possibly. But Danny Elgarby, he switches over and installs Christian Lamela into the car. Now, coming back to that moment there where BS Turner just kind of breezed on past the Apex Racing Academy, of course, they're on a completely different strategy schedule, David. I wonder if the Apex team just thought, you know what, let them go and we'll just tuck in behind.
Yeah, I guess we're still expecting to see two more stops from BS Turner 96, whereas Apex Racing Academy and now MSI Esports, we're expecting one more stop to get to the end. So yeah, I guess I believe you on that one. I've also busted out the old calculator, and based on my predicted race distance of 172 laps, the 55 laps that Maxime Briant completed will end up being 32% of race distance. So 68% of race distance for Racine Fazuli if he takes this to the end. So probably on the correct side of the regulations by, two laps or so.
Well, very well calculated for Apex Racing Academy, if that is the case. So they're looking good at the moment. Still, MSI carry on.
And see, I'm working backwards on it, but if you were working forwards on that, well, you'd have your first driver get in, and then you'd say, all right, well, 32% of the race time has elapsed now. I think we're safe that you've done enough.
Yeah, I think so. So yeah, Christian Lamela there is now out front by 21 seconds from BMW Team Turner. Of course, MSI have done their stop, as mentioned. BMW Team BS Turner, they, of course, we think are due 2 stops. They're not really in the picture. In third place, Apex Racing Academy. 33.9 seconds is the gap. 23 seconds is the gap at the moment. At the front of the field to the third placed driver of Apex Racing Academy's Rathim Fazui. So that is your gap.
And I was like, come on, Zenith Esports, flash your headlights. We've seen you do it. You know you want to, and boom, right on cue from our Zenith driver.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously not happy. It's been a tough day for a lot of the TCR runners having to try and keep themselves out of trouble.
You know as well as I that the TCR car, quite a wide stance. It's on racing slick tyres. It's not completely devoid of aero, and it's a front wheel drive car. So they like to carry good corner speed. Because then they don't punch off the corner quite so well as front wheel drive. So a quick lap in a TCR car is a little different to the GT3s that can kind of park on the apex, square it, and then, have a lot of power and a lot of traction off the corner. So nothing wrong or protestable or, untoward or unsporting from MSI Esports and Christian Lamela there. It's just that you overtake a TCR car like that, you kind of take the apex away from them, and it costs them the way that they want to drive the track, which is to really flow the apex speed and prioritize apex speed over corner exit traction. And that's where the little flashy headlights from Zenith was like, oh, you've gone and cost me a little bit of time with the way you've chosen to do that. Works for you, it's legal, but it's not optimal for me.
That's also a big part of the game of multi-class racing. It's not just the faster classes knowing how to pass, it's the slower classes knowing how to be passed and managing that well. Very, very important. An hour and 3/4 to go then in this third round of 24H Series Esports. And who's going to come out on top? Well, at the moment, MSI Esports are looking pretty strong. They've got a little bit of a buffer in time on track already. That's confirmed. But also, they are going to need less time at the fuel pumps than Apex Racing Academy will at the final stop, and that's going to help that as well. Lap time wise, yeah, MSI are really crunching it right now, opening up 2 seconds more on the Apex Racing Academy last time by really making the most of a clean run in traffic. So all Apex Racing Academy can do is just keep pushing on, keep forging forwards, minimise or eliminate any mistakes, and hope that MSI hit some issues.
Okay, another track limits abuse penalty, but not for a new car. The SRC Movano Corsa 933 has now used 100 track limits and gets another penalty for it.
Oh dear. That's quite impressive.
Yeah, 3 cars have had penalties for track limits, but one of them now 3 times. Wow. For example, next door on the penalty sheet to SRC Movano Corsa's penalty for their 3rd infringement of 100 off tracks is the 176 Sim RC leading TCR just getting their first warning for 25 at 1 minute apart from where that 992 car got their penalty, their 3rd penalty for 100 off tracks at this point in the race. So if they just keep on tracking, they'll 125.
Well, it's they're certainly winning that competition for the most off tracks. That's for sure. Car, yeah. Interestingly, car 481. Car 481, the Torque Freak car, is given a 10-second time penalty for contact with car 913, who posted a protest about that. But then, of course, car 913 then got disqualified for retaliation for that incident. So, goodness me, it's busy in that steward's room.
They're not picking favourites or making friends, but I'm yet to see a penalty that I've disagreed with. That's kind of the right. I think they're applying their own rules and following the procedure when it looks like that.
Yeah, certainly. I think you have to commend them. I have to commend them a lot, actually. It's been a busy day to keep on top of everything. But no, it's certainly been an intriguing race so far. A matter of strategy and how to get that to work. And I really have to say, David, that it's quite remarkable that the Porsche with 45 kilos of ballast is still looking really strong. I mean, really strong, even with that difference.
Yeah, I mean, you see it, you're like, oh, 45 kilograms of ballast, that's like a lot, but it's the right amount. Like, if anything, I mean, 55, I suspect, you know, MSI and Williams Esports BenQ would still be up there. If it was 55 kilograms of ballast, it just seems like a really strong race car. Especially the difference in its tyre wear compared to the BMW, it seems.
Yeah, that does seem to be a bit of a factor. That even with all that weight, you would think that would crucify the tyres, but not so. Not so. Hour and 40 minutes to go, and we're getting to the point where the TCRs can pit and make it to the end of the race, and of course they can fit tyres when they take fuel on board. So at this point, David, do you try and go for a bit of an undercut as well and try and get those new tyres on now and make the most of them?
That's what we thought some were trying to do. I mean, depends on your class, depends on your kind of car, but for TCR, for example, if you want to undercut with tyres, you've got to do it really early, because you've then got to, you know, warm them up 3 laps before they come good, and then you're getting that time back, and in that time you pit, well, your rival can react and negate your strategy. For GT3, when we saw some people look like they were doing it, okay, good strategy, but then if you were hurting coming up towards the 2-hour mark in the middle of the race, you're going to be hurting at the end of the race. Then you're just shifting the pain from the end of this run to the end of the next tyre run.
So the GT4, interesting. Mercedes AMG Team Urano leading the way, of course, championship leaders. They lead by 31 seconds, but we won't really know what the full picture is there until those cars have all had their last stops, because, yeah, it's evolving on slightly different interpretations of strategy. So the number 490 Mercedes AMG Urano car with Joop de Light on board of that car. Certainly a very passionate driver. And in this kind of multi-class environment, can get very hot and heated at times. But Team 75 Bernard, they lead the way in the Porsche Cup category by 21 seconds from Apex Racing Academy, who have brought back a little bit of a gap to Team 75 Bernhard, who finally made a driver change. So Jürgen Frank has handed over to Marvin Strel.
Jürgen Frank has been dependable and mega, so Strel's been given a very good position. You all always love if you can have a teammate like that.
Yeah, certainly can. Yeah, that's always nice to get the car handed over in a good spot. Unfortunately, it's not been so good for the team car in the GT3 category. Car 75 made heavy contact with the GT4 machine, number 421. I would imagine they'll get a penalty for that, but there's a little bit of a backlog. We are now up to our 83rd, our 78th protest.
Get to 100 for a free coffee.
Get all the stamps in the book. Yeah. Have you ever got to the end of a 10 coffee, buy 10 coffees, get one free? I've done it once in my local coffee shop. No, twice. But I've got lots of other cards for other coffee shops that I've not even got close before losing it.
No, I think I'm not one for ordering coffee out that much, and I'm also a little on the wrong side of the generation gap, where I'm more likely to order on the app 10 times and it, adds a free coffee to your account than to have a card in my wallet that I need to remember to get stamped.
Yeah, I definitely have not got the app, that's for sure. Couldn't be bothered with that. Anyway, the Sebelt Mercedes there is trying to get its way past the Zenith Hyundai TCR, and Sebelt getting a place back once the CSRA car unfortunately got tangled up with the number 75 Bernard Porsche. So yeah, CSRA down in 7th in class now. Roberto Ferrari here 6th in class for Sebelt Mercedes. And BS Turner, although they're looking good right now, they do owe us 2 stops. Yeah, I think they're going to come up. They're going to have to do a heck of a fuel save if they were, but no, I think they are going to need 2 stops where everyone else needs 1. So it's a story of what could have been for BMW Turner.
Yep, because I've got a predicted 46 laps still to go in this. They're 21 laps already on this tank of fuel. So, best case, they'd need to go 36 laps on this stint and 36 on the next, when the furthest we've seen anyone go is 31, and that was even an outlier because most teams are doing 30. And it doesn't quite stack up to me.
So quite a few more penalties coming in. Car 121. So we'll start with car 5. That is the Williams Esport Chill Blast car. 5-second penalty for dive bombing car 975. That's your leader in the Porsche Cup category. The car number 121, the TCR machine Aspar team there already out. Car 148, Team Heusingveld, Roman Perschke, gets a 10-second penalty for contact with the car coming out of pit lane. Car 960, 10-second penalty for contact with another car. The car 960, that's one of our Porsche Cup cars. That's the Sebelt Porsche Cup car. Car 83, Riley Sim Racing BMW, 10-second penalty for contact with the 975 car. So the leading Porsche Cup car, maybe that's where that kind of loss in pace has come from. Maybe a little bit of damage potentially. 25-second penalty for car 933. We've covered that one. For SRC Movano Porsche Cup, who are actually out of the race now. Car 466, the GT4s, again I think out of the race as well. I can't see on my timing screen here. 460. There you go. Team Fordzilla. They've got themselves a 25-second penalty as well. Car 79. They've got. They're out of the race as well. Havu. So they're race control. They're catching up. They're catching up.
Yeah, the opening 2 hours backlog has cleared itself a little bit. How about the hang time off one of those curbs off the Junkos? How about the maybe damage off one of those curbs for the Junkos GT4?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised to see it, because when you're hitting those curbs, they're like skateboard kickers. They really are aggressive, and yeah, I wouldn't be surprised when we see it at the Nürburgring, at the Nordschleife, where we have seen cars. I remember Sami Matti Trogan leading a digital NLS race, and car got quite significant damage from curb strikes. So yeah, it can happen. Let's get a look then for the Junkos car.
Oh, so that was already...
Just ran a little bit wide.
Yeah, so okay, so that's where the pace went, is that they clipped one of the curbs and then went wide, cut the track, and had to slow down and give up the time gained.
That sounds familiar. Oh!
Yeah, this is the replay, but even that counts as a cut track, I do believe.
Oof, you would almost you'd give that time back. Give back the time gained, as you say, David.
And you know what?
What?
That has put them over 50 off tracks. So that's a 25-second penalty for that cut track. Now, I put to you that if they were on 49 with 90 minutes to go, they were probably already headed for that. But that's salt in a car that definitely has a wound. It won't turn left, and now they're pitting.
That is a pity for the Junkos team. Octavio Rondoletto pits up on the jacks. And now, can you get home from here for a GT4? I think it's maybe just stretching it a bit too much, would you say?
Don't think so.
No, Maxi Stefanen taking on board.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of 32 lap stints, and there's still 43 laps for a GT3. We get lapped a couple of times, but give or take, still 35, 37 laps for a GT4.
So that's car 96 serving a penalty. Last penalty they got was a 5-second penalty for a collision with another car. So yeah, one more stop to go then for BS competition. So yeah, they're kind of now on the same stops to go as everybody else, and that drops them down to 6th position at the moment. So they could still be in for some strong points. Will BS Turner. Or certainly they'll hope so, but you never know what can happen in the next hour and 27 minutes. There's a lot of racing still to go. MSI Esports hold a good cushion right now from Apex Racing Academy. It's been a really smooth run from this team. Like the colour on that car. I'm a fan of blue cars. That is nice. Lots of different shades of blue.
Something about it is a little too toothpaste tube for me.
It almost looks like if SeaWorld were going to sponsor a car.
Yeah, well, the way track limits are going, they're very spacious enclosure for all of our cars.
It's about as spacious as it's going to get. Yeah, certainly here at Circuit of the Americas. But yeah, they've barely put a wheel out of line here, have MSI Esports. Christian Lamella now on board and lapping very smoothly indeed. The last lap by a 203.6, just a 10th of a second drop to Rathim Fazui in the Apex Racing Academy car. 203.2 for the Bila team, number 45, Lucas Yestat. Kind of a story of what could have been for Bila. They were being super fast, but just made a few little errors in execution and a few little tangles in traffic, and that's cost them.
Yeah, the 45 was also one of the very first cars to pit from GT3, short of the hour as well. So they, from the early on, were a little off what seemed like the competitive strategy. And of course, the 46, penalty. For them, unfortunately, and we kind of made it sound like they were being kind of made it sound like they were being a bit of a menace for a long time. The reality was, it was all sort of in that first hour. There was such a backlog of protests that, a penalty would come through for something they'd done 30 minutes ago, and then down the road a penalty would come in for something they'd done 60 minutes ago. So they kind of were driving how they were driving with the risk and the aggression that they were, and it was quite a while later that they actually got slapped on the wrist for it, and properly officially told that that's too much and that's too far, and they've been far more behaved since then. So I kind of do feel for them that, you do something, you see it gets protested, but it takes a while for the stewards to get to it, and in the meantime you've gone and done that thing a second and a third time, and then when it all shakes out, you get penalised 5 seconds the first time, and then 10 seconds, and then 15 seconds, and it all adds up to 30 seconds for something you would have stopped doing the first time you got a 5-second penalty for it, if that had come through a little quicker.
So an hour and 23 minutes to go here in this race. It's interesting where MSI Esports are leaders if they pit with kind of an hour to go, or whether they run in with full tank of fuel and then short fill on their last stop. We shall see. Whatever happens, they won't have to spend as much time at the pumps as Apex Racing Academy will. Now, are Apex Racing Academy, are they by any means safe in second position? No, they aren't. They're only 8 seconds ahead of Lucas Yestat and the Bila Racing team and their BMW, and fairly similar on strategy, certainly similar enough on strategy. So this is game on for second place, I would say. Racine Fuzui took 2/10 out of Yestat last time by, but that could play over the course of the rest of the day. So second place might not be sewn up yet. In fact, none of the positions are sewn up yet, but Apex Racing Academy are going to have to keep their eyes forward as well as back.
Yeah, but good lap just then from Fuzui, but there has been maybe a bit of a resurgence from that Bila 45. For a long time there, third place looked pretty locked in for Williams Esports BenQ, didn't it? And they have faded somewhat on that.
So Riley Sim Racing, they're in for a pit stop as well. They will not get home with that. They will have to take another splash and dash before the end of the race. So they were a threat early on. They kind of posed a little bit of a threat, but it hasn't quite worked out for them. That 6-stop strategy not going to work by the looks of things. So looking like, as we predicted at the beginning, 5-stop strategy definitely the way to go.
Yeah, it's the way most of our top runners are going, to the point where anyone not doing it is standing out like a sore thumb, and that's Relay Sim Racing and BS Turner, and pretty well no one else.
Yeah, BS Turner, they've kind of been forced into this sort of strategy. Wouldn't be their ideal scenario, but yeah, it just doesn't quite gone their way. There's the Riley car, and in for some penalties as well. Dominic Push as the Heusenfeld TCR.
One in, one out.
Okay, my turn. Yeah. So that Heusenfeld TCR machine serving a penalty for making contact with the 434 GT4 machine when exiting pit lane a little bit earlier on.
Mum says it's my turn with the penalty box.
The penalty, the naughty step. We should call it the naughty step, I think. The naughty step will be at the bottom of pit lane.
Not always at that end of pit lane. In fact, I think more commonly it's towards the entry side. It was underneath the podium at Spa, and at Sebring it was also on the entry, but at Imola it's typically towards the exit end of the pit lane. So it just depends on where there's space in the particular pit lane.
Obviously in Nürburgring it's usually on the entry normally. When you come in there at the GP circuit. Goodness knows where you'd put it on the Nordschleife pits, because they are tiny. Certainly on iRacing they're tiny.
Yeah, well, at Monza, I have a feeling, which is next round on the 4th of December, I have a feeling like it's probably going to be on the entry, kind of near where that podium is. When we go to the Nürburgring on the 5th of February in the new year, that's of course on the combined circuit. So we use the GP pits like you expect to see out of, VLN racing or the Nürburgring 24-hour, or in fact almost all racing. That's racing on the Nordschleife is of course the combined circuit with the modern pit building. And then Barcelona is our season finale on the 4th of March. Again, I'm trying to picture that pit lane, but it's a pretty modern, pretty spacious pit lane, so they'll find somewhere.
Probably, yeah, there's a reasonable amount of room on the way in, but I'm only just going off memory. So SimRC first to blink on the pit stops for TCR. So SimRC have kind of had it under control all day in TCR. Here they come, and they're Honda, but Pure Sims Esports are close enough to cause a problem. So out of pit lane they come then. So they're fueled up, ready to go for the run to the flag. And now, does Nathan Amis stay on board, or does Corntaguinez get back in? Nathan Amis stays on board. So let's see what he can do. We saw him in the RaceSpot TV chat earlier on. And his teammate Corntaguinez put it on pole position. Did the first double stint. And Nathan Amis is kind of cracked on from there, roughly splitting the driving half and half. Let's see what Pure Sims do. They had Ross McFarlane in earlier, then Stain Ledger. Will Stain stay into the end of the race?
The TCR teams do have a few little complications to their driver availability. Other sim racing championships exist. Complicates GT3 and TCR a little more than the others, would be said. This isn't bad for Pure Sims, because we know that the tyre warm-up on TCR is a challenge. So if Pure Sims just react 1 or 2 laps later, there can be some advantage to that. We of course already saw Team Hoisingveld through the lane. They are a little further adrift of being in the conversation about the class winner.
So it's Sven Hassett, 8th position for that number 46 machine. Story of what could have been for this car. Such pace, but penalties, mistakes have really cost them. And the story of what could have been in the Porsche Cup category. Well, the gap continues to close. We saw a gap of nearly half a minute for Team 75 by Bernard SimRC, but the gap is now down to 18 seconds back to Apex Racing Academy. So Apex Racing Academy really charging in car 998. Mads Hansen at the wheel at the moment. And I do wonder, they pulled over a second and a bit out of Marvin Strell last time by in the Team 75 Bernard car. I do wonder, David, if we've seen a couple of penalties for cars that have hit the number 975. I do wonder, is that holding them back? The car looks okay. Certainly over the the front left and the rear. Is anything on the front right? That looks okay.
Yeah, I can't spot much
No.
out of line.
Maybe just this with the flag in sight, just not taking too much risk.
So I don't know what we what we quite call this, but I just was reading about that number 96 BS Turner. And they had a problem at one of their pit stops wherein they could only put 60 litres in, which the fuel tank capacity is somewhere around 100,
That's double that.
10-ish. Yeah, it's not completely double that, but yeah, they're somewhere between sort of 95, 110-ish. And so that's what set them back and off strategy. So not really something that seemed like it was within their control.
No, this is a strange one. Our TCR leader are in for their pit stop. Pearson's Esports. Steinlager bringing that car in. Looks like he's going to stay in for the run to the flag. There he goes. Off he goes. SimRC have already gone past into the lead. So it's going to be a showdown then between Nathan Ames in the SimRC car and Steinlager in the 116 Pure Sims Honda. And work to do for the Pure Sims Honda, but not an insurmountable gap. As MSI Esports, they go through into second position. There they are in that Hyundai just at the front of shot as we went through. Now, have MSI pitted? No, they're due a pit stop, so they're so the Pure Sims car is net second place.
And immediately behind is Impulse, who are 7th in class and have stopped and are a lap down to the class leaders here.
So yeah, the gap's 17 seconds between SimRC and Pure Sims, who are they've both pitted, they're both clean to the end of the race, whereas the MSI car in second does need to pit to get to the end. GT4, I don't even want to think what the story is until we absolutely know everyone's done their last stops and we can have a better picture, because the strategy seems to have been all over the place there this race.
Yeah, for me, I know some GT4 teams have tried fuel saving and whatnot, but is 490 going to make it to the end from where they stopped 3 laps ago? That seems really touch and go, if you ask me. SLC Movano Corsa, 3rd in class, have obviously got to have one more. Pure Sims 4th are going to have one more. Sabelt are going to have one more. SimRC leading are about to come around to their pit stop probably in about a lap's time. Some other tracks we've seen Urano try 4 stops, which basically means you need to do an hour 12 every stint to save yourself that stop. But if they stopped 4 laps ago, 8 or 9 minutes ago, you're asking for a 1 hour 20 stint, and I don't see any hints of anyone has successfully achieved this in class. So what do they got? Just a tiny splash at the end, and that's the strategy?
Yeah, well, keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on it, Car number 490, Dylan Scrivens.
They are the championship leaders, undefeated so far this season. 2 wins from 2 races.
Yeah, they know how to get the job done, that's for sure. they will know where they are. They will know what their plan is. But at the moment in GT4, it's the Sim RC Aston that leads, which is kind of holding up the flag for the British mark, almost single-handedly. There is another one. There's the Junkos car, which is a little bit further down, a little bit further down the pack. But we are now kind of in that window where the GT4s could pit and be fresh to the end of the race. And I think good opportunity for a kind of undercut style here to get in, get the new tyres on, which of course are done during the fuel stop, and get the most out of them. Really use them up over these last hour and 10 minutes or so. There we go, right on cue.
Lucas Gabler bringing it down the lane. We know it's sort of TCRs, then GT4s, then 992s, then GT3s in this pit lane, so he did not have to go too far to find his crew and to find his replacement driver, Adam Isaacson.
So there goes the car up on the jacks as our overall leader charges on by MSI Esports. They've still got about, if they run to the end of this fuel tank, they'll have about 15 minutes or so left. So yeah, call it 7 or 8 laps until they make their final stops. And they'll just be thinking, right, just keep going, keep those overtakes clean. Every car that comes up, just take it nice and steady. Don't need to take any unnecessary risk here. And by now, in an endurance race of this type, you've usually got an idea of who the troublemakers are and who are clean and safe. We've all been there, haven't we, David? And we've all. That's the great thing about iRacing, is that at any level you can kind of get a group of friends together and have a go at an endurance race, and it's always the same. You always think, oh, here comes this car up behind us. They're usually okay, or oh, here we're coming up on this car. They're usually fine, and then there's others which are just become the kind of rascals of the race. So by now, the teams will all be very much aware of what the form book is.
Oh, by the end of a 24-hour race, me and my teammates always have some very unsavoury nicknames for some of the other teams.
Now, 5-star Mercedes car 455 in the Gulf-esque colours. What has happened to this machine? Well, as you say, David, another so I believe it's actually a problem with the second placed Aston, or second of the Astons, 13th in GT4, the Junkos car, Maxi Stefanen in that Aston. Let's see what happens here, down towards turn 12, braking zone. He's got a good run on the Mercedes in front. Tries to slip it up the inside. Boop. Oh, double kiss. Whoops. That's the rainbow coloured Mercedes, SEK Frank Schultman. So that's for 12th place. So that is, they're both on the same lap, and just clattered into one another. But SEK continues to hold position, perhaps with a little bit of damage maybe. So, an hour and 6 minutes to go. So we're now at the point, if there are any penalties assigned, it's post-race. How far post-race, though, David? Will we find out, or
not explicitly? We're at the point where the teams can now choose if they want to serve it at a pit stop or take it post-race. And for all the reasons we've touched on earlier, you'd be a fool to not take them post-race. But it's not cut and dry your only option.
Yes, I think we could be due another batch of penalties. I think as the stewards are going through them all at the moment, there is quite a few on the list. As this battle for 12th in GT4 continues, the SEK car having to give best to the Junkos Aston there, which slips by. So, in this GT4 category, the 490 Mercedes AMG team Urano Esports car does lead by just under 15 seconds. However, we don't believe that's enough fuel to make it to the end. Now, have we had the car, I think, in the Porsche Cup category? Car number 975 has made its last stop. Yes, it has. So that was the former class leader, the Team 75 Bernard car. But when the pit stops shake out, I would imagine it will rejoin, but in the lead that it had before. Yes, the car 998 Apex Racing Academy car yet to make its stop.
Yep, so in that phase for the 992 single mate Porsches of their final round of pit stops. Touch wood,
Yeah.
but I don't know which car I'd want to be in.
Yeah, the Team 75 cars had a great run all day, doing their team owner proud. Thibaut Bernard, one of the top sports car drivers of his generation, many times American Le Mans Series winner, 5 Nürburgring 24-hour victories, one at Le Mans as well, one in an Audi, one in a Porsche outright. Incredible career. Won a lot of races outright in an LMP2 car as well in the American Le Mans Series, and a super nice guy to boot as well.
That's always cherry on top. Now, while we're thinking about GT4, Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports have a 15-second lead over SRC Movano Corsa. SimRC, their most recent stop and final stop was a little longer than I guess I was expecting. I'm not sure. I guess there's some shorter splashes happening out of everyone else who's committed to 5 stops, but it's about 21 seconds pit lane transit time. So a couple of those cars in front of SimRC, you ask yourself, if they're not 21 seconds clear of SimRC, then they risk getting jumped when they come for their final splash and dashes in the GT4 class. So it looks like Urano have got SimRC covered off with enough time, but the SRC Movano Corsa GT4 and the Pure Sims GT4 can't let their eyes off the prize here, because they might get surprised if they weren't expecting this Aston to only 4 stop.
Well, we'll see what if it plays in then for SRC, for SimRC, excuse me, not SRC. That's the car number 439, Mercedes. So just coming up to the top of the final hour, 5 hours down here in this third round of the 24H Series Esports. And who is going to come out on top? Hanging in the balance in, certainly in GT4 I would say, and GT3 who knows what could happen in the next little while, as Apex Racing Academy started to chip away a little bit of time from MSI Esports, but they do have that gap to play with, as Apex Racing Academy do come into the pits from the 992 Cup lead. Will they come out in front of Team 75 by Bernard? You would expect so. Behind it you would expect so, given that they came in, that the Team 75 Bernard car came in with a lead, but we have been surprised by strategical changes today. So down towards turn 11 then comes the SimRC Aston Martin, the leading Aston Martin in the GT4 category. Really successful car. It's been a huge hit for Aston Martin customer racing, and you see them racing all over the world in various GT4 competitions. The Heart of Racing have had a lot of success with it as one of many customer teams that run those cars. But this is your battle for the podium in TCR. MSI Esports and their Hyundai trying to hold off the roster of Zenith Esports, who of course started right up the front of the field, but MSI have just quietly plodded their way through and are in a good position for some podium points at the moment. SimRC have a gap of 15 seconds in this class and looking strong at the moment. Just an hour to go, and they are fueled up to the flag, as are Pure Sims Esports. So if Pure Sims are going to catch SimRC in the TCR category, they've got to do it on lap time alone. The Porsche Cup category, Team 75 Bernard have come out in front of Apex Racing Academy, but just by 7 seconds. So that is game on all of a sudden in that Porsche Cup category, David.
Yeah, it is. We made mention to several noted race control incidents of maybe that leading Team 75 car getting punched around a little bit. And I never want to be in the position to talk down a driver's efforts, but sometimes I think you gotta hand it to Jürgen Frank. Definitely was the driving force of the early success of that car.
Have you got some wildlife joining you there in the Haynes studios?
Yep.
Wait, what type?
They're outside and they're noisy. So there is a type of bird called a noisy miner. I reckon that's what it is.
Ah, so it's not a galah. Is it a galah? A flaming galah?
No, it's not a flaming galah.
No. It is very noisy. Yeah. Well, it's what time of day is it for you in Australia at the moment?
Well, about the time that birds start chirping.
Ah, early then. Early, very early. Well, I'm impressed. I'm very impressed, David. You've done a cracking job. 57 minutes to go, and
it's really not that impressive. I woke up at 2 p.m. and we don't do daylight saving, so the sun rises stupid early anyway.
I'm impressed. That is impressive, being able to lie in that long as well. Now, 57 minutes to go. Apex Racing Academy haven't come for their stop yet, so they've really tried hard to play themselves back into the same window as MSI, as the number 5 chilled last Porsche for Williams Esports comes in for a final stop. Car that's copped a couple of penalties throughout the day for various infractions, but Team Fuzui plods on in the Apex Racing Academy BMW. I wouldn't be surprised to see him in this lap, if not the next one, because the tank on that car is bound to be running relatively dry by now. And does he come? Yes, there he goes into pit lane for the final stop. Question is, how much longer can MSI Esports go, and therefore the longer they go, the less time they have to spend in the pit box.
Oh no, he's overshot
costly.
the box, and that is going to be just 2 or 3 seconds sort of thrown away, just overshooting the pit box. I was about to comment, he's angled the car aggressively for the exit, but in trying to angle the car, he's missed the crew and he's got in too hot. It's just one of those silly things you'll kick yourself for, because if it comes down to 2 or 3 seconds at the end of the race, you'll know that was a slam dunk right there.
Yeah, that's really costly. Really, really costly for the Apex Racing Academy team. It's hard to get on with Team Fuzui because he's done such a good job. He's driven so hard. He's had to do the majority of the race, but things like that can happen when you put a lot of weight towards one driver rather than balancing it out.
I don't know who made the call on the strategy there, but it almost smells like the kind of thing Racine would request.
Yeah, you never know. It could be what's the word? Logistical. It could be that Maxime's got a hot date that he had to get off for.
And the noisy miner is a bird in the honeyeater family and is endemic to eastern and southeastern Australia. It's a grey bird with a black head, orange, yellow beak and feet, and a distinctive yellow patch behind the eye.
Also, big fan of virtual motorsport as well, by the looks of things.
You'll be pleased to know that with as many of them as there are out my window, they are not considered to be of any concern of being endangered.
That's good. That's always nice. Well, tell you what is in danger, David, is the Team 75 Bernhard's lead in the Porsche Cup category, because Apex Racing Academy took a second on the last lap out of the Team 75 Bernhard car, and so Marvin Strel driving for the Bernhard car, the Apex car, Michael Yanni, and Michael is absolutely flying at the moment. 6.2 seconds is the gap, 53 minutes to go. It's game on there.
I think so.
So, problems for Dino Lombardi. Car number 5 had to take a long penalty here. Just sitting in pit lane. Their race is done as the Soul Lamborghini goes up on the jacks behind the BS competition BMW in for service as well. Of course, we've got two BS competition cars, the BS Plus Turner and the BS competition 96 and 89, and of course we expect the interesting, the 89 car for BS competition having to take tyres for the last run to the flag.
Yeah, Josh Anderson's getting in to close that one out. Did they go off cycle early? Did they take tyres at the first stop and then sort of be alternate to everyone?
Quite possibly.
Feels like the kind of thing I should have written down on this little notepad if it happened. The notepad is a little bereft.
Well,
track temperature definitely peaked a couple hours ago as far as the tyre life is concerned, because we sort of started at 24 Celsius for a surface temperature. It did rise towards 30 and now it's come back down again to 24. So that's probably a positive for Apex Racing Academy and other BMW teams, that the track has cooled down a little again.
Yeah, it definitely plays in the favour there. The BMW teams, the higher track temperatures were definitely not kind to them. MSI Esports yet to take their last stop. They've been really good on the fuel. That number 14 Porsche has just sipped the fuel so frugally throughout the day. And I tell you what though, the battle to watch is that Porsche Cup battle, because last lap, after taking a second out, the lap before, Michael Yanni's taken another 4/10 and then another 3/10. So 3 laps, he's taken close to 2 seconds out the leading Team 75 Bernhard car.
It's definitely heating up. Yanni with some pace compared to Marvin Strel at the moment. Team 75 Bernhard cars also got a little bit more of a longer run to the end, having pitted earlier as well, so that could come into the tyre life right at the end. You can see them going past one of our favourite TCR battles, MSI and Zenith.
That's for the podium in TCR as well. It's going to be the battle to watch. I mean, it looks like SimRC are in control. They've put a bit of time into Pure Sims after that last pit stop. So the gap now up to 18.4 seconds there. But obviously no gap at all between these two Hyundai Velocitors. MSI in third, Zenith in fourth there as well. Your drivers in these cars, the MSI car driven by Gabi Montoro and Ricardo Rico for Zenith Esports. Oh, bit wide there for
limits.
MSI. That was the track limit, yeah. And I wonder, it was maybe just a bit spooked by the big scary BMW GT3 car coming into rear view, and thought, oh god, I better just straighten the wheel up and let him go through. Maybe not.
Well, I mean, if you've saved just a couple in your back pocket for the final hour, you would definitely take one of your 50 off tracks over the chance of potentially race-ending damage, or damage that would send you through the pit lane again, or damage that would cost you speed. Speed to clip that many of the orange curbs though for MSI, and that's what makes it such a difficult section of track there in those S's, doesn't it? Because you get just a tiny bit offline, and he came into the section of corners different to the typical racing line because of the car that was lapping him, and then it sends you just a little bit off your preferred line, ruins your rhythm, throws the Emperor off his groove, and then you find yourself sort of catching another one, and it's tough to get back in the lane, get back in the zone when the corners are so quickly flowing into each other, again, like a slalom course.
So overall leader in pit lane as the gap in Porsche Cup goes up by a second or so as the Apex Racing Academy car in Porsche Cup struggles through some traffic. But your overall leader, Christian Lamella for MSI Esports, in for the final scheduled stop, loading up with a final drop of fuel, and will rejoin the action, you would expect, with a reasonable gap if all goes to plan. Meanwhile, the battle for GT4 raging on there with the Movano's course machine. Ashley Finch taking his final stop in GT4. New tyres, tank of fuel.
SimRC have gone through. So if SimRC make it to the end, they are
okay for
well
the end.
Positioned. Yeah, they're in second, and we'd anticipate them to get to the end on that one.
So could we see Aston coming through for a win in GT4 against the odds?
I was about to say I don't think so, because there is a whole minute and then a little bit of change, enough change for you to get yourself one of them burgers. And for Urano, it'll be a pretty short splash to get them home, methinks. It's 21 seconds to transit the lane, so even if they take, 20 seconds of fuel, they ought to still have 10 to 15 seconds spare, or maybe even a tiny bit more to cover off SimRC here. So I think second would still feel like a good result for the Aston and for SimRC.
So Urano have played a strategical blinder here, so that who would have thought the late splash and dash was the way to go? So another stop on top of everybody else.
No, they're
same number
of stops. Yeah, so I think it's basically working out everyone in GT4 is 5 stops except SimRC, and that might be a little bit of a Aston versus Mercedes kind of thing, though. No matter what the car is, we know SimRC are really good with these fuel strategies. They've played it to perfection before in, the Porsche Cup cars, in the TCR, and in different models of GT4 in years past. So that is the kind of thing that might lead them to the otherwise unpopular choice in the GT4 category, knowing that occasionally they could pull out a strategy like this in it.
So why don't we run on board with the number 998 Apex Racing Academy car, trying to chase down the Team 75 Bernard car in a Porsche Cup. This 8 seconds the difference between these two machines. And I'm going to take a couple of taxi laps here, and myself, Peter Mackay, and David Haynes will be back in just a moment. Welcome back to round 3 of the 24H Series Esports, live on Racebot TV and live from the Circuit of the Americas here in Austin, Texas. Just 39 minutes to go in this 6-hour endurance race, and MSI Esports lead the way overall by 24 seconds from Apex Racing Academy with the final pit stops complete. So MSI just got to try and coast that Porsche home for a victory with 45 kilos of balanced performance ballast on board, showing just how strong that Porsche 911 GT3R is at this moment in time. Wheeler Racing Team Aeronix, they sit in third at the moment with the last spot on the podium. BMW BS Turner in fourth, and Williams Esports Porsche, they round out the top 5. In the Porsche Cup category though, well, it's very much game on here, because the front of the field we have Team 75 Bernard, who have led throughout the day. However, they are being hunted down hard by Michael Yanni and the Apex Racing Academy. Just over 7 seconds the gap between these two cars at the moment. And who is going to come out on top here as well? There's still work to do for Michael Yanni and the Apex Racing Academy over the next 19 or 20 laps or so. But definitely not an insurmountable gap. In GT4, well, at the moment, we have SimRC sitting in second position by about 1 minute and 5 seconds. The Urano Esports Mercedes leading the way, but does owe us a pit stop, but we believe will not need to be in pit lane for long enough to give up that lead. So it's advantage number 490, Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports. They are looking for their third win in a row to continue an unbeaten run in the GT4 category. In TCR, well, it's been the story of SimRC today. They lead the way in the class at the moment in their Honda TCR from the number 116 Pure Sims Esports machine. 23 seconds the gap, and SimRC driver Nathan Arms, who's done a super job over the last stint to open up that gap as well. So they are looking very comfy at the moment. The question is, David, can Apex Racing Academy, can they run down Team 75 Bernard, who looked so dominant all day, but that lead is looking fragile?
Well, we've got SimRC leading the way in 2 categories. We've got Apex Racing Academy running in second in 2 categories. But they are chipping away at that lead. Michael Janney doing a great job against Marvin Strell. 3 laps, newer tyres. Does it make a huge amount of difference? No, but it's a state that it will exist for every lap to the end, is that the tyres on Apex Racing Academy are always going to be just that little bit newer. They did get maybe a little lucky with the traffic there. And look how much speed the TCR can carry through the medium speed corners there compared to the Porsche 992. I mean, it just goes to show they don't really have power for a straight line or super traction off of the slow corners. There are occasionally some corners that do suit the TCR pretty damn well. It's got some grip and some balance.
Yeah, it just shows you they are real giant killing cars, the TCR machines. So our leader in GT4
getting a little cheesed off about having their line blocked earlier, is they know the kind of speed they can carry through some corners, but they just don't have the traction off slow corners to back it up.
So Dylan Scrivens in, our leader in GT4, taking his final stop, the team's final stop. Just got to fill up with enough fuel to get to the finish now. Off they go with still a pretty good advantage over SimRC. So SimRC have tried to play their strategical game, taking a stop less, but the pace of that Mercedes has been
more fuel than I expected.
Nevertheless, it's come out with a really strong, no point risking it, and running it tight. They've got a big gap back to SimRC, 19.6 seconds for Dylan Scrivens. So just got to get that Mercedes home, and it'll be 3 wins from 3 in this 24H Esports Championship. And as we saw at the end of the last double stint in GT3, MSI Esports, well, they're just getting faster and faster, building up that gap even more. On Apex Racing Academy, it's up to 24 seconds now at the front of the field. Mighty, mighty stuff from Christian Lamela and the MSI team. And despite that 45 kilo ballast for balance of performance, well, it's an amount we really don't see very often. You might get 10 or 15 and that's seen as significant, but 45 is quite remarkable. I just can't fathom how the tyres have stayed in, the fuel consumption has stayed in. It just shows you the difference in the performance at this stage, and actually how the base balance performance is a little bit out of kilter at the moment, I think it has to be said. So much so that the series organisers have had to add a 45 kilogram addition. It tells you all you need to know, really. So 33 minutes to go, and that gap is coming down in Porsche Cup still. Just 6 seconds now between our 2 leading cars. Apex Racing Academy had lost a little touch of time on that last lap, but it's come back again, 0.2 of a second in the favour of Michael Yanni, and I think there's going to be even more on this lap. This looks like a really strong lap from Yanni as we come around. Just got to hope he doesn't get held up too much with some GT4 and TCR traffic here.
This has been one of the pinch points in the final sector here, that quick penultimate corner. It's where we saw CSRA get a little unceremoniously nerfed, and not the only ones at that point there. Some cars carry huge speed through the wide open preceding corners. Sensibly waited till the power and straight line speed of a Cup car would get it past on the pit straight.
Did still pick up time there on the Team 75 car, but only 1/10 of a second. So it needs to be really pulling out probably about 4/10 a lap or so. Big hop over the curb there as well. That gets a little bit out of shape there for Michael Yanni. He's pushing, David.
You would. 5.5 hours into this race, you can smell a win. You're a greyhound chasing that rabbit. So that's always super motivating to have the relative box, and you can see your second. You can see the leader ahead of you and watch the gap go from 8.9, 8.8, 8.7. It cheers you on. When the shoe is on the other foot, though, Marvin Strel is thinking 30 minutes is a long time to hold off this charge, because just 2 cars back is key rival for the race win in this category.
Yeah, and that means then, of course, that there's a really good stream of fresh air for the Apex Racing Academy car to lay down some quick times. We've got to dispose with the SimRC TCR car here, which of course has got a pretty handy lead as well, so I wouldn't expect it to cause much of an issue. Yep, the SimRC car just holding a really tight line there as well, saying, you there you go, you go around the outside. Yep, not too much time lost there. So Michael Yanni, this is a really critical lap or 2 here for the Apex Racing Academy car. And you can see, just up the top of the hill is the Team 75 Bernard car that's led all the way through at nearly a half a minute, but had just over a half a minute lead a little bit earlier on, and that has just come back to the Apex Racing Academy team. So it's game on now. Let's see what these lap times are going to be. I mean, last time by, we had for the Team 75 Bernard car, we had 208.3, 208 flat for Michael Yanni. So even in that traffic, took 0.3 of a second out of the Team 75 Bernard car. So half an hour to go. I'm sure it'll be very tense in these two team rooms at the moment.
Setting itself up very nicely in the run to the end. GT4, there's our friends at CSRA by Entropic. Siratek was driving before, now it's Kadlicek. Now they're putting tyres on at their final stop here. I noticed Urano didn't, so that's an interesting point of difference.
That is, yeah, very, very interesting stuff there, strategy-wise for them. Their car force
37-second stop for CSRA by Entropic just then, and it was 34 by my number, 33.7 by our broadcast number for Urano. So really, really close in stop times, and CSRA go, how about some new tyres? And Urano will make theirs go to the end. How durable are the GT4 tyres? How hard does the car work them? It does seem like new tyres would be good.
Well, I think maybe as well as it might not put 4 new tyres on, but if not putting a full tank of fuel in, you might put 2, because of course with the GT4 you can take tyres while refueling, so you maybe time it accordingly to how much fuel is going in and how many tyres you can basically afford to put on without losing any time. So yeah, interesting one there from the CSRA guys. That car unfortunately has been a bit of a punching bag for several of the faster classes coming through. It's just a shame. You can see the evidence of that on the left hand side of the car there as well. There's a little bit of a response here.
They get it for free, but I have to pay $8 a month for a check mark.
Oh, very good. Very good. Yeah. Well, we got a real response there from Marvin Strell in the Team 75 Bernard car. 6
Beeler around 46
quicker.
around. In battle with the BS competition 89.
Whoops.
And something's made a bit of contact there. Sven Haas has been flying along. He's been trying to catch Josh Anderson in the BS competition car, and despite what ought to have been fresher tyres on the BS car, Haas has been closing down the gap. Just caught the end of it. Looks in a place... Oh, I don't know if they even touched. Did Haas just pinch that on the narrow line himself?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Just pushing a little bit too hard. Let's look at it. So coming through these S's. Seems to get a good run here and thought, oh, I can maybe slip up the inside there. No, I can't. Oh, they do touch. Yes, they do. But, of course, it's Hassa that comes off worst. Yeah, just pushing a little bit overzealous there for Hassa. It's kind of been that sort of day. They've been fast, they've been spectacular, but ultimately too many errors that have cost them. That last lap by in the Porsche Cup category, there had been a response from Marvin Strell, taking a 4 or 5 tenths back out of Michael Yanni in second place. So with 25 minutes to go, there's the 998 Porsche Cup car of Michael Yanni for Apex Racing Academy just not taking enough time out of the Team 75 Bernard car and not consistently enough to be able to mount that challenge. But it just takes a couple of bad laps of traffic and 3 or 4 seconds can just disappear in no time.
Everything is bigger in Texas, including the track limits apparently. Team Fordzilla are up to their second penalty, so 75 off tracks. Mathematically, to need an advantage with a 25-second penalty at every 25 off tracks, you need to make sure every off track you take is worth a second, and they're not, because otherwise that would be the winning strategy potentially, and at the moment it looks like the winning strategy is stay within track limits all around. An eye on if anyone else oversteps those marks.
24 minutes to go then. And MSI Esports still hold the lead by 24 seconds in GT3. Porsche Cup Team 75 Bernard just keeping Michael Yanni and Apex Racing Academy at bay. And then GT4, it's Mercedes Team Urano leading but from SimRC by 19 seconds. And looking like winning a third race in a row in this championship. SimRC, well, tell you what a stint this has been from Nathan Ames in the last stint here in TCR, David. Up to 25 seconds now, the gap back to Pure Sims.
Strong finishes at the moment. Got themselves off to a pretty handy little start as well, didn't they, with their qualifying towards the pointy end. And then the minute the GT3 traffic came through the TCRs for the first time, it just drove a wedge into the TCR train and sort of split your leaders from your mid-pack, from your tail pack, and how powerful the fuel saving and the slipstreaming is in this class when you were, not in the peloton. It was a tough place for anyone else to be, and SimRC have driven exceptionally well and exceptionally economically since then.
So do let us know on your thoughts on the race here in the RaceBot TV live chat here on YouTube. Do let us know who your drivers of the day have been, teams of the day, performances of note. Do let us know. There's certainly been a few out there, that's for sure. A few time penalties coming through as well. Mainly cars that are either out of the race or far down the order. There's another, would you believe, have a guess, another penalty for car number 46, currently sitting in 7th, Sven Hasse, Biela Racing Team. Another 10-second penalty which will be added at the end of the race.
That one of the penalties issued but not yet served. Here comes the Hunkos car, still looking a little worse for wear. They last stopped that long ago.
Yeah.
Oh no, sorry, they last stopped 29 laps ago, but that was, I think, when they might have been forced in with the damage.
Yeah, that curb strike certainly did a bit of a job on the car. Well, Michael Yanni is still trying hard. He's pulled half a second last time by out of our leader in the Porsche Cup category, Marvin Strel, in the Team 75 Bernard machine. And it's still going to go down to the wire. 21 minutes to go, which will be about call it 10 laps or so, roughly. So he's going to have to take that half a second lap out of Marvin Strel on each and every one of these laps. He's got a little bit of gap ahead. He's got to try and get past this TCR car for the braking zone into turn 12. But Michael Yanni is certainly trying his hardest here, trying desperately to run down and go for the win.
I kept an eye on it as you were talking about that. The overall leader has crossed the line for what I'm predicting to be 11 more laps in this race, and I think will lap the 992 leaders once between now and then. So I think that makes it 10 laps remaining for those guys in that battle.
It's been a super performance from MSI Esports. They've run flawlessly all race long. They looked good on fuel strategy. As soon as they took the first stop, they were one of the last to stop at the first round of pit stops, and they just continued to hold that just frugality advantage. And yeah, running really strong, consistent lap times. Not a mark on that car, the number 14 Porsche, whereas several of their rivals have got themselves into incidents and therefore caught penalties, and of course the subsequent damage holding back on pace as well. A lot of BMW runners running into that issue as well. That said, the number 98 car, Apex Racing Academy, the BMW, been a really good run. Raheem Fuzui, he's now, goodness me, he's nearly 4 hours into his stint, and gotta be thinking he'll be getting tired now, but he's done a super job.
Yeah, and I look at our top 3 now compared to the top 3 on the grid, and the Apex Racing Academy came from 7th, Villa Racing 45 come from 8th, but your leaders from 14th on the grid. It just goes to show that that qualifying wasn't as desperately important in GT3 as I still feel like it carries a bit more weight in TCR and GT4, the way they get sliced up so early by the traffic, and it inflates the gaps between the front and the back of the field in the lower classes a little artificially, a little early. But it kind of came down to this overcut in the first couple of stops that launched MSI right up into contention, and they've just had great pace, great tyre life, and good fuel consumption since as well. And those are all of the things that add together in a 6-hour race to make you competitive, when you can save time on pit lane by not taking tyres at alternating stops, and then be quick on circuit on those second stinted tyres when you're kind to them, and wear them maybe evenly rather than losing balance to the front or to the rear as you go, because you're being harsher to one ends of the tyres than the others.
So this run from Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports in GT4 will put them comfortably at the top of the standings of GT4, a 3rd win in a row for the Mercedes squad. And might we see a little adjustment in balance of performance there? Potentially. I mean, they're very similar cars, the Aston Martin and the Mercedes, but it does seem like the Mercedes has got that kind of, it's that edge at the moment, but it's all relative, and it all depends on the circuit as well, of course. Next up, Monza next up as well. That's if there's any track that's going to be a horsepower track, it's there.
Yeah, I'm so looking forward to that for all number of reasons. One, the character of the circuit is different to Sebring, where we were last, and COTA, where we find ourselves today. It's a lot more big straight, one corner, big straight again, one corner, big straight, and that helps, I think, with the traffic, because you can tell yourself, if I don't try to dive bomb or outbrake this car in front of me, if I just wait, get a good exit off this corner, I'll get him on the next straight. Whereas there are places here where you're like, well, if I don't pass this TCR through turn 2, I might have to wait all the way through the S's of sort of 3, 4, 5, 6, and that leads to a sort of do or die attitude on it. And the other thing is, you hope with the long straights and the fewer curves that we get more variety to the tyre strategy and the fuel strategy as well across all of the classes. It could prove very interesting for TCR, how their fuel economy goes. It could prove very interesting for GT4 again if we get this 4-stop versus 5-stop thing happening. And of course, GT3 feels like the feature of the show, and I'm hoping it has that effect on their style and quality of racing there as well. Plus, it's just a cool place everyone loves.
Yeah, so it's a fun track to drive, I always think. Just trying to get you get your braking points nailed into places like turn 1 and hopping the chicanes just perfectly. And yeah, I think it's a really cool circuit, especially the Ascari chicane as well. You're coming out onto the back straight. Very, very cool, and I'm sure it will be fun to watch here. We'll have all the action here on RaceBot TV for you, and this time next month, first Sunday, excuse me, of the month, we'll have all of the action there for you. Just under 14 minutes to go here as well, so about 7 laps the distance for these drivers, as we've got a battle raging on for 12th place in GT4 Undercut Racing Team in their Mercedes, and Juncos Racing Esports Aston, the wounded Aston of Juncos Racing there, the white and green machine battling away for that 12th spot. Another, speaking of a car that's wounded, the Team 75 Bernard GT3 car, in 9th place in class, Karim Habas driving that machine there. They got damage early on and they've had to deal with it all the way through to the end.
Yeah, it hasn't gotten much better as we've gone on. There are some bits that just don't ever fix nicely on the GT3 cars anyway. Not like the LMP2, for example, where if your damage is entirely on the nose, a pit stop can relatively quickly change the front clip for a brand new one, not try to straighten out the dents in the existing one, and that normally sorts you out pretty well. I imagine the damage will then work pretty similar for the forthcoming, I hope I get these in the right order, BMW M Hybrid V8, not the BMW V8 Hybrid M or the BMW M V8 Hybrid.
The new BMW Le Mans car, or GTP car, or what?
The GTP Hypercar LMDH DPI 2.0 car.
Oh, Biff! Oh dear! Oh, Biff again. That's the undercut car slamming into the side of the Carbon Simsport Hyundai, and then Juncos coming in there to add to the melee as well. That was a big move there under the brakes, and hard contact between the undercut Mercedes and the Carbon Hyundai, which has been another bit of a punching bag today as well. So it's just minding its own business, and there's a Mercedes up the inside there as well, and Juncos said, I'll come in for a bit of that.
They're the opportunists, but it's different racing lines, different turning points for the different classes of car. The GT4 obviously has to brake more in a straight line and turn in later, and the TCR doesn't. So the TCR line and the GT4 line have converged on the way in. It's made a bit of a mess, and opportunistic from the Juncos Aston Martin GT4 there in their battle for position.
Curiously, there is an outstanding investigation going into contact between the car number 176 and car number 439. Now, car number 439 is third in GT4, SRC Movano, of course. The car number 176 is your leader in TCR. 30 seconds it leads in the TCR category, so it's opening up that gap all the time. But depending on what the outcome of that is, you wouldn't expect it to be any more than 30 seconds penalty. So maybe that's why SMRC are pushing on right to the end here, David, to make sure they've got enough of a buffer just in case they get a penalty.
Yeah, we had some positions on the podium sort of not quite settled, but the post-race penalty was hanging in the balance, and we had that scenario where you're going, well, they need 5 seconds on track. They need 5 seconds just to make sure they've covered it off and they're clear. I think it was Koana or MSI, but in the end it didn't end up factoring in too much because the quicker car was the quicker car to the end. We'll keep an eye on that one. And CSRA by Entropic have picked up for 25 seconds for their track limits quite late on here, and where they are in the 421 car, I'm not sure if they are 25 seconds ahead of 5-Star Motorsport in 7th. So, what if Connor has got the magic button, because the way my timing works, it won't exactly tell me, but what it does mean is if CSRA by Entropic catch Sabelt in front of them and pass them, it won't end up mattering because there's 25 seconds hanging over CSRA by Entropic.
What I can tell you for sure is that 0.6 of a second has been dragged out of the gap between our two leading cars in Porsche Cup. So Team 75 Bernard now only have a gap of just 5 seconds back to Apex Racing Academy's Michael Yanni. So with 8.5 minutes to go, it's about, I'll give it 4 or 5 laps. Yeah, maybe 5 or 6 laps. It's going to be tight. Michael Yanni's going to have to push really hard, but the closer you get, the more nervous the Team 75 Bernard team will be getting. And after 6 hours of racing, amazing that it's come down to such a tight gap, as all the other gaps are sort of around 25 seconds to half a minute. Not so in the Porsche Cup category, which, ironically, David, the Porsche Cup category was the one that looked sewn up most of all, up until about 3/4 distance.
So apparently, this 25 seconds for the track limits could take a spot away from CSRA by Entropic here. About 20 seconds. It's a 5-Star Motorsport behind. I mean, I'm with you on this, Peter. This is why you never say never in this style of racing, because the races are always too long and there's always too many variables. Track limits, penalties. Every team has to have 2 drivers, as a minimum for their combination. And no 2 drivers are identical. No 2 drivers are going to have identical pace. You can never say that, because this team was faster in the first stint, they're going to be faster all the way to the end of the race. Sometimes, it flip-flops like that. A team might have a stronger driver for the opening stint, and then another team comes back at them because they've saved their strongest driver for the closing stint.
Yeah, definitely. It seems that Michael Yanni's been making a big difference in this last stint. The gap is now under 4 seconds at the front of Porsche Cup. Michael Yanni absolutely flying, and whatever happens, he can go to sleep tonight knowing that he's throwing everything at it. Yeah, the gap is coming down, and like I say, the more that snowball effect happens, I mean, all it takes is just one faster car to come through and push Team 75 Bernard wide, or someone spins in front of them or whatever, and all of a sudden it's game on. And certainly in terms of lap time, it's in the favour of Apex Racing Academy right now. So there's the Team 75 Bernard car, and there is Apex Racing Academy, so they're in the same shot now. There they are. That is your gap.
Yeah, the numbers get very, very simple at this point of the race. It's going to be 3 laps to go. There's going to be 3 seconds. Michael Gianni needs to just keep pulling a second a lap out of his competitor if he can. And the teams don't know for each other. We don't know how close they are to their 50 off tracks before they get a penalty. Could Team 75 Bernhard be on 48, 49 here, and Michael Gianni's got just a couple more that his teammates saved him, so he can push a little harder, he can take a little more risk, because for Team 75 Bernhard, if I was driving and we were right on that limit, I'd sooner let the guy catch me and force him to pass than overextend myself trying to protect the gap and maybe, give away that slam dunk 25-second penalty that makes it, unavoidable that I've thrown away the lead. Make the other guy do the work. It was more than a second on that lap, wasn't it? And that's what Michael Gianni needs.
Yeah, just keep on pushing, and he'll just be getting encouraged so much. You know, he'll have his spotter in the ear saying, come on, push, 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 push. There you go, just slices past the TCR car. He's got the full send machine up next.
Moments like that are what start to become do or die here for Apex Racing Academy, because if you were half a car length further back on that TCR, you were still going to go for it, exactly, even if it became, you know, a little risky. How do you navigate this when you know the sands and the timer are very few?
Well, I would think now that Michael Yanni, the last of this TCR train here, oh, it's in fact GT4, isn't it? Should get actually a good draft off this GT4 car, and would imagine, yeah, make it down into the tight turn 12 with this GT4 car disposed of. In fact, it's got a great draft there from the Fordzilla Mercedes, and next now there is no cars between them, 3.1 seconds. Oh, this is coming down to the wire here as well. What a drive this has been from Michael Yanni. And you know what, I think your point on the track limits, David, could be spot on. We don't know, we don't have that information how close they are on off-track penalties, but they have a limit of 50 effectively, and you would think after 6 laps, especially how fast that Jürgen Frank was earlier on, you've got to think to run that pace, you've got to be breaking it from time to time. And yeah, just under 3 seconds now, the gap comes down as well. So
Motor racing is a
battle
team
rash
sport.
on the front right there. Yeah,
it's a team sport, and your teammates can make you look like heroes or make you look like fools. Because if Jürgen Frank used up 45 of those off tracks to build a lead and set quick laps and make gaps, and then hands it over to Marvin Strell, who's got a tippy toe in his ballerina boots, then, you know, Frank looks like the hero, and Marvin Strell, you know, looks like he forgot to eat breakfast. But, you know, what went on behind the scenes, what was the state of the car, the fuel, the tyres, the track limits when it got handed to him. Marvin Strell could be the real hero here at the end, and exactly the same could be said for Apex Racing Team. Maybe the teammates have set up Journey to look like a hero in the final stint, because the other way around can happen. You can throw away a lot of time and a lot of track position at the end.
well, your lap time last time your leader 207.4, 207 flat for Michael Yanni, so 4/10 was the difference there. And yeah, he's pulling it in. He's pulling it in 2.5 seconds, and there you go. He can appear in the mirror.
Now,
So,
what's kind of
Apex
critical
Racing-
to this battle, actually, is where the overall leader is. Because with a minute left on the clock, the overall leader is going to get around to start one more lap after this. We are not on the final lap yet. And I think the overall leader is in... Where is the overall leader relative to that battle then as well? Because there could be a little more time for the 992 battle than we think. So, well, there's some track limits. There's some track limits for Team 75. So is the leader going to get them on this lap? If the leader doesn't get them, leader's taking the white flag now. If the leader lets those two stay in front of him, they've got 2 more laps to have. But if he gets past both of them on this lap, that's the final lap for them. I wager there's 2 more. I wager there's 2 more that Marvin Strell's got to hang on and that Michael Janney has to try to pursue this. And we saw in the final sector, Marvin Strell start to get a little bit looser and more free with the track limits. So they know how many's left in their wallet on that one. We don't until they step over the limit of 50 and get penalised.
Well, it's coming down to this then. Michael Yanni, he'll be hoping that MSI Porsche, the overall race leader, stays behind and gives these guys the last lap, the very last lap. This could be working perfectly for Apex Racing Academy. Is a little moment there for Marvin Strel in the Team 75 Bernard car, and he's close enough now as Michael Yanni to get a slipstream from Marvin Strel, just dragging hundred by hundred, thousands by thousands as they come into the braking zone now. Turn 12, hard on the brakes, down the gearbox. Yanni getting so close now. We've got a bogey up ahead, the TCR machine for Carbon Sim Sport. Oh, and the 975 of Marvin Strel hasn't been able to get by just yet. He does eventually, and then Yanni's got to go round the TCR machine. But this is your battle for the win here in the Porsche Cup category. Where is MSI? There it is at the back of the shot there. You know what, David? I just don't see that MSI Porsche getting there in time to cut these guys out of a lap.
Yeah, the MSI Esports Porsche is not far away from the checkered flag and a fantastic win to extend their lead, but it is going to give this battle one more lap as well. This is such an awesome finish.
Well, they are going to get one more lap as the checkered flag is out, but that is for our overall winner, Christian Lamela, an MSI Esports win in GT3. What a drive for the Porsche squad, but it comes back to this, the Porsche Cup category, the 992 class, and it's a showdown between Team 75 Bernard and Apex Racing Academy Marvin Strel versus Michael Yanni. There's going to be virtually no traffic for them to worry about coming through here. Here comes your TCR winner, Nathan Ames and Sim RC. They've been superb, well deserved. Back to the Porsche Cups we go as they come through the S's.
You don't even need to know it's 0.2 of a second. You can just see it's underneath the car length. You can see it's bumper to bumper, and the pressure is on Marvin Strel. The pace is with Apex Racing Academy, but it's so few opportunities between here and the checkered flag. It's all about the end of this long straight. He's looking to go over under, looking to square off the exit, pick up the slipstream. It's going to be all on the brakes at the end of this straight. Last lap, last opportunity for the win in 992.
6 hours of racing comes down to this then. The Marvin Strel driven 975 Porsche of Team Bernard hard on the brakes there. Yanni tries to go the long way around. It's all mistake from Strel. Mistake from Strel. He goes wide off the circuit. Goes back on the brakes. They touch. Strel leans on him. Strel leans on Yanni as they come up towards. They touch again. They get together. Yanni's on the grass. Oh, the stewards are going to have a look at this one as Marvin Strel still trying to hang on. They touch again. Up they go. And oh, Yanni turned in the fence. Yanni turned in the fence. Oh, Marvin Strel. Well, he leads on the road. I do not know if he will get to hang on to that one. Now, the question is, can Apex Racing Academy get home in second? And could we potentially see yes, we can. Will Michael Yanni end up your winner? Marvin Strel wins on the road, but that incident there, David, that's going to need studying and studying and studying.
Yeah, because of where the overall leader was, those were the only two cars in class that hadn't already taken the checkered flag. So there was no way for Apex Racing Academy to not cross the line in second there, because third was trapped the lap down. But, I mean, we wanted to see them race to the end. We didn't want to see it ended in the stewards' room post-race, but I think it will. It starts here with Sim RC off the road in the Team 75 Sim RC Bernhard car, and then that second look back down the inside feels cheeky, but this is where it really force Apex off the road. That's where I was thinking this is going to end in the steward's box, not on track, and that is it's sad to see. We wanted to see him race. They raced, and it's ended with a little controversy.
I'd love to see the steering input there, Marvin Strel, actually. Let's have a look. Pretty conclusive, but well, it's the interesting one. You know, when they came together the first time on the switchback there, you know, did Yanni leave enough room? Did Strel stuff it up the inside? It was really last lap stuff. So here, off track, so the position is yielded. The position has been taken there. Yanni takes it, but then leaves the door open. Strel takes it, fair enough. And then this part, I don't know, does Yanni have to back out at that stage? It's hard, that again, for the stewards to decide. But here is where... oh, that's going to rumble on. That is going to rumble on.
What I'm looking for right now is, it doesn't appear that put either of them over the off tracks. From what I can tell at the moment, if that was how it gets decided, that'd be unfortunate. But I despite that, I still enjoyed seeing that, because we know it doesn't rob. It can't rob Apex Racing Academy of a podium. No matter what, they'll still get a podium. So I'm glad that both of them got the opportunity to race like that. And it'll end in maybe some flared tempers, but it can't end in disaster or a championship over for either team.
Well, it will rumble on for sure, but in GT3 it was much more clean cut. Christian Lamella and MSI Esports Porsche win by 28 seconds from Apex Racing Academy and Rathim Fezoy. Lucas Yestat for Bila Racing Team Euronics was third. Then it was BMW Team BS Turner, a story of what could have been for them in fourth place. Rounding out the top five is Williams Esports and their Porsche. The Bila Racing Team Euronics crew finished in sixth, with the last few cars there several laps down. The Williams Esports Chilblack, Habu, Altus and Lafrit CS they do not make the flag, they retire. 992, well, that's your order at the moment. Marvin Strell winning on the road for Team 75 Bernard, 13 seconds ahead of Apex Racing Academy. What a last lap that was between Strell and Yanni. How will it end up? Well, we'll see. Urano Esports, they nip onto the podium with Sam Koituk getting the car to the flag. Acetec Simsports were fourth, Staybelt Esports in fifth. Then it's Ori's Rincon by IRS, Manatee Racing, Wave Italy, Havu and ATRS Esports rounds out the top 10 in the Porsche Cup category. SRC, Movano Course, Williams Esports, ATRS and Pure Sims did not reach the checkered flag. GT4, well, a strategical masterpiece from Dylan Scrivens and the Mercedes AMG Team Urano crew. They win by 25 seconds to complete their perfect run so far this season. Sim RC, the lone standing Aston Martin there in the top 10, they finished in second after taking just 4 stops. SRC Mivano, of course, they round out the podium. Pure Sims Esports were fourth, followed by CSRA by Entropic, Saybelt Esports, 5-Star Motorsport, Impulse Racing, Team Fordzilla and Fiercely Forward. Last few, SCK Racing, Undercut Racing, Kunkos, Torque Freak, Pure Sims and Hardpoint all finishing outside of the top 10. And finally in TCR, well, it was Sim RC who took the day. Nathan Ames and Corentin Guinness your winner by 35 seconds from Pure Sims Esports. Zenith Esports, they get the last spot on the podium. MSI Esports have to settle for fourth, and Team Heusingveld round out the top 5. Impulse Racing were 6th, followed by Carbon Simsport, Full Send Racing, Aspar and Maniti Racing with the fastest lap of the race. Overall, going to Sven Hasse, 201.7 for the Euronics Bila driver. Well. Lots to talk about here as well. A few drivers coming in to tell their stories. I think while it's at the top of our mind, I think it's time that we chat to a driver from car number 975. Jürgen Frank will come in to join us now, and let's have a chat with the driver from the Team 75 Bernard machine. And he comes. Jürgen, a win on the road there for Team 75 Bernard. Obviously everyone's going to talk about that last lap. What's your view on that one?
Well, I can't say that much about it, to be honest. Yeah, I guess Marvin stayed pretty much on the right, and the Apex car close a bit to the right side, but yeah, I don't know. it's a close one to talk about.
And I'm sure you've had the chance to chat to Marvin. What's his kind of recall on the situation? What are his feedback? What's his feedback from it?
Yeah, he said for sure he made the car wide the whole lap, and on the particular incident after the tight left corner, he said he had the wheel straight and drove straight ahead. So for him, it's a racing incident.
Well, I appreciate you telling us, Jürgen. Looking at the race as a whole, you guys had really strong pace early on, leading by over half a minute. But where did the pace kind of drop away in the latter part of the race?
Yeah, Marvin had a pretty busy day today with a handball match, and his body was not completely fit to do that intense race here. And yeah, that's why he dropped a little bit, but still he did a great job and a mega fight in the end. And yeah, for myself, I can say I had a really good first 3 stints. Yeah, the car was flying. Quali was not so good. I binned the lap completely, but it was still P3. Managed to get P1 at the start, so for me it went really good today.
Well, we appreciate you coming in to chat to us, Jürgen. Thanks so much, and well done on some fantastic pace today.
Yeah, and thanks to you too for the commentating. See you next time.
Thanks, Jürgen. So next will be joining our overall reader, Danny Elgerby from Car 14 MSI Porsche. Down to you, David Haynes.
Yep, here we have our overall race winner. Congratulations to you guys. I mean, 14th on the grid to the win. Great tyre life, great fuel economy. Congrats.
Thanks a lot, mate. The race was really hard from the start because Christian did off tracks on quali, and we had to start last on the grid. But we knew our car on race pace was really good. We always are good on race pace, but not so much on quali. This time is no different here. And we knew that nursing the tires on the first thing was really important to gain time against the BMWs because of the 45 kgs bob on the Porsche here. And yeah, our race was really calm. We didn't have any big incident besides a touch with Altus on the first thing, I think. And it was just pushing the car to the limit and not eating 2 off tracks per lap, which was easy to do on this track, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, we started this championship at Spa, but it didn't seem like people had nearly as many problems with off tracks there as here. Why is that?
Yeah, I think Spa was like you could be fast, but not on that limit. Like on COTA, you need to be really, really pushing the edge of the track to be fast on every exit of the corners to maximize the track space. I think it's really easy to eat an off track here, or even 3 off tracks on one lap, like I did sometimes. It was just management of the off tracks until the end of the race. I think we had only 3 off tracks left, and I told Christian, slow down a bit, we don't need to push anymore, so you can take it easy.
You win by 28 seconds. Could you have still won with 55 kilograms?
I don't think so. Because a lot of the BMWs got many problems on the race. For example, Biela got hit and many penalties. BS, Turner car, which was fast, got penalties too. The BMW Apex car, for example, with Maxim Brand was really fast, for example, too. And I had to nurse my tires because I knew that on the first stint there was no way I could be faster than a BMW. So I took all my cars onto the second stint. I nursed my tires on the first stint, and then on the second I were flying, but the BMW was slower because I think they pushed a lot more than me there. But I don't think with the 55 kgs we could have one. To be honest, I think the 45 kgs is more than enough on this track, and I think the BMW, the pace that it lacks is not the kgs, it's more the tire life because of the physics.
Well, it's always a team effort in 24-hour Series Esports. Your teammate Christian Lamella did a lot of laps in this race. What do you have to say about his effort?
Yeah, I told Christian that he had to do the 4 hours because I had really bad tooth pain these last 2 days, and I slept like 2 hours for this race. And he was like, okay, I can do it, no problem. And he did the quali, not so good quali, but I didn't do a good quali on Spa, for example, too. And he did amazing first 2 hours of the race. He went from last on the grid to almost a podium. I think he finished P2 the first 2 hours, which is amazing, and he did amazing pace. He ate the tires a lot more than me, but he was faster too, so I can't tell him anything bad. But he did giga job for this race. He prepared it a lot more than me, for example, and the setup was really good, and I can't thank him enough.
Well, congratulations again to you guys. Your second win, never off the podium. Danny, there are some sponsors on the MSI car. Who are they?
The sponsors we have right now are Algadi, Ucalsa, I think Philips right now too, GHK, which is a t-shirt brand, and I don't think I miss anyone. I think so. I don't know, I can't remember right. Yeah, MSI, which is Motorsport Institute, that's another sponsor, but I think no more sponsors on the car apart from those.
Well, congratulations to you, your teammate Christian, and we look forward to seeing you guys at Monza in December.
Thanks a lot, mate. See you there.
There we have it, Peter. Toothaches, handball injuries, I don't know, but it hasn't stopped our teams and our drivers and our winners.
No, they forge on regardless. Well, we're going to get the other side of the story there with that last lap battle between the Apex Racing Academy Porsche Cup car and the Team 75 Bernard car. We've heard from Team 75 Bernard. Let's hear from Apex Racing Academy and Michael Yanni, who was there right in the middle of that fight. And yeah, it's certainly lots to talk about there. We'll get him to come and join us in just a moment here on RaceSpot TV. And Michael, welcome to the RaceSpot TV commentary box. Thanks so much for coming to join us. Just tell us your assessment of that last lap. Michael, if thanks for coming to join us here in the RaceSpot TV commentary box. If you could kindly give us your assessment of that last lap there. Okay, so having some problems getting a chat with Michael Yanni. Why don't we have a chat then with our GT4 winner, Urano Esports, Dylan Scrivens, who pulled off a superb finish to that race. A great strategical ploy there from Urano Esports. Dylan, welcome to the RaceSpot TV commentary box.
Hello.
Well, that was a superb win, third win of the season. Did it feel in control throughout the day, or tell us about it?
Definitely not. I think I mucked up a little bit in qualifying. Didn't quite get the perfect lap, which set us on the back foot a little bit. And then a bit of a boneheaded move from myself gave us a 15-second penalty at the start of the race, which is not ideal. But we persevered, we stuck with it, and ran our strategy, and it worked out just fine in the end.
Certainly did. I mean, tell us a little bit about the traffic there, because GT4 is kind of stuck in the middle a little bit, shall we say? And you've got faster cars coming through, but you've also got to make your way through on the TCRs. Just tell us what it was like out there with the traffic.
As all races in this series are, especially in this class, I think you've just got to use your brain. and just help out and cooperate as much with the other classes. If you're predictable, if you're not stupid, if you're not trying to block people, then usually it should be all good.
Well, it certainly worked out well. I mean, tell us about heading into the second half of the season. You got 3 wins under your belt. The Mercedes looks like it's flying. I mean, how confident are you all feeling right now in that Urano team room?
Pretty confident, I'd say. We'll see how the rest of the season goes. Some interesting tracks, especially the Nordschleife. Looking forward to that one. The other two, not so much, but same for everyone. We'll see.
I have to share your thoughts on the Nordschleife. Always fun to go and race there. Dylan, congratulations to you and the team. Well done, and good luck for the next round.
Many thanks.
So I think we've got Michael Yanni standing by now here in the RaceBot TV commentary box. Michael, thanks so much for coming to join us. If you could just give us your assessment of that last lap.
Yeah. Oh, well, first of all, my mic was on push to talk, so that's on me. Secondly, yeah, that was really a crazy last lap. I mean, we knew going into it that we were going to have some good second, I guess at the end of the stint, we knew we would have really good pace. And it was just about trying to push it to the limit, I guess, and get there. And ultimately we did. Still unclear as to the outcome of everything, but regardless of that, yeah, it was great work from everybody today, and really could provide some good pace there. So it was nice.
I mean, you were certainly absolutely flying through that last little bit. We're getting word that it did step over the incident point limit, and of course then associated penalty with that. Did you know how close you were, and at what point did you step over that limit?
Yeah, so basically I had limited myself, so I had 2 extra off tracks. Ultimately, I think what happened is in our little scuffle when we went off into the grass, that was the limit that pushed us over there. So I'm unsure how that will be stewarded. But yeah, regardless, I think because we finished a lap up, am I right with that? Or
yes, you did. Yes, you're second, the very worst,
so
which
exactly.
I guess isn't bad.
Yeah, so I mean
that's a good place to be.
Yeah, exactly. Good outcome for today. Good points for the championship. So yeah, just positives. Really great race, a lot of fun. But traffic is really crazy here. I don't think I've ever experienced anything like that in my sim racing career so far.
In what way, Michael, would you say that is it just the sheer mixture of classes out there, or is it the circuit, or combination of all? What is it that made it so tough out there? Because it did look hard work in traffic.
Yeah, I would say it's the braking zones because they're so long here and in multiple different corners. Like you could take turn 1, for example. A lot of the TCRs, the GT4s, the TCRs can just straight brake later than us by about 50 meters. And the GT4s have that ABS to use, so they can carry a lot more speed to the apex. So at least for us in the 992, it's really difficult to judge if we can send it in hard enough to actually get past them without overshooting the corner, for example. And then, the GT3s have god levels of downforce, so they just come and sneak up on you through the S's. But yeah, all that stuff it's a lot of fun, but there are definitely some hairy moments as we experienced earlier. So
certainly it appeared to be a few. Well, Michael, regardless, what a super last phase of the race that was. You drove superbly with an amazing pace, and you certainly put on a show for us in that last lap. Well done on a great drive, and good luck for the next round.
Great, thanks guys.
So we got one more driver to have a chat with. David Haynes is down with our TCR winner, Nathan Ames.
Yeah, congratulations to you guys again, making a pretty winning habit in TCR, now breaking Pure Sim's winning streak and delivering on what you guys thought maybe you could have done in the opening rounds.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I can't speak much for round 1 as I wasn't driving there, but yeah, I think we really wanted to win both previous rounds, and especially losing last round by about 2 seconds, I think it was in the end, really sucked for us. So yeah, just happy to get back where we want to be and kind of not let Pure Sims get that one hand on the championship.
What's the key then to TCR at this place, and TCR generally in this style of racing? Because while it is a car built with endurance racing kind of in mind, it is still partly at heart a sort of sprint racing car.
Yeah, for sure. So I think the TCR field really stays together in that first hour or two, and you have to fight yourself because you're like, oh, I wish I could just send it down the inside here like a normal sprint race for a TCR. But yeah, I think you've really got to pace yourself, especially in that first 2-3 hours, which I think Corentin did really well today. I don't think we led any of the first stint, but we sat behind the leader and fuel saved, and I think that really helped us. Really helped us today. So yeah, it is a very patient game, and the race, when you're that close together in a train, really doesn't start for a few hours.
Some others in your category did overstep the track limits. Did Corentin leave you many to spare?
Oh yeah, Corentin did great today. He got 14, I think, in that first that double stint, so 3 hours, which 14 in 3 hours around here is just insane. But yeah, I think in the end we ended on 40, so that doesn't make me look very good. But I guess they were free to use. But yeah, I think Corentin really helped me get into the car halfway through the race and know, right, I do have a bit of leniency. I can push whilst being sensible. So no, yeah, I think Corentin really sorted me out today, to be fair.
You can't carry them over to next round, so you might as well use them up before the checkered flag and claim that's what it took to take the victory.
Exactly, yeah. I think 50 is a target, isn't it? And if you're going around with 20, then you're leaving time on the table. So no, yeah, I'm happy that it didn't become we really need to be careful. I think it was always just about under control. But yeah, definitely don't want to be going over that 50.
Word about these TCR tyres. I mean, they don't play a great role in the strategy because you get them for free. But I'd been under the impression that the tyre warm up on an endurance setup was a bit tricky. But then the lap times of you and your teammate, it seemed like they came in pretty quickly when they were new.
Yeah, so TCR's going through a bit of a weird tyre model phase at the moment. But the quickest thing to do basically was to double stint the tyres, because a stint going back out on a full tank and double stinting your tyres is so much faster than changing all 4 tyres and then going out for your second stint, if that makes sense. So today it was really don't change tyres if you don't need to. It was a really high wearing track. So yeah, we only just about managed to make that work.
Well, congrats to you guys. You keep this TCR championship alive and spicy, and with double points for the final round, which is still a while away. I think everything's on the table till the 12 hours of Barcelona.
Yeah, for sure. I think going into the second half, I think we know what we need to do. The last round, I think, is double points. I could be wrong, but I think it is. So we really just need to put ourselves in the best position to go into that last round and be able, if it's a win for us in that last round, then that's all we need. That's the ideal situation.
Well, you guys at SimRC have a car in every category. You come away with a win in 2, which I'm sure is delightful for all involved. Anyone you would like to thank?
Just a massive thanks to Corentin. I think he's had to work really hard this week between, I think, 3 different leagues, including IMSA, which is currently on. And to be able to divide his attention that many ways and still be such a use. Just a great guy to work with, and this whole team's just been amazing. I'm still relatively new here, but it's just been incredible so far, so hopefully we can keep it up.
Awesome. Looking forward to Monza.
Cheers, guys. See you there.
Well, that's about all we've got time for here on RaceSpot TV. Congratulations to all of our 4 class winners here in the 3rd round of this 24/8 Series Esports Championship. The next round, the first Sunday of December, we go to Monza for another 6-hour enduro, and we'll have all the action here on RaceSpot TV. But on behalf of us all here at RaceSpot TV, thanks so much for watching, and goodbye.